Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today, we'll examine what happened in Norris City, Illinois. Jacob Wheeler, 22, and his girlfriend Jessica Evans, 17, went fishing in the small Wabash River. Their families have been unable to get in touch with them, and they have not gone back home. All residents of Norris City followed the investigation after police were alerted to the couple's disappearance that same day, but sadly, there was no happy ending to the tale. All the locals were shocked by what transpired. Southern Illinois is a patchwork of fertile farmland and thick forests that stretches between Kentucky and Missouri. With a population of just over 1,000, the area is dotted with small villages like White County and Norris City, which make it an excellent place to raise children due to its small size. Hunting and other outdoor pursuits are popular. There are many locations where fishing is popular. Before summer break at school began in 2017, Jessica Evans, then 22 years old, met Jacob Wheeler, who had just moved across the street to live at his brother's house. Jessica and her mother, Chris, lived in a comfortable home. After meeting at a party and striking up a conversation, they fell in love. After 3 years of service in Iraq, Jacob was a quiet country boy trying to rebuild his life. Chris, Jessica's mother, wasn't overly concerned about the fact that Jacob was 5 years older than Jessica. She had faith in him. Jessica requested permission from her mother on August 26, 2012, to take Jacob fishing at night in a popular location on the small Wabash River. At first, Chris was opposed to the idea, but after Jessica persuaded her, he agreed. She warned her daughter not to spend too much time out. On a nearby street lived Megan, Jessica's older sister, and her son Miles. Jessica had to watch her son at 5 a.m. the following day, while Megan had to leave for work. Chris, Jessica's mother, reminded her that she needed to return home by 5 a.m. before Jessica left to go fishing. Although Jessica had no way of knowing that this fishing trip would be her final one, she responded that she remembered that and would be at her sister's house by then. Jessica was heading to bed when Chris called her just before midnight to check on her. At 5 o'clock the following morning, Chris discovers that her youngest daughter has not returned home, despite Jessica's assurances that she was all right and that she and Jacob were nearly finished fishing and would be home shortly. Jessica was not known for being late, especially when she knew she had to watch her nephew. Jessica didn't answer when Chris picked up her cell phone and began calling her daughter. Chris's text messages also went unanswered. Chris knew right away that something wasn't right. She was certain that she would have alerted Jessica if her plans had changed. When Chris arrived at Jacob's house, his brother Jeremy informed him that Jacob had also not returned home. By 9 in the morning, Jessica's family was starting to worry, but Jeremy wasn't concerned because he knew Jacob could take care of himself. Chris feared they were stranded somewhere or that Jacob's pickup had broken down. Chris finally called the White County Sheriff's Office after the couple had not been seen for 12 hours. Sheriff Doug Mayer wasn't overly worried when he got the call about the missing couple on Sunday night while he was lounging around his house. Maybe Jacob and Jessica had escaped, he thought. He needed to know where they had disappeared to, but he assumed they were safe. In order for the phone company to track down Jessica's cell phone, the sheriff chose to execute a warrant to search it, which could take hours. Meanwhile, as instructed by the family, the sheriff's deputies went to the fishing spot where Jessica and Jacob were expected to be. There were only gravel roads leading to the remote location. A 50-foot overgrown trail led the deputies to a popular fishing location. There were clear indications that someone had visited. Although there were a few packages, there were no indications of any criminal activity or problems. Although the campfire had been extinguished, the area was extremely clean. Jacob had left his pickup truck behind. The sheriff had trusted his instincts about the young couple thus far. He didn't initially think that something negative had occurred. He did believe that they had most likely traveled somewhere voluntarily. Ultimately, Jessica's cell phone carrier provided the records to the sheriff's deputies. Attempting to track the phone and determine which tower it was closest to was a great way to locate them. They discovered that a tower in the campground area was the source of the signal. That was the implication. Jessica was somewhere close to where she and Jacob had gone fishing, and her phone was still on. The sheriff was not prepared for it at all. If Jessica and Jacob are still alive, why aren't they returning their calls if the couple had just fled? The news that Jessica and Jacob were missing spread swiftly throughout Norris City, raising concerns among the locals as investigators started to worry that the two were stranded somewhere, gravely hurt, or worse. When the sheriff's office discovered that Jessica's cell phone was still in the area where the couple had gone night fishing, they became concerned that something horrible had happened. At dawn the following day, officers from the White County Sheriff's Office returned to the fishing site with a platoon of volunteers and neighboring law enforcement agencies. The search party set out to look for any sign of Jacob and Jessica, and their families also joined in the search, but after 3 hours of searching, they found nothing. Jessica, Jacob, and the pickup truck were nowhere to be seen. The pickup had to be there, though, even if something were to happen to Jacob and Jessica. However, what if they abandoned the phones and fled? They would eventually leave an electronic trail if they did flee together. While the bank statements showed nothing noteworthy, the police checked their bank cards to see if there had been any payments. However, one clue was found in Jessica's phone records. Investigators were able to identify the number's owner after Jessica reportedly had another phone conversation shortly after the midnight call from her mother, which occurred at around 12:30 a.m. on Sunday night. Jessica was conversing with Ron Woodison, a young man. The police knew that name because Ron had previously run afoul of the law. This in and of itself raised suspicions that he might have been involved, so they decided to speak with Ron and find out the specifics of that conversation. When he met with the sheriff's deputies, they asked him to describe the last time he had spoken to Jessica. Eventually, he acknowledged that he had called her in the middle of the night. He mentioned that he had attended the party and that some other people had also been present. Ron stated that he had attempted to invite Jessica to the party by calling her. Ron was just informed by Jessica that she was occupied with fishing. He had been told not to call Jessica by Jacob when he reached for the phone, and Ron claims that they had a rather heated exchange. Jacob was mostly to blame. The fact that Ron had called his girlfriend really annoyed him. Jacob was quite irritated by his call. The other partygoers' names were noted by the sheriff's deputies, who also verified Ron's alibi and essentially attested to the fact that he remained there following that phone call. As the weary search team members were ready to head home at the end of the day without discovering anything, one of Jacob's friends, using his ATV, discovered a pickup truck in the woods. Jacob and Jessica were fishing 2 miles away from the pickup, which was parked in the woods behind an old deserted farmhouse. Jacob had the pickup. It was obvious that a horrible event had occurred. A woman's body was in the back of the truck. Her head had been shot twice. Her condition was another reason to be concerned. She had some clothes on. Investigators were immediately convinced that there had been more than a murder when they discovered some of her clothing on the ground near the car. In a community like this one, it wasn't necessary for the victim to have identification because some of the investigators had known Jessica for their entire lives, and they had just discovered her. Almost 36 hours after Jessica failed to show up to watch her nephew, everything changed in that instant. She was shot and found dead in Jacob's abandoned pickup truck by the sheriff's office. Given that she was nearly completely naked, it was clear that she had intercourse with a man prior to her passing and opposed it. Authorities hoped the coroner would be able to apprehend the offenders if that was the case. While police searched the area surrounding the pickup truck for evidence, they were fortunate to find DNA. It is clear that Jessica's 2 head wounds were consistent with the .222 caliber shell casings. It was clear that Jessica had been shot where the pickup truck was parked because the 2 shell casings were discovered on the right side of the vehicle, next to a sizable blood stain. Investigators started looking into Jacob's pickup. The oddest thing was that Jacob wasn't there, even though it was packed with personal belongings and fishing equipment. When the police searched, they found a clue. They discovered blood inside the pickup truck's driver's side cab. Samples of blood were sent for DNA analysis. They had to find Jacob, and they had to determine who owned it. The police couldn't help but wonder if Jacob was the person who had shot Jessica, or if he was just another victim. In an attempt to locate Jacob, police kept searching the area. They had to think of him more as a suspect at the time. Doubts weren't limited to the investigators. There were some members of the community who thought Jacob was involved in Jessica's situation. Many conjectured that Jacob had been trained to kill after years of service in the army. Maybe it was Ron's late-night phone call that triggered Jacob. When Jacob believed he was going to lose Jessica, investigators started to wonder what kind of mood he might have been in. The police secured a search warrant for Jacob's brother's home the day after Jessica's body was found. They made a significant discovery, but they were unable to locate Jacob who they assumed was hiding in the house. One of the firearms was absent from his collection, which investigators discovered. The brother of Jeremy Jacob clarified that there was no reason to be alarmed. All his brother was doing was getting ready for a fishing trip. It was nothing out of the ordinary. When investigators learned that the missing firearm was a .22 caliber, which matched the shell casings discovered at the crime scene, they became concerned. Jacob's family, however, thought he had nothing to do with the crime. They had no doubt that if Jessica had been in danger, Jacob would have given his life to save her. The hunt for Jacob Wheeler became a massive operation as the week went on. Search teams were assembled by police officers from multiple counties, and every effort was made to locate him. The search was conducted using canine services, and an aircraft was launched for surveillance. A $2,000 reward was offered by the White County Crime Suppression Unit for information that would result in Jacob's apprehension and arrest. There was some interest in the cash reward, and tips started coming in to the sheriff's office. Out of all the tips, one particularly noteworthy one claimed that Jacob had been spotted at a gas station. According to a worker at the gas station 12 miles from the scene of Jessica's death, he thought Jacob had purchased a pack of cigarettes. He was wearing a camouflage hooded sweatshirt on Sunday night, approximately one day after he and Jessica vanished. The gas station employee recalled that when the man took money out of his wallet, he also found an ID card inside, which he thought was in Jacob Wheeler's name. Because of this, Jacob was clearly the most likely suspect in Jessica's incident, and the likelihood that he was evading capture increased over time. The gas station where Jacob was allegedly spotted was visited by investigators. They noticed a suspicious man in the surveillance footage. He avoided looking at the camera and wore a hooded sweatshirt that covered his face. Although it was suspicious and the night was too hot for a warm jacket, it was difficult to confirm that it was Jacob. The man hurried off to buy cigarettes. The man's face was not visible in the gas station's surveillance footage, but a second camera outside captured him boarding a female driver's vehicle. One of the sheriff's deputies recognized the woman, and they drove right to her home. While speaking with investigators, they noticed that the vehicle seen on the gas station's CCTV footage was parked close to the residence. Although the woman acknowledged that she had driven the man to the gas station, she denied that it was Jacob Wheeler. It was her boyfriend, she claimed. They were extremely disappointed when they first saw her boyfriend. It was someone who resembled Jacob Wheeler, but it wasn't him. In the video, the unidentified man is a dead end. Jacob was still the center of the police's attention. The detectives suspected that his brother Jeremy was hiding him and were certain he was still alive. His brother and father were certain that Jacob couldn't have killed Jessica, so they searched his house at night in an attempt to catch him off guard. But even after a second search, they couldn't find any evidence that he was home. Wheeler wanted his son's name cleared. It was difficult because he was certain that he was searching for Jacob's body rather than his own. Harold, Jacob's father, called Sheriff Meyer 6 days after the disappearance to inform him that he had found something that everyone else had missed. Just a quarter mile from Jacob and Jessica's campsite, he claimed to have spotted what appeared to be auto parts in a wooded area. When investigators looked into this information, they did discover some auto parts. These were components that were fastened to the pickup's fenders. It was definitely not Jacob Wheeler's pickup truck, but there was damage to the trees in the area where they found these parts, indicating that someone had driven the pickup into the woods and between the trees, damaging the vehicle. The investigators had no other leads and were unsure if the find was related to the crime, but it was unquestionably of interest. There was a serial number on one of the parts. The police were able to identify the exact type of pickup truck by looking it up online. Once more, locating this truck in a small city cannot be difficult. A man who drives a car like this was known to one of the sheriff's deputies. It was White County native Danny Costin, a 36-year-old electrician. Could he have been a part of such a violent crime, though? Danny was never one to cause trouble. His criminal history was clean. He lived in White County and was easily located. Investigators made the decision to speak with Danny at his place of employment. In the parking lot was his pickup truck. The parts discovered in the woods matched the truck's extensive damage. Sheriff Meyer questioned Danny while the investigator examined the pickup truck. He inquired about his pickup truck's damage. Danny clarified that he had attempted to fish on the small Wabash River but struggled to get the boat started due to his extreme drunkenness. He remembered the date, but not much else about the evening. It was around 1 in the morning on the night that Jacob and Jessica went fishing. and he reported that during his entire stay in that section of the river, he never saw anyone else. In the meantime, researchers made a significant finding. In the rear of Danny's pickup truck, they discovered a significant amount of blood. When they told him about it, he appeared taken aback. The sheriff advised Danny that this would be a good time to tell him anything he wanted to. Analysis revealed that the blood in the back of Danny's pickup truck was human blood, despite Danny's claim that he witnessed Jacob shoot Jessica twice while he was in the woods that evening. Danny was taken to the police station and subjected to additional interrogation by investigators. He claimed to be intoxicated. He saw Jacob and Jessica when he descended to the small Wabash River. He was alone with Jessica because Jacob had gone into the woods. According to Danny, Jessica allegedly began approaching him on her own. He claimed that he and Jessica drove off in his truck and parked behind an old deserted farmhouse 2 miles away. They allegedly made intimate consenting contact. Then, as Danny said, Jacob discovered them in the dark. After he and Jessica got into a fight, Jacob shot Jessica. Danny claims that he was afraid when he saw Jacob approaching and managed to grab him, which led to a struggle between them. The gun went off somehow, wounding Jacob. According to Danny, the shot was unintentional. Panic set in. He loaded Jacob into his pickup truck. He concealed the body where no one could find it because he was worried that no one would believe him when he claimed it was self-defense. Danny gave a detailed account of where he had left Jacob's body. Danny's story was disbelieved by the police. Jessica didn't seem likely to do that. Although Danny's account of Jessica accompanying him and Jacob unexpectedly appearing didn't make much sense, they now knew that Danny had shot Jacob, proving that Jacob's family was correct all along. Danny Costin was taken to jail after being arrested. The investigators then proceeded to the location where Danny claimed to have left Jacob's body. They had to venture a bit farther into the woods because it was a dirt road. They searched for 6 days before locating Jacob, who had been shot in the head. The evidence they discovered did not support Danny Costin's account of what transpired that evening. The driver's seat and the door of Jacob's pickup were covered in blood, and it was Jacob's blood. Danny's story simply didn't fit it. He claimed that after Jacob killed Jessica, they got into a fight in the woods, and Jacob was accidentally shot and killed. According to what Danny had previously said, he loaded the body into the back of his own pickup truck and drove it to a faraway place. So where did Jacob's pickup truck's interior contain blood? After being reinterrogated, Danny Costin agreed to tell the truth after being made aware of discrepancies in his testimony. He claims that the woods were too dense when he attempted to drive his truck to the water that evening in order to launch the boat. He was also inebriated. He attempted to enlist the aid of Jacob and Jessica. When Jacob realized he was intoxicated, he advised against it. Then Danny requested assistance from the couple to get home. Jacob concurred. Danny climbed into the back of Jacob's pickup truck after he and Jessica got inside. For some reason, he chose to use his .22 caliber pistol. He got out of the truck's back and left. Through the downed window, the driver shot Jacob in the head. Everything took place in front of Jessica. She began to scream out of terror. Then he pulled Jacob out of the truck, Danny said. He swore under interrogation that he had no idea why he killed Jacob or what he was doing. Danny was then informed by Jessica that she would stop at nothing to prevent him from killing her. Danny Costin was questioned by the sheriff about whether Jessica had promised to have sex with him in return for his allowing her to live. Costin answered, "She promised to follow my instructions." He went to a remote location. He basically took Jessica's attempt to protect herself as an invitation to have a personal relationship with him. He did it in Jacob's pickup truck's back. Then he pulled out a gun and shot Jessica, even though she begged for her life. "I don't know why I did it," Costin said. He threw both his and Jacob's guns out the window after loading Jessica's body into the back of Jacob's pickup truck and driving his own vehicle to Wayne County to conceal Jacob's body. Neither gun was ever found by the police. Danny Costin entered a not guilty plea when he appeared in court on September 4, 2012. An appeals court dismissed his attempt to retract his testimony, arguing that he was not informed of his rights prior to being questioned. Police had ample evidence to support Danny Costin's confession, and video recordings of the interrogation verified that Danny was informed of his rights. His DNA was found on Jessica's body, and his truck contained Jacob's blood. In January 2014, a jury convicted Danny Costin's girlfriend, Candace Brown, age 31, of lying to the police during the preliminary investigation. She gave Costin a fictitious alibi. On August 20, 2013, Danny Costin was found guilty, and Brown was sentenced to 60 days in jail, 30 months probation, 100 hours of community service, and a payment of various court costs and fines. He received a 53-year prison sentence. Judge Tom Foster felt that Costin should have received a more severe sentence, but he acknowledged that he was constrained by the state and defense's agreement. According to the court, "You killed these two individuals. There is no pardon or justification for that, not in this world or any other." According to the judge, Costin consented to forgo a jury trial in return for fewer charges and a lighter sentence in the event of a conviction. Harold Wheeler, Jacob's father, stated that he never thought his son, who was named by law enforcement as a person of interest in Jessica Evans' death, was capable of committing such a crime. Foster claimed that the court only accepted the agreement because the victims' families had agreed to it following the hearing. "I was certain that he would never act in this manner. On Sunday, I began searching for him and I never gave up." He claimed that Costin was an acquaintance who lived approximately a quarter-mile away from the Wheeler home and that it was surprising that he was arrested for the killings. "I've had a beer with him while we were sitting at his campsite." Harold Wheeler, clearly in pain, remarked of Costin, "He's been in my house." And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. When 17-year-old Laurel Jean Mitchell left work one warm summer evening in 1975 in the quiet town of North Webster, Indiana, she disappeared without a trace. Her dead body was discovered floating in a nearby river the following day. Who could have done something so heinous? Her murder went unsolved for almost 50 years, leaving the community haunted and her family devastated. However, a discovery in 2023 finally clarified the sinister mystery surrounding Laurel's premature passing. Who was to blame for what happened to Laurel that fateful night? You might be surprised by the answers. Now, let's explore the narrative. Do you know those places where people know your name and things are a little more laid back? That's North Webster, Indiana, to put it briefly. This small town in Kosciuszko County, which is encircled by serene lakes and beautiful scenery, is a place where neighbors become family. As families enjoy the outdoors and friends pause to talk, life moves at a leisurely pace. North Webster's allure goes beyond its lake view, with Friday night lights bringing the community together. The town proudly supports its Whipco Wildcat sports teams. North Webster's love of basketball is unrivaled, even though Indiana is well known for its basketball heritage. Who knows, this hoops-loving town may produce the next Gordon Hayward or Larry Bird. But there's more to this story than meets the eye. This close-knit community has experienced its fair share of tragedy and heartache. The community's resilience has been put to the test, and severe wounds have been caused by crimes. The murder of Laurel Jean Mitchell is one heartbreaking instance. Her life was cruelly ended, leaving her neighbors, friends, and family in shock. Laurel Mitchell was born on May 24, 1958, into a loving family as the second child of Richard and Wilma Mitchell. Her younger sister, Sarah, was only 5 years behind her older brother, Bruce, who was in California serving in the Army. Every part of their home was filled with laughter and family time, as Laurel grew up surrounded by the warmth of a loving family. Through family customs and adventures, Laurel and her siblings created lifelong memories while laughing and crying. The ability to truly connect with people was Laurel's unique gift. She became well-liked in the community because of her easy charm and kind disposition. Laurel's passions were dance and music. She was a committed dance student who honed her skills at a nearby studio. She also had a lovely voice and sang in the choir at her church. For Laurel, dancing and music were more than just pastimes. They were a way for her to express herself, find joy, and celebrate life. Her future appeared to be extremely bright. As she neared her senior year at Wawasee High School, her dreams seemed to go on forever, full of possibilities and adventure. She accepted a job at the Cokesbury Inn, a quaint eatery on the shores of Webster Lake, to add even more excitement to her summer. For a teenager, it was the ideal job, and Laurel enjoyed her job. She became very friendly with her co-workers and made customers happy with her upbeat demeanor. For the Mitchell family, that August day started out just like any other. Laurel, her younger sister Sarah, and a guest got up early and got to work on their morning tasks. The kitchen reverberated with the familiar sounds of laughter and breakfast preparation. Unaware that the day would soon turn into an unthinkable tragedy, Richard and Wilma hurried to finish their tasks and got ready to leave for work. With a cheerful smile and a positive attitude, Laurel left for her shift at the Cokesbury Inn by mid-afternoon. She enjoyed interacting with her coworkers and serving customers at her job, which she loved. She added warmth to the bustling restaurant as she moved about, laughing and joking with the regulars. Unaware of the horror that would soon be revealed, Laurel settled into the steady pace of the evening shift. Adventureland, a nearby amusement park only 0.5 miles from her place of employment, was where Laurel intended to meet up with friends following her shift. With her sights set on the exciting evening, she graciously declined a coworker's offer to drive her home after the restaurant closed. Laurel left the office at 10:15 p.m., bid farewell to her coworkers, and ventured out into the balmy summer evening. The sounds of summer filled the streets. Unaware that it would be her final moment, Laurel ventured into the darkness. Nobody saw her again after that. Laurel's parents thought she was out having fun with friends when they got home. They thought she was at the amusement park as scheduled and had no reason to be concerned. Her friends, meanwhile, believed she had left work to go home. For a responsible girl like Laurel, it was a fair assumption. Unbeknownst to everyone, though, the group had decided against going to the amusement park and instead would be attending the county fair in Warsaw. They would think about this misunderstanding a lot in the days ahead. Fear took hold as the night grew darker. Her heart raced when she realized Laurel hadn't arrived home when one of her friends came back to the Mitchell residence at around midnight. Being a responsible person, Laurel would never stay out past curfew without informing her family. Panic set in and their hearts started to race. The Mitchells made the decision to wait a little while longer in the hopes that Laurel would arrive at any moment, despite their mounting anxiety. They engaged in tense conversation in an attempt to block out the depressing thought that something was seriously amiss. But as the minutes passed, and the minutes became hours, their fear became a pervasive dread. Uncertainty weighed down the once friendly and cozy house, and shadows appeared to grow in the recesses of their thoughts. They ultimately made the decision to report Laurel missing to the police at around 4 in the morning. In the close-knit community, word of Laurel's disappearance quickly spread, causing anxiety to permeate every home. In order to find Laurel, neighbors, friends, and even complete strangers banded together and combed through streets, roadsides, and woods. As they brought ropes, flashlights, and a strong will to find any sign of Laurel, their voices filled the still night. Officers were sent to conduct a canvass of the area after the police took the report seriously. But as the hours passed, Laurel was nowhere to be seen. A growing sense of dread took the place of hope. When Sarah awoke at home, she saw her parents upset, their faces marked with anxiety. Unspoken fear pervaded the air, and the morning routine had been upended. Sarah felt that something was seriously amiss, even though she was meant to be at a softball practice that morning. In an attempt to protect her from the growing panic that had swept the house, her parents encouraged her to leave anyhow. With a forced smile that did little to conceal her own nervousness, her mother said, "Just try to focus on your game." Sarah departed for practice with a heavy heart, but she couldn't get rid of the thought that her sister wouldn't be returning home. As she made her way to the field along the same route, the unsettling thought persisted. About 15 miles from Laurel's place of employment, Glenn Dixon and his son Hager started fishing on the Elkhart River. Instead of a calm morning as they had hoped, they discovered something terrible. A fully clothed body was spotted floating in the river. They were stopped in their tracks by the sight, and they quickly realized that they were not witnessing an accident. It was obvious that this was no accident because the body had been in the water for a while. They phoned the police right away. Glenn and Hager made a desperate call, and officers swiftly arrived. Officers quickly filled the once serene riverbank, their radios blaring with urgent calls. Knowing they were going to break the heartbreaking news to a family, they retrieved the body with a combination of professionalism and solemn respect. There was a noticeable tension in the air as they attempted to identify the victim. Laurel Mitchell was the one. The news was like receiving a kick to the stomach. Her life ended suddenly, and the intelligent, vivacious girl who loved dancing and music was gone. The news was devastating to the Mitchell family. Richard sobbed when the officers came to deliver the heartbreaking news because he couldn't believe his beloved daughter was no longer with him. Wilma was distraught, her sorrow so deep that it seemed to consume her whole being. Known for their close ties and mutual laughter, the family felt disoriented and broken all of a sudden. Sarah felt a wave of dread when she saw the police cars parked outside their house after practice. She had a gut feeling that something was seriously amiss. Her heart was pounding as she entered, each beat echoing the fear that was building inside of her. The truth of their loss started to set in, and their world had been irrevocably destroyed. When the autopsy report was delivered a few days after Laurel's body was discovered, it brought a terrifying sense of closure. Although Laurel had drowned, the report also mentioned that she had fought back against her assailant, as evidenced by the bruises on her hands and shoulders. The confirmation of sexual assault was the most shocking discovery. Questions about how this could occur in their small town caused conversations to become heated and urgent. Who would do such a horrible thing to Laurel, who was so innocent and kind? The community's hearts were troubled for years by the case's unresolved status. The community was left feeling frustrated and hopeless as the investigation stalled despite the police's best efforts. People wanted justice for Laurel and answers. However, everything changed almost 48 years later in 2023. The community was rocked by the arrest of two elderly men who had lived in the same neighborhood and were teenagers at the time of the incident. With a mixture of grief and relief, this moment rekindled hope and was a pivotal moment in the healing process. How did this occur? It's difficult to think that after all these years, a breakthrough would eventually occur. Usually used to calm and serene days, the little town of North Webster was thrown into a state of chaos. Frank Overmeyer, one witness, remembered hearing a car's trunk slam close to when Laurel vanished. He believed the vehicle to be an Oldsmobile at the time. He didn't think it would be important later, and it didn't seem like a crucial piece of information. Investigators diligently gathered all of Laurel's possessions, including her favorite sweatshirt, shoes, a silver necklace, one earring, and clothing. The fact that her blue jeans were discovered unbuttoned and unzipped among these items added to the mystery surrounding her passing. But nobody knew what could be done with the evidence, and the technology at the time was very limited. No one in the town would soon forget the solemn occasion that was Laurel's funeral. Friends, neighbors, and classmates filled the large church, all grieving the untimely death of a young girl. With their hands clasped together, Sarah sat between her father and her older brother, Bruce. She only remembered the excruciating pain that overcame her. She had few memories of the service itself. She was struck with the realization that her confidant, her sister, was no longer there. There was no longer any sense in the world. The case was abandoned. Weeks became months, and months became years, but no answers were found despite the community's efforts and detectives' diligent work. It seemed as though Laurel's murderer had disappeared, leaving an enduring mystery in their wake. Laurel's loving parents, Richard and Wilma Mitchell, never gave up on pursuing justice. In the hopes that someone would eventually come forward with the truth, they kept the case in the public eye. Unfortunately, their health started to deteriorate, and they both died in 2012, 4 months apart. Unfortunately, they never found out who killed their daughter. The case sat on a shelf for years, gathering dust and losing its significance. But in 2007, Captain Kevin Smith of the Indiana State Police was put in charge of the inquiry. He was committed to giving Laurel's family justice. He jumped right into the cold case, carefully going over all the interviews and supporting documentation. He did not, however, discover any new leads, just like his predecessors. Only in 2013 did a woman named Renee Sexton come forward, giving the case the much-needed bombshell it needed. She described a frightening encounter she had in 1975 with a man named John Lehman. Lehman had admitted to helping his friend Fred Bandy commit a murder. Even though he didn't give any information at the time, Renee's disclosure gave the investigation new life. The community started to dare to hope that justice might finally be within reach after this new lead gave new life to a case that had previously seemed hopeless. A year later, a man by the name of Bill McDonald provided yet another important tip. He remembered that in 1975, at a party, Fred Bandy had admitted to a crime close to the river where Laurel's body was eventually found. Fred Bandy seemed more suspicious the more detectives looked into his past. They were unaware of Bandy's problematic criminal history. Red flags were raised when he was found guilty of abusing a minor in 2001. This information was sufficient to enable investigators to delve further into his background and relationships, even though it was not proof of his involvement in Laurel's case. According to a report on July 3, 2014, Bandy claimed to have committed the crime at Mallard's Roost, a public access location next to the location where Laurel's body was discovered. The Noble County Sheriff's Department was notified on September 25, 2019, that Bandy claimed he and Lehman had killed Laurel together at a high school party years prior. In 2019, Captain Smith made the decision to take a new look at the evidence in Laurel's case. He sent Laurel's clothes for DNA testing since, by that time, forensic technology had advanced. Smith believed that the answers they had been looking for decades might finally be found thanks to scientific advancements. Forensic scientists examined the clothing in great detail for weeks. Their perseverance eventually paid off, as a male DNA profile was found on the fabric. Detectives were able to rule out a number of possible suspects thanks to this discovery, which revitalized the investigation. Two men were the main focus of the detectives' attention: John Lehman and Fred Bandy. The investigation was now more precisely directed by the detectives, but they still required more hard proof. They went to Fred Bandy's home on December 5, 2022, in order to get a DNA sample. Unexpectedly helpful, Bandy, who is now 67 years old, gave the sample without hesitation. He obviously didn't realize how serious the situation was. On January 13, 2023, the results were given to the authorities. According to a certificate of analysis, Bandy had a 13 billion-fold higher probability than any other unidentified individual of contributing to the DNA discovered on Laurel's clothing. Before proceeding with Fred's arrest, the detectives knew that questioning John Lehman was an essential first step. They were aware of the urgency, but they also knew that more information was needed because Fred was strongly implicated in the crime by DNA evidence. It was imperative that both men face consequences for their heinous deed. Detectives learned that Fred had owned an Oldsmobile in 1975. As the investigation went on, Frank Overmeyer, a witness who claimed to have heard someone violently close a car trunk the night Laurel vanished, made an intriguing connection between this detail and his testimony. Fred Bandy and John Lehman were taken into custody and accused of first-degree murder on February 6, 2023-3. The news brought both relief and sadness to Laurel's family. The fact that justice was at last within their grasp gave Sarah and Bruce a sense of closure, but they were deeply troubled by their parents' absence at this time. Sarah felt a range of emotions when Captain Smith called her to tell her the news. Despite both men's not guilty pleas in court, the evidence against them was indisputable. The detectives' meticulous investigation, witness accounts, and DNA matches painted a somber picture of what most likely transpired on that fateful night in August 1975. Investigators thought that Laurel had been kidnapped, beaten, and then driven to the river where she was drowned by Fred and John. The courtroom was rocked by the disturbing details of the crime. Laurel's family prepared for the lengthy journey ahead, while Fred and John awaited their trial. Although justice was on the way, Laurel would not return. Sarah would always feel the anguish of losing her sister. Now that justice was at hand, the reality of it all felt almost unreal after decades of waiting for answers. The first hearing between Bandy and Lehman was originally set for Wednesday, February 8, 2023, in the Noble Circuit Court. Fred Bandy Jr., now 68, was charged with first-degree murder and was set to go on trial by jury for 5 days. Bandy's last pretrial conference was also set for July 29, 2024, at 3 p.m. However, no outcomes have been made public as of yet. On February 5, 2024, he attended another pretrial conference in Noble County, where trial dates were scheduled for October 7 to 11, 2024. John W. Lehman, his 68-year-old co-defendant, is involved in his own legal proceedings. At 1 p.m. on February 26, 2024, he had a pretrial conference. A hearing for a change of plea was also scheduled for June 18. at 11:30 a.m. in the Circuit Court of Noble. It was anticipated that Lehman would enter a guilty plea to the charges against him at this hearing, renouncing his not guilty plea. Lehman recently agreed to a plea agreement on August 15, 2024, which could drastically lower his sentence. The deal would sentence him to 8 years in a state prison in Indiana and drop the first-degree murder charge in favor of conspiracy to commit murder. However, this agreement is contingent upon a judge's approval, which will be decided at a hearing on October 11th. This development could provide closure to the impacted families and represents a significant turning point in the case. The hearing's outcome, which will decide whether Lehman's plea agreement is accepted or if the initial charges remain, will be closely monitored. The trial for Bandy is still set for October. There is an unfillable void left by the tragically short life of Laurel Mitchell. But because of Captain Smith and his team's unwavering commitment, her killers will not escape punishment. For a community that has been waiting far too long, their unwavering efforts have ensured that justice is served. The impact of Laurel goes well beyond her sad destiny. She will live on as a testament to tenacity, optimism, and an inspirational spirit. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Lori Eisenberg called the Idaho authorities in February 2018 with a distressing message. She said she was sailing on Lake Coeur d'Alene with her husband, Larry Eisenberg, when he suddenly fell into the water. But after the body was recovered, a medical examination revealed a different picture, which made authorities believe that a more intricate and nuanced story was involved. Born in 1950, Larry Eisenberg earned a degree in forestry from the College of Idaho. He worked in forest cultivation, maintenance, and harvesting. He started working in the woodworking industry after completing his college education. He spent his entire life striving for success because he enjoyed working hard. In 1974, Larry married his first wife, with whom he had 2 children. But after the kids grew up, the couple got divorced. He soon met Lori Barnes, who was born in 1953. Lori's life used to be extremely impoverished. On occasion, her family even had to stay the night on farms that were deserted. She got married in 1973 at the age of 19, and the couple divorced in 1996, but they had 6 daughters together. She moved out after the divorce and became a single mother to her daughters. Many were drawn to Lori because of her amazing laugh and smile, and she was very good with people. Larry has consistently stated that he loves his wife more than anything else since they were married in 2004. Their neighbors and friends said their 17-year marriage was perfect. In northern Idaho, they led a contented life. Lori was the executive director of the North Idaho Housing Coalition at the time, which remodeled homes for impoverished families to buy or rent. Larry was retired but still involved in a number of community activities, and she was a well-respected member of the community. Lori and Larry decided to take their boat to Lake Coeur d'Alene on February 13, 2018, so they could watch the sunrise from Sunup Bay, a beautiful location. Given that Lake Coeur d'Alene is generally regarded as having serene waters, what happened that day was nearly unthinkable. But soon after they set sail, Lori looked very upset and used Larry's phone to dial 911. She reported her husband's drowning to the authorities. Lori described her desperate search for Larry in the water and her need for immediate help. At 11 a.m., officers reached the closest shoreline and sent a rescue boat to retrieve Lori so that she could receive medical care. Sheriff deputies asked the woman for any information regarding Larry's last known location when they arrived at the scene. Lori claimed she couldn't find her cell phone and didn't call emergency services until 2 hours after Larry went overboard. Additionally, Lori stated that she had to manually start the engine again because the ignition key had broken shortly before the incident. She then disclosed that after searching the neighborhood for Larry, she chose not to drive the boat back to shore out of concern that she would lose the trail. She eventually located Larry's cell phone and dialed 911. after taking out a blanket to stay warm. But after she finished speaking, the cell phone fell out of her grasp and into the lake. The officer observed that the woman's emotion appeared to be very real during this exchange. They all believed it to be an accident. Lori was assisted by medical staff in waiting for an ambulance so she could be monitored further. Officers towed the Eisenbergs' boat to a speedboat nearby so they could inspect it. Detectives noticed blood spatter in multiple locations as soon as they got on the boat, most likely from Lori's nosebleed. Officers discovered a switch and cord on the floor, despite Lori's assertion that the ignition key broke prior to Larry falling into the water. Because the switch and cord would have needed to be connected to the ignition switch in order for the engine to start later, investigators thought this was strange. Furthermore, the ignition key was obviously bent, indicating that there may have been a struggle of some kind. Along with Lori's purse, which included an empty juice bottle, officers also discovered a number of additional keys. These things were all taken as proof. Lori's cell phone was discovered by a deputy sheriff during an examination of the vehicle the Eisenbergs used to tow the boat. Additionally, a vial of allergy medication containing the active ingredient dimenhydrinate and an unidentified liquid spilled in the cup holder. Despite being an over-the-counter antihistamine medication that is frequently used to treat fevers and allergies, it still makes you feel extremely sleepy. Unfortunately, a thorough search was necessary because Lori did not provide precise information regarding their most recent location. As a result, it was determined to use a group of divers equipped with sonar. In an attempt to find Larry, search and rescue helicopters were also involved in the search, but to no avail. Detectives were still unable to locate Larry, so 5 days later, on February 18, they called Lori Eisenberg and asked her to go on the lake with the sonar diving team. Despite her agreement, Lori was unable to name any particular landmarks and offered the searchers little help. The investigator thought this behavior was strange. Lori laughed and joked during the search, and occasionally broke down in tears for no apparent reason. However, this was not stressed because everyone grieves in a different way. However, Lori's suspicious behavior at her husband's house, which was 20 minutes southwest of town, prompted 2 calls to the county sheriff later that day. Police became interested after the callers, who were the Eisenbergs' neighbors, claimed that Lori's family members were assisting her in moving her belongings out of the house. On February 21, 2018, a startling discovery was made that completely changed the course of the case. Due to Lori Eisenberg's potential fraudulent activities, the North Idaho Housing Coalition, where she had worked for years, notified police officers that it would no longer be working with her. It turns out that the coalition's accountant found errors in the report, and that $500,000 was missing from their budget total. That was the amount that only Lori had. Those who knew Lori Eisenberg were shocked by this news because, according to law enforcement, she was a law-abiding citizen with no prior criminal history. Larry's son made the decision to speak with the investigator at this point. He told him about Lori's peculiar actions and the potential role she played in his father's passing. However, the detective was certain that the woman had nothing to do with Larry's death and saw it as merely his personal grievance. However, in response to Lori's fraud charge, a search warrant was issued for the Eisenbergs' residence the following day. Several pieces of evidence were found during the search, including red stains on the floor outside the house, paper towels that appeared to have dried blood on them, black latex gloves, and a Ziploc bag that contained an unidentified white powder. Lori was immediately briefed on the evidence by the investigating detective. She countered that she was unaware of the brown stains in the backyard, and that the blood they discovered on the gloves and towels was her own. The red marks on the concrete were later identified by forensic analysis as paint drips that had stained the boards. Lori was arrested on 40 counts of forgery on February 27th. Since the coalition was partially financed by taxpayers, the nearly $500,000 she was accused of stealing would escalate into a far more serious offense. On the following day, one of Lori's daughters posted her $75,000 bail. About 3 miles from the location where Lori claimed Larry fell overboard, Larry's body was discovered floating face down, close to the shore on March 1, 16 days after the tragic event. An autopsy the following day verified that the body belonged to Larry Eisenberg. That's not all, though. Toxicology tests conducted by the coroner's office showed that Larry's blood contained deadly amounts of the antihistamine dimenhydrinate. Experts concur that despite the extremely low frequency of overdoses, The drug is fast-acting and can be lethal if taken in excess in a short amount of time. Although the autopsy results were not made public by the authorities, Lori had previously claimed that her husband took several pills daily and frequently neglected to take the recommended dosage. Larry also had flu-like symptoms, according to Lori. Larry only ever mentioned being sick once in a message to his friend, but was Larry the one who sent that message? The expert analyst concluded that the last time the cell phone signal was present close to Lori's son's house was when Larry vanished into the lake, despite the fact that Larry's phone had drowned. Given that Lori said the phone fell into the lake on February 13, this was strange. Detectives concluded that Larry's death was most definitely not an accident. As a result of all of this, Lori did not show up in court for her fraudulent fraud case in late May. A warrant for her arrest was consequently issued, but she never showed up. Investigators kept questioning the Eisberg family's close associates, and soon the idyllic relationship started to show signs of weakness. Despite their apparent happiness, Larry had been very dissatisfied with Lori's recent spending patterns and the fact that she frequently provided financial support for her kids. Investigators also discovered that Larry was one of 3 men Lori had cheated on her first husband with. Furthermore, it was found that Lori herself had handwritten modifications to Larry's will a month prior to his death. According to the will, Larry's children would receive 80% of the estate, while his own would only receive 20%. Authorities chose to make the autopsy results public and declare the case a premeditated murder since Lori was still at large. It was discovered that he overdosed on the antihistamine Benadryl and died from diphenhydramine toxicity. Diphenhydramine, an antihistamine used to treat allergies, is marketed under the name Benadryl. It is also used as a sleep aid because it makes you drowsy. Even at standard dosage levels of 1,0,100 nanograms per milliliter, diphenhydramine induces drowsiness. Larry's body contained a deadly 7,100 nanograms of diphenhydramine at the time of his death. Larry's doctor was questioned by police to see if they saw any indications of a stroke or other medical irregularities, but the doctors said Larry was in perfect health. Investigators concluded that Lori texted Larry's daughter that morning before poisoning her husband, based on all the evidence they had collected. Subsequently, she added the pills to the man's juice. Larry became ill and went overboard near the coast. They also conjectured that before dialing 911, Lori purposefully steered the boat further away from the location. The entire Eisenberg family was uninsured. What was the motive? That was the only question left. It was probably coming to pass that Lori would inherit their shared house in the event of Larry's death, which she could then sell to raise the money she needed to pay for the money she had stolen. Additionally, according to friends, Larry had no idea what Lori was doing at the Idaho Housing Coalition. 2 months after going missing, Lori finally made an appearance at the sheriff's office by herself in July. Until the fraud case was tried in court, investigators were eager to discuss her alleged murder of her husband. Eisenberg consented to enter a guilty plea to 3 counts of wire fraud and 1 count of federal program theft in November 2018. She also consented to make restitution of about $580,000. Eisenberg was found guilty of embezzling over $500,000 and given a 5-year prison sentence. In addition, Lori's daughters entered guilty pleas to individual conspiracy charges. Each of them received a $50,000 fine and a house arrest sentence. Even though that case was resolved, another one was still pending. Lori was questioned about Larry's death once more right after the sentencing. Detectives questioned her directly about whether or not she had killed her husband during that interrogation. Lori behaved apprehensively throughout this interrogation. Her foot started tapping, which is a sign of tension and anxiety. After that, she was informed of the autopsy's findings. The detectives persisted in pressing her with additional compromising evidence, even though she denied any involvement in her husband's death. She eventually demanded an attorney and refused to answer any more questions. Lori Eisenberg was charged by a grand jury with first-degree murder by poisoning, a capital offense, 2 years after her husband's body was discovered floating in Lake Coeur d'Alene. The COVID-19 pandemic caused her trial to be repeatedly postponed. In order to maintain her innocence and admit that she would probably be found guilty if the case went to trial, Eisenberg entered an Alford plea to a lesser charge of second-degree homicide, after initially being charged with first-degree homicide by use of poison. She entered a guilty plea to the lesser charge of second-degree murder in February 2021. Larry's daughter, Jessica McPherson, said she thought the plea agreement, which spared Eisenberg from acknowledging guilt, was a betrayal of her father's family. "The manner in which I lost my father," Lori Eisenberg, "has left a hole in my soul that I will never be able to fill. And for 3 years, that hole has just continued to get deeper and deeper at the web of lies, deceit, and manipulation that have continued to expand," Jessica McPherson said. Larry's son, Dean Eisenberg, stated, "It is impossible for me and those who are deeply impacted by the loss of such a great man and wonderful father to find closure." In an unforgettable way, he referred to his father as his best friend. "Even those who hated him loved him in a way," he stated. As her stepson talked about the man she confessed to poisoning, Lori Eisenberg wiped her eyes with a tissue. He spoke of a decent, industrious man who cherished his family, especially his wife. "I can only hope she did what she did to save him the embarrassment of finding out what his soulmate had done behind his back," said Dean Eisenberg. Lori's daughter, Amber Barnes, claimed that her mother controlled the household. "Larry dedicated his life to Lori. He loved her, he trusted her, and she killed him," Barnes stated. The pain felt by everyone who lamented Larry's passing was exacerbated by Lori's plea to Alford. "She deserves to be held accountable for her actions and be seen for who she really is," Amber Barnes stated. She saw Lori Eisenberg as a father figure and a great-grandfather who would give her children bear hugs and stroke their hair while telling them he loved them. "Our family lost 2 people that day on the lake. We lost Larry, the grandpa we loved, and we lost Lori, the mother and grandma that we loved, trusted, and thought that we knew. Lori shattered our lives when she took Larry's life. But it didn't stop there," Amber Barnes stated. Before the judge sentenced Lori Eisenberg, she spoke to the court for over 45 minutes. She claimed that she started stealing from the coalition because she was having financial difficulties with her daughters, one of whom she had expelled from her house when she was 15. She claimed that she felt unable to express to her husband her desire to support her daughters financially. She emphasizes that they lacked health and dental insurance. "I saw my precious little grandchildren suffering because their mothers were not able to have a double-income family and not able to provide what they needed," she said. "So what do they do when the kids get sick and have to go to the doctor?" According to her, "I got to the point where I was torn between adhering to the life and Larry's standards of life and being able to do what I thought I had to do. And so I came up with the most stupid, shameful plan ever, and that was to steal money from my employer." Eisenberg killed her husband, according to the prosecution, to avoid the additional humiliation of losing half of her assets in a divorce. Eisenberg, however, told the court that her husband wasn't supposed to consume the poisoned drink that killed him. Eisenberg claimed that she had considered suicide ever since her embezzlement was uncovered. Her words, "I knew my life was over." She claimed that after drinking the drink she had tainted with Benadryl, she intended to drown in Lake Coeur d'Alene, but her husband discovered it while she was asleep on the boat. "I had 2 options, death or life in prison. I never wanted to get away with anything. I know Larry would still be alive if it weren't for me," she replied. According to the judge, he was convinced that Eisenberg's account of what happened in court was accurate, at least the version she had chosen. "Your truth doesn't hold up in the light of all the evidence," he responded. Eisenberg was given a life sentence with 30 years fixed and credit for time served, according to the judge's ruling. Following the delivery of the sentence, Larry Eisenberg's family silently embraced it. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. After meeting in high school, Lloyd and Michelle got married in 1991, not long after they graduated. After getting married and attending college, they soon began a family. Prior to landing a job as an engineer in a factory, Lloyd Neurotter served as a professor of exact sciences at a college After earning his engineering degree in the mid-1990s, Michele was a professor of English and also held a college degree. Their first daughter was born at about the same time. 2 more daughters were later born to Michele. In the 1990s, as their lives were changing significantly, they moved to a large house in the charming town of Corning, New York. The two seemed happy. In addition to working hard, Lloyd spent a lot of time with his family, particularly his 3 daughters. Michele was cheerful and energetic, keeping occupied with housework and the children. She homeschooled the kids in addition to being a teacher. Many of their friends looked up to them as an example of the perfect family. But Lloyd's actions changed significantly over time. He changed from being a devoted husband and father to a despot who aimed to rule the whole household. He insisted on complete obedience and following the guidelines he established. In order to get his wife and kids to comply with his wishes, Lloyd was willing to use force if needed. Relationships within the family consequently quickly deteriorated. The only daughter with whom Lloyd had a positive relationship was Carrie, the middle daughter. She was different from her sisters in that she was devoted to her father. By taking her to events like the ballet, doing her hair and makeup, and giving her extra attention, Lloyd showed her how much he valued her loyalty. He brutally imposed order and control over the rest of the family, though, and showed them no such kindness. Carrie was compassionate and kind as a child. She was involved in many humanitarian endeavors and especially loved working with the homeless. Up until 2008, when America went through a serious financial crisis, the family was able to get along. Millions of Americans experienced financial and employment difficulties during this period. After losing his job, Lloyd started looking for another one right away, but his efforts proved fruitless. Michele began looking for work as well, but she found it difficult to juggle her search with taking care of their daughters and the house. Lloyd eventually secured a reputable position in New Jersey. The fact that her husband had at last found work pleased Michele. She continued to take care of the kids while finding part-time employment in Corning, her hometown. Michele found it more and more challenging to run the family alone after Lloyd moved to New Jersey on his own. When Lloyd demanded a divorce a few months later, things took an odd turn. The decision was unexpected because there were no urgent grounds for separation. No serious arguments between the couple were known to friends or acquaintances. Michele found herself in a challenging situation after Lloyd's decision caught her and the kids completely off guard. She had been a great wife and mother, but she was in a difficult situation because of her husband's behavior. According to Lloyd, he no longer wanted to get back together with Michele because they had become estranged during their separation. After landing a job teaching English at a college, Michele started raising her kids by herself. The divorce lasted for a number of years. After she and her kids relocated to a new residence in the same city, Michele's life became a little simpler. By that time, her daughters were old enough to help out around the house, giving Michele more time to concentrate on her work. She was establishing herself professionally and earning a good living. She still had to deal with Lloyd, though, who wanted sole custody of their kids. Additionally, the two were embroiled in a savage argument about child support. Lloyd repeatedly tried to defame Michele in court to obtain full custody during the protracted divorce process, which lasted more than 5 years. Michele retaliated in spite of the challenges, defending herself and filing counterclaims against her ex-husband. Their family's ongoing legal troubles started to come up in court and among their friends. Master manipulator Lloyd was. In the years after 2010, the middle child, Carrie, moved in with her father. She loved and missed her father very much, so she thought it was her decision. The judge, however, disagreed with Carrie's decision and supported the other children's decision to remain with their mother throughout the trial. To pick up the youngest daughter for swim practice, a family friend drove to Michele's house on August 28, 2017. He caught a glimpse of Michele through the living room window, but she was standing strangely close to the stairs. He exited the vehicle and walked toward the house, but when he knocked on the door, nobody answered. The dog was barking non-stop, and Michele was standing where she was. He went in and stepped closer, as if the door were open. He was horrified to see that Michele was hanging from the railing rather than standing. Her hand was cold and stiff when he felt for a pulse. He reported that it looked like Michele had killed herself, and promptly dialed 911. Emergency workers confirmed that Michele, 46, could not be saved when they arrived. She was dead already. When police searched the house, they discovered that Michele and her 14-year-old daughter were the only occupants. The oldest daughter, Carrie, had gone off to college and was living with her father. Initially, it appeared that Michele had committed suicide, but as police looked into it more, they found a number of irregularities. It appears that the scene was staged because Michele had facial marks that were incompatible with suicide, and there was no sign of the youngest daughter, who was supposed to be at home. In addition to considering the possibility of kidnapping, police started looking into the possibility of murder. Michele's husband and daughters were contacted by detectives. It turned out that Carrie, who was the first to reply, was accompanied by her younger sister. Since the younger sister had not missed her swim lesson and had no justification for being with her father and sister, the police thought this was suspicious. When asked, Carrie disclosed that she had gone to spend the night with her mother. She said that because Lloyd was attempting to take away her youngest daughter and the court appeared to be siding with him, Michele had been upset and crying all night. Carrie claimed that just before the family friend found Michele's body, she and her sister left their mother's house. She clarified that she was afraid to leave her with Michele, who had been acting strangely and inappropriately all day, so she brought her younger sister along. But this account didn't seem likely. Michele's friends and acquaintances gave the police a different account. 2 days prior to her passing, Michele had gone back to court for a custody hearing concerning her youngest daughter, according to one friend. Despite being involved in a contentious custody dispute, Lloyd did not show up for the final hearing. It was very unusual for him to not even answer or call his cell phone. Lloyd's absence shocked everyone involved in the process. However, Michele felt that the custody dispute had been settled in her favor, and she was truly happy. She was so sure that she would now have full custody of her daughter that she even celebrated with her lawyer. Her mother suspected Lloyd of being involved in Michele's death and promptly reported it to the police. Michele's decision to commit suicide and leave her children in the care of strangers was unthinkable to her. Given the contentious nature of their divorce and Lloyd's lengthy history of trying to deny Michele parental rights, he was made the main suspect. At first, it was hard to get in touch with Lloyd. He helped Carrie settle in before she started college, and she said he was with her when the murder occurred. In addition, Lloyd was lodging at a hotel in Rochester, which is roughly 160 kilometers away from Corning. After that, he made the roughly 4,000-kilometer journey to California for a job interview. Lloyd didn't seem very upset when investigators finally got to him and told him about Michele's passing. He just took a plane to Corning and went directly to the courthouse to stop paying alimony, which seemed very suspicious in the situation. He confirmed Carrie's claims at the police station after the hearing, saying he had been assisting her with her move and was in a different city when Michele died. Lloyd never followed through on his promise to take a polygraph test. Detectives did not have enough evidence to charge Lloyd despite his evasive behavior, but as their suspicions grew, they started looking into his whereabouts. Through the examination of CCTV footage and cell phone records, they found inconsistencies in Lloyd's alibi. He seemed to have occasionally forgotten his cell phone, perhaps to conceal his whereabouts. According to the video, the younger sister was with Lloyd and Carrie when they left the Rochester hotel the night of the murder, and did not return until the following morning. This ran counter to Lloyd's assertions. A closer look showed that Lloyd was in serious financial trouble. He was in dire need of money and owed more than $100,000 on his credit cards. He had purchased a more than $200,000 life insurance policy on Michele, which would pay out to him after she passed away. Investigators' suspicions were raised by this discovery, and they started actively looking for Lloyd as a suspect. Investigating further, investigators discovered that Carrie continued to show up at crucial points in the case. They made the decision to listen in on Lloyd and Carrie's phone conversations, which showed that they were concealing something. Carrie was frequently rudely interrupted by Lloyd, who seemed to sense that they were being watched. He stressed during these calls that they should not discuss certain topics over the phone, and suggested that they speak face-to-face instead. The police believed they were headed in the right direction. The medical examiner's report added credence to the murder theory. Michele had been attacked from behind and strangled, as evidenced by the marks on her chin and the bruises around her eyes. It was almost impossible for her to resist the killer's use of a rope to squeeze her throat. To make the scene appear to be a suicide, it had been sloppily staged. Armed with this evidence, investigators once again focused on Carrie. Detectives confronted her after her college classes, despite her repeated refusals to come to the police station for interrogation. Carrie initially denied any involvement, but after being coerced, she acknowledged that she and Lloyd had spent the morning of the murder at her mother's house. She said that after an argument between her parents, Lloyd and Michelle went upstairs, after which Michelle fell silent. But when the investigators dug deeper, Correa told a far more sinister tale. While making sure her younger sister didn't see the crime, Carrie admitted that Lloyd had killed Michelle. She had actually been involved in the murder. She clarified that Lloyd had been outlining how to set up the scene to appear as though it was a suicide, a week prior to the incident. Although she was unable to provide a clear explanation, Carrie's startling admission made it clear that she had publicly detested her mother. She acknowledged that her feelings had been impacted by her father's continual disparaging remarks about Michelle. Because of Lloyd's manipulation, Carrie had turned against her mother and was prepared to help him commit the crime. Police moved to arrest Lloyd, and Carrie was taken into custody as an accomplice, but there was no sign of him. When police finally caught up with him in Princeton, he threatened to jump from a fifth-story parking garage railing. Officers were able to subdue and arrest Lloyd Neureuther, who was 45 at the time, after 2 hours of negotiating. Carrie and Lloyd were both charged with Michelle's murder. Lloyd was charged with tampering with evidence, conspiracy to commit murder, and first-degree murder. He strongly refuted the accusations, saying he was at a hotel when the murder took place. On the night of the murder, however, security footage showed him leaving the hotel with Carrie and coming back the following morning with her younger sister. Furthermore, GPS data indicated that Lloyd was close to Michelle's residence at the time of the crime, and his DNA was discovered on her pajamas. Carrie was accused of conspiracy to commit murder, concealing evidence, and second-degree murder. She entered a guilty plea and consented to cooperate with the prosecution in exchange for a reduced sentence, as she faced the prospect of a life sentence with the possibility of parole after 25 years. It was anticipated that she would testify against her father. The prosecution emphasized the case's unsettling aspects throughout the trial. Carrie had helped her father plan and carry out the murder, so she had been a willing participant in the crime. Despite having numerous chances to prevent the crime, she assisted Lloyd in killing her mother. There was proof that Carrie and Lloyd had gone to Michelle's house early in the morning. Unaware of their intentions, Michelle opened the door out of trust. Carrie made sure her younger sister didn't wake up and find out what was going on, while Lloyd attacked her from behind and strangled her with a rope. The younger sister was not aware of the tragedy, because they woke her up after the murder and fled through the back door. More than 26 folders of evidence were presented by the prosecution, showing how Lloyd had tricked Carrie into detesting her mother. He had disparaged Michelle on numerous occasions over the years, severing Carrie's connection with her mother and presenting her in a negative light. Carrie's hatred and willingness to commit the crime were fostered by Lloyd's persuasion that Michelle posed a threat to her and her siblings. The prosecution claims that Lloyd's desire to avoid sharing custody of his youngest daughter and financial gain were the driving forces behind the murder. Lloyd and Carrie thought they could claim Michelle's death as a suicide and use the money from the life insurance policy to live comfortably. Carrie testified that because of his crippling debt, which included $6,000 in monthly child support payments, her father had threatened to kill him or commit suicide unless they killed Michelle. Carrie tragically decided to help her father because she was influenced by him. In the end, Lloyd entered a guilty plea to charges of murder and forcing his daughter to assist him. He tried to defend his actions, though, by saying that he killed Michelle to keep the kids safe from her, but no one took him seriously. The court acknowledged that Carrie had suffered from her father's moral abuse and manipulation. Lloyd was given a life sentence without the possibility of release after being found guilty of first-degree murder and other offenses. Supported by her maternal grandmother, Carrie received a prison sentence ranging from 1 to 3 years for her role in concealing evidence. On January 16, 2020, she was released early after completing a portion of her sentence. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Lynette Dawson's seemingly ideal life was upended in January 1982 when she vanished without a trace in the quiet suburb of Bayview on Sydney's northern beaches. Lynette was a warm, loving wife, mother, and friend, so her family and friends were shocked by her abrupt absence. Lynette left her 2 young daughters behind when she left the family, according to her husband, Chris Dawson, a dynamic former rugby league player who is now a teacher. However, his story almost immediately sparked troubling questions. Why would a loving mother desert her kids? Why didn't she take any cash, clothing, or even a note with her? Let's explore the complex network of love, treachery, and unresolved issues that characterize Lynette's tale, a tragedy that defies extinction. Lynette Dawson, whose real name was Lynette Joy Sims, was born into a close-knit and affectionate family. She was the second of 4 children in the Sims family, which included an older brother named Greg and younger siblings Pat and Philip, and she grew up in Sydney's eastern suburbs. Lynette was well known from an early age for her good nature, upbeat demeanor, and strong bonds with her family. A short stroll from their house, Clovelly Beach is a charming spot where the Sims family frequently spent their weekends. For Lynette and her siblings, the beach, with its crystal-clear waters and expansive views of the coast, became a special place, where they created innumerable memories of swimming, family vacations, and spending time together. Lynette married Chris Dawson, a dynamic and athletic man who had gained early notoriety as a rugby league player for the Newtown Jets, in March 2970 when she was just 19 years old. The pair appeared to have a dreamlike romance, and Chris was well known for his athletic ability and attractive appearance. Lynette, who was deeply in love with Chris, helped him with his career while they were starting a family. Their union seemed to be a match made in heaven. The couple chose Bayview, a serene and picturesque suburb on Sydney's northern beaches, which is a great area to start a family. Lynette and Chris had 2 daughters, Chanel and Sharon, in the years after their marriage, and the family seemed to lead a happy life. Lynette balanced her commitment to her family with her career as a nurse and then as a childcare provider. She enjoyed taking care of her daughters and keeping their home cozy and loving, and she frequently put their needs ahead of her own. Chris, on the other hand, kept advancing his career by juggling his rugby commitments and teaching job. Chris was the devoted husband and father, and Lynette was the focal point of their seemingly perfect life for many years. But beneath the surface of their contented family life, their marriage was starting to show signs of strain. Chris's relationship with a young student at Cromer High School would soon fall apart due to his growing infatuation with her. Lynette had no idea at the time that her marriage, which had seemed stable, was about to fall apart, and that a string of startling incidents would soon shake the foundation of her family and alter her life forever, ultimately leading to her death. Joanne Curtis first appeared in Chris Dawson's physical education class at Cromer High School when she was 16 years old. Chris was married to Lynette Dawson, had 2 young daughters, and was in his early 30s at the time. They had no idea how Lynette's life would be destroyed by what started out as a teacher-student relationship. Despite the fact that Joanne was a teenager living with her family and that they were very different in age, Chris's love for her grew rapidly. His marriage to Lynette was strained as a result of his growing obsession. She observed his strange behavior and growing distance. In 1980, Chris asked Joanne to move in with the Dawsons while posing as Chanel and Sharon's babysitter. Chris started to express his feelings for Joanne more publicly after she moved into the Dawson residence. He frequently expressed his desire to be with Joanne and put pressure on her to share his feelings. He also diminished Lynette's sense of significance in the family. Concerning the disintegration of her marriage, Lynette confided in her friends. She was very private about her marital issues. Joanne also became aware of Chris's domineering behavior and felt trapped in a situation from which she was unable to quickly get out. Chris, Joanne, and Lynette's tension kept increasing. In response to Lynette's efforts to keep her marriage intact, Chris became increasingly fixated, making it difficult to distinguish between his personal and professional lives. Joanne's emotional struggles caused her to start separating from Chris, which made him even more desperate. Chris's inability to accept losing Joanne or control over the situation resulted in a growing sense of frustration that ultimately led to tragedy. Lynette Dawson vanished without a trace on January 8, 1982. According to Chris Dawson, Lynette abandoned their family and left behind her possessions, which included her wedding band, clothing, and personal effects. Chris said Lynette had called her mother, Helena Sims, multiple times after she left, stating that she needed time away to get her thoughts straight. Lynette had marks around her throat when she returned from marriage counseling the day before she vanished. Lynette explained that Chris had wrapped his hands around her neck in the elevator on the way to counseling when her sister Annette asked her about it. Chris claimed that Lynette left voluntarily, raising the possibility that she did so in order to get away from the demands of family life. Helena Sims was taken aback by the news at first, but she did not immediately doubt her son-in-law's justification. Lynette had always been a family-oriented woman and had been a loving mother to their 2 young daughters, Chanel and Sharon. Even so, her mother, who had only spoken to Lynette a few days prior to her disappearance, struggled to believe that Lynette would abruptly leave her family. Helena was worried at first, but she had no reason to believe that something darker had happened. Tragically, she accepted Chris's story, which turned out to be untrue. At first, Chris's account of what happened to Lynette's family and the police seemed credible. Lynette had told him she was going to spend some time with friends and would come back when she was ready, he said. However, there were a number of obvious contradictions in his story that were overlooked. First of all, it would have been unusual for Lynette to have taken any cash, credit cards, or identification with her. In addition, if Lynette had really intended to leave, she would have made plans for the care of her kids, but she hadn't. Chris Dawson appeared remarkably unconcerned in the days following Lynette's disappearance, even acting as if nothing had happened. However, Chris Dawson's quick response to Lynette's disappearance was what alarmed her family and friends. He moved Joanne into their bedroom a few weeks after Lynette disappeared. A burgeoning scandal centered on Joanne. Chris had started an affair with Lynette in the months before she vanished. It was an inappropriate relationship that was hard for anyone to overlook. Joanne was living with the Dawsons at the time, and Lynette's family and friends were taken aback by her presence in the house following Lynette's abrupt departure. Those who knew the Dawsons found it unsettling that this move was made so soon after Lynette was reported missing. It seemed less like the acts of a man lamenting the loss of his wife and more like a quick replacement. This development horrified Lynette's family, especially her brother Greg Sims. They found it incomprehensible that Chris could move on so fast, especially in such dubious conditions. Greg remembered being extremely uneasy as he watched what was happening. He and the rest of the family started to suspect that Chris was concealing something. Initially dismissed as a straightforward case of a wife abandoning her family, Lynette's disappearance started to take on a much darker appearance. Serious questions were raised by Chris Dawson's actions, particularly his inability to give consistent explanations for his wife's disappearance. Although he was adamant that Lynette had left on her own volition, his actions gave the impression that she had not. Furthermore, the fact that Lynette had always been a responsible mother who would never abandon her kids without a trace added to the family's growing suspicions. Lynette's family rejected Chris Dawson's story as time went on, and no new information surfaced. They started their own investigation because they thought something was amiss and wanted to find out the truth. They had no idea that the investigation into Lynette Dawson's disappearance would take decades, during which time Chris Dawson would continue to claim innocence, while details of his role in her demise would eventually surface. Lynette's family battled to learn the truth about her disappearance over the years. They were left heartbroken and perplexed at the time, but their quest for answers would ultimately result in a trial and a conviction. They clung to hope while pondering countless questions as they attempted to make sense of the bizarre and unsettling circumstances surrounding Lynette's abrupt disappearance. Lynette Dawson's disappearance was initially handled like any other missing persons case. When Lynette's friends and family started to voice their concerns, the police dismissed them, claiming that Lynette was an adult and could leave if she so desired. The investigation's initial dismissiveness and lack of urgency irritated Lynette's family, who knew her well and thought there might be more to the story. Chris Dawson's story went mostly uncontested, leaving them to deal with their mounting misgivings and anxieties. Chris's 1984 marriage to Joanne heightened suspicions that he was responsible for Lynette's disappearance. However, the toxic and domineering nature of their relationship was a major factor in their 1990 divorce. In subsequent interviews, Joanne talked about how she felt trapped and controlled by Dawson during their time together, particularly after Lynette vanished. Chris, however, insisted that Lynette had left willingly, and even said she had joined a religious commune. However, his actions seemed inconsistent with his story, as he quickly rebuilt his life with Joanne and filed for divorce a year after she vanished. This time was especially difficult for Chanel and Sharon, Lynette's daughters. In her memoir, My Mother's Eyes, Chanel, who was only 4 when her mother disappeared, later talked about feeling abandoned and unloved by Joanne. This complicated family dynamics and left long-lasting emotional scars. Time and a dearth of hard evidence caused Lynette's case to essentially stagnate between 1984 and 2001. Notwithstanding the disturbing allegations of Chris Dawson's domineering and violent conduct, the inquiry was unsuccessful. Concerns expressed by friends and family were ignored because authorities found it difficult to go beyond rumors and conjecture. Key leads that might have provided insight into Lynette's fate were either ignored or not sufficiently pursued, and the police made little headway. Throughout these years, Chris insisted that Lynette had left on her own volition, despite growing skepticism about his story. Lynette's family endured heartache and frustration during this time, but they persisted in their quest for information. To preserve her memory, they relentlessly pushed for the reopening of her case. The first judicial investigation into her case was carried out by the New South Wales Coroner's Court in 2001, marking a turning point despite the absence of official action. The fact that Lynette had no evidence of her own free will was one of the main issues brought up by the investigation. Additionally, it examined Chris Dawson's actions closely and raised the possibility that he was complicit in her disappearance. According to the coroner, Lynette was probably dead, and Chris Dawson ought to be held accountable for her alleged murder. However, since there was still no concrete evidence connecting Chris to her death or disappearance, the authorities did not immediately pursue the case further in spite of these findings. In 2003, a second court investigation was conducted as a result of persistent pressure from public advocates and Lynette's family. The inconsistencies in Chris Dawson's testimony and the pervasive suspicion surrounding his relationship with Joanne were the main topics of this inquest once more. Once more, the coroner found that there was a high probability that Chris killed Lynette, but the evidence was insufficient to reach a firm conclusion. Consequently, Chris Dawson was not charged by the Director of Public Prosecutions, DPP. The DPP refused to file charges on both occasions, stating that there was insufficient evidence. The family of Lynette was devastated. Despite the coroner's conclusion that Chris Dawson most likely killed Lynette, no charges were brought, leaving them in deep frustration and sadness as years went by without justice for her disappearance. They wouldn't give up, though. By 2018, most people had forgotten about the Lynette Dawson case. The young mother's tragic disappearance appeared to have remained unsolved for more than 30 years, with little chance of justice for her family. But that year, Hedley Thomas, an investigative journalist, reignited interest in Lynette's case with his groundbreaking podcast, The Teacher's Pet. Hedley Thomas uncovered important new information that challenged Chris Dawson's assertions and clarified hitherto unconsidered facets of the case. Thomas studied the chronology of Lynette's disappearance, spoke with witnesses, and reviewed police reports. His research exposed serious inconsistencies in Chris Dawson's statements, casting doubt on his assertion that Lynette had left her family on her own volition. Friends and relatives' testimonies depicted a failing marriage in which Chris was enamored with Joanne. The problematic dynamics of Chris and Joanne's relationship were also revealed in the podcast. Thomas emphasized the rapid escalation of their affair. Important insights were revealed by Joanne during the podcast, including her admission of Chris's domineering actions and the chronology of their relationship. This testimony turned out to be crucial to comprehending what transpired before Lynette vanished. The Teacher's Pet examined the emotional toll that Lynette's disappearance had on her family, in addition to pointing out contradictions in Chris's account. Her loved ones' voices were heard, especially those of her brother Greg Sims, who had fought for justice for decades. Listeners were made aware of the heartache and frustration that Lynette's family went through when the initial investigation was unsuccessful. The podcast also examined the initial police investigation's flaws. Thomas disclosed how important evidence was missed and how authorities were unable to make the connection between Lynette's abrupt disappearance, Chris's infidelity, and his desire to be with Joanne. Chris Dawson was able to avoid suspicion for years because of this lack of thoroughness. The Teacher's Pet had a significant impact despite the dubious circumstances. It brought Lynette's case back into the spotlight in Australia, sparking protests and demands for justice. After listening to the podcast, a number of people who had been silent for years came forward with fresh testimonies that clarified the case. Legal action was sparked by the podcast, which greatly increased the pressure on authorities to re-examine Lynette's disappearance. Chris Dawson was detained and accused of Lynette's murder in 2018, partly as a result of the disclosures made in The Teacher's Pet. The case eventually went to trial, which was a major turning point. In addition to uncovering fresh evidence, the podcast inspired public support, demonstrating the ability of investigative journalism to advance justice. Chris Dawson was residing in Queensland when he was arrested. Following his arrest, Dawson's attorneys issued a statement asserting his innocence and vowing to fight the charges. Dawson insisted that Lynette's disappearance was voluntary and that she had deserted her family. He persisted in denying any role in her demise. In 2022, Chris Dawson's trial for his wife's murder got underway in the Supreme Court of New South Wales, which was chaired by Justice Ian Harrison. Because of the case's widespread pre-trial publicity, the trial was held without a jury. Due in large part to the disclosures made public by the Teacher's Pet podcast, Dawson had gained national attention. Without tangible proof, like Lynette's body, the prosecution had a difficult time establishing their case. Rather, they relied on key witness testimony, circumstantial evidence, and a thorough analysis of Chris Dawson's actions prior to and following Lynette's disappearance. Joanne was one of the most important witnesses. Since she had already cut ties with Dawson in 1990, she mustered the guts to tell the truth, which was a pivotal moment in assembling the evidence against him. According to Joanne's damning testimony, Dawson had once brought her to see a hitman to talk about killing Lynette, but he later changed his mind. According to Joanne's story, he was prepared to go to great lengths to get rid of his wife. She also talked about how his domineering and cunning actions intensified following Lynette's disappearance. Joanne recalled how Dawson had moved her into the bedroom soon after Lynette disappeared, highlighting how quickly their relationship had developed and how he seemed unconcerned about his missing wife. Patricia Jenkins, Lynette's sister, provided more details about the Dawsons' tumultuous marriage. She testified that Lynette had told her about Chris's abusive tendencies and erratic temper. Patricia claims that Lynette said Chris was often irate and had black eyes flashing when they argued. In addition, Lynette had voiced concerns about the status of their marriage and her increasing sense of helplessness. Lynette's co-workers attested to her attempts to save the marriage in its last moments. They recalled how, following a counseling session, Lynette and Chris arrived at work hand in hand on January 8, 1982. Lynette vanished a few days later in spite of these efforts, and Chris's subsequent behavior sparked suspicions. Witnesses detailed his repeated assertions that Lynette had left voluntarily, leaving her children unaccounted for, and his lack of urgency in reporting her missing. Since Lynette Dawson's body was never located, the case against Chris Dawson was primarily based on circumstantial evidence. Nevertheless, the prosecution made a strong case based on the testimony of witnesses. When examined more closely, Chris's assertion that Lynette had voluntarily left her family to join a religious commune was refuted. It was mentioned that Lynette abandoned everything she owned, including money and most significantly her 2 daughters, a completely uncharacteristic behavior for a loving mother. Additionally, the court viewed his quick decision to put Joanne Curtis in his bedroom and his divorce filing within a year of Lynette's disappearance as extremely suspicious, indicating a clear motivation to get rid of Lynette and begin a new life with Joanne. Justice Ian Harrison rejected the defense's claim that Lynette had voluntarily left, even though her body was not present. He declared the alleged sightings of her to be untrustworthy and emphasized how Chris's claims were false. The court was persuaded by this evidence that Chris Dawson killed Lynette in order to end his marriage and start dating Joanne. Chris Dawson was convicted of Lynette's murder on August 30, 2022, and given a 24-year prison term without the possibility of release until 2040, when he would be 92 years old. Although Lynette's family received some justice as a result of the conviction, they are still devastated that her body has never been located. In order to properly honor her memory and achieve complete closure, they still hold out hope that her remains will one day be found. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, Don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On a typical winter morning in 2006, a young woman disappeared without a trace in the busy city of Orlando, Florida, leaving a lingering sense of unease. The city, which is well known for its tourist attractions and lively neighborhoods, was quickly engulfed in terror as the disappearance of one woman turned into a mystery that would trouble many people for years to come. This is the tale of 24-year-old Jennifer Joyce Kessie, whose abrupt and inexplicable disappearance rocked her friends, family, and the community at large. Kessie had a bright future. Jennifer's fate is still unknown, despite a thorough investigation and a plethora of leads, including an enigmatic sighting of someone throwing a rolled-up carpet into a nearby lake months after she disappeared. Law enforcement is still perplexed by her case. Her story has been sustained over the years by her family's unrelenting search for answers, which has stoked optimism that the truth about her disappearance will eventually be revealed. On May 20, 1981, Jennifer Joyce Kessie was born in Orlando, Florida. Jennifer developed into a determined, perceptive, and compassionate young lady as she grew older. She did exceptionally well in her studies and extracurricular activities, and her family was very proud of her achievements. After graduating from Tampa's Vivian Gaither High School, Jennifer continued her education at the University of Central Florida, where she earned a degree in finance in 2003. She soon got a job at Central Florida Investments, an Ocoee timeshare company, as a finance manager. At the age of 24, Jennifer was establishing a prosperous life, living on her own, and looking forward to the future. In order to invest in her future and start a new chapter in her adult life, she had bought a condominium at the Mosaic at Millenia complex in Orlando. Jennifer was a cherished friend, sister, and daughter. She was renowned for having compassion and a cheerful disposition. She was very close to her family, especially her brother Logan and parents Drew and Joyce. Her abrupt disappearance in January 2006 left her family and friends bewildered and devastated, as they had always been there for her. Jennifer had a typical workday at Central Florida Investments on January 23, 2006. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, she left work, called her father, and then talked to her boyfriend. They talked about her recent trip, a brief getaway she had taken with him that had been a welcome diversion from her hectic life. The last verified conversation anyone had with Jennifer was during this call. Her boyfriend was worried when he did not receive his regular call on January 24, because she had a habit of calling him every morning. Her employer called her family when she failed to show up for work, and the morning passed without any communication from her. Since Jennifer was regarded as trustworthy and accountable, her family was aware that something was amiss. In the hopes that she would be there or that they would discover some clue as to her whereabouts, her parents drove to her condo. Jennifer's condo showed no signs of forced entry when they got there. It appeared from the scene inside that she had begun her morning as usual. Her towel was still wet, and her work clothes were neatly laid out, so there was proof that she had showered, dressed, and gotten ready for work. But she was nowhere to be found. There were no obvious signs of a struggle, and nothing seemed out of place. On January 26, 2006, 2 days after Jennifer Kessie disappeared, a big lead surfaced that gave some hope. Only a mile from her own condo, her black 2006 Chevy Malibu was found abandoned at the Huntington on the Green apartment complex. Although the car had been abandoned in a parking lot, no one was immediately interested in finding it. It was the video that the complex's security cameras had recorded. The video showed someone parking Jennifer's car, quietly exiting and leaving. But the video quality was so bad that it didn't provide many hints. Any identifying physical features were blurred, and the figure's face was hidden. Although it was evident that the person was male, the video offered no specific information regarding the person's height, physique, or attire. The suspect was later referred to by one journalist as the luckiest person of interest ever, considering the scant evidence provided by the video. Based on the hazy video, the FBI was called in to help identify the person's size and gender, but they were only able to estimate that the person was between 5'3" and 5 inches tall. NASA attempted to extract clearer images from the video as well, but the suspect remained a dark figure with few distinguishing features. Investigators and Jennifer's family were disappointed when no conclusive identification could be made, despite their best efforts. In search of crucial hints, investigators focused on Jennifer's car, while the surveillance footage was still inconclusive. The vehicle's forensic analysis produced very little evidence. Despite the discovery of a small DNA fiber and a latent fingerprint, the case did not advance. The car had clearly been completely cleaned, indicating that whoever had left it had taken great care to remove all traces of themselves. The car was missing a number of things, including Jennifer's briefcase, purse, keys, iPod, and cell phone. The mystery was further complicated by the fact that her phone was still off and her bank account had not been accessed, in addition to these missing possessions. Authorities were unable to provide a definitive explanation for Jennifer's disappearance, which seemed to be more intentional. Jennifer Kess's family and close friends were the first to be questioned, as is typical in cases involving missing persons. The goal of the investigation was to find out if Jennifer's family members had any reason to hurt her. Her ex-boyfriend, with whom she had broken up before dating Rob Allen, was among the first individuals questioned. Jason Schofield was his name, and he had recently stated that he wanted to resume their relationship, but it was soon determined that he was not responsible for her disappearance. Jennifer's then-boyfriend Rob Allen was also questioned. Rob, a British expat residing in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, had met Jennifer while visiting Orlando in 2005. Rob and Jennifer had been dating for a year when she vanished from sight. Rob and Jennifer made it a point to spend every weekend together, despite living roughly 3 hours apart. Jennifer's mother, Joyce, remembered that her daughter was in love and that the couple seemed to have a close relationship. Jennifer had taken a weekend trip to St. Croix with Rob a week prior to her disappearance. Rob said the trip was a unique experience. On January 23, 2006, Jennifer called her mother on her way to work after returning from St. Croix. After the trip, Jennifer was obviously happy, excited, and full of life. Joyce remembered how she sounded elated as she shared every detail about the trip and said she was on a cloud. She continued to communicate with her family as usual, speaking with her father and brother later that day. Around 10 o'clock that night, Jennifer made her last phone call to Rob Allen. Regretfully, the discussion did not conclude favorably. The strain of the long-distance relationship was starting to get to Rob, who confirmed that they had a disagreement during the call. Rob insisted that despite their sporadic difficulties, there was no sign that Jennifer had been angry or afraid about anything while they were speaking. He had no idea that he would never talk to Jennifer again after this call. Because it was not unusual for romantic partners to be involved in missing persons cases, investigators closely monitored Rob Allen while he was being questioned. But Rob's alibi was confirmed. There was no proof that he was involved in Jennifer's disappearance, and he had been in Fort Lauderdale when she vanished. The possibility that someone she knew might have been involved was nevertheless not ruled out by Jennifer's family, which included her parents, Joyce and Drew Kess. They remained watchful due to the emotional toll of the investigation and their fear of not knowing what had happened to their loved one. In particular, Jennifer's parents held out hope that someone would come forward with information that would help explain her disappearance. As investigators looked into every possibility, the investigation grew, but Jennifer's family remained committed to getting the truth. They never thought Rob Allen or any of Jennifer's family members had any motive to hurt her. Instead, as the investigation continued, they sensed that the mystery grew more complex. The investigation into Jennifer's disappearance evolved into a search for justice and the truth about what had happened to a lively young woman who appeared to have a promising future. Jennifer's condominium complex was going through major renovations when she vanished. The fact that many of the complex's employees did not speak English presented a problem for investigators. Jennifer had complained to her family that she was frequently whistled at, catcalled, and otherwise uneasy by the construction workers. Many of the employees were unable to be interviewed by law enforcement due to the language barrier, making them possible but evasive suspects. According to the surveillance footage, the person seen exiting Jennifer's car was dressed in white overalls, which are typically worn by manual laborers or painters. This made investigators question whether the person in the video was a construction worker on the property when she vanished. Nevertheless, the lead remained frustratingly ambiguous in the absence of additional evidence connecting the individual in the video to a particular employee. Jennifer's parents appeared in court in 2009 to request the case's release. Interviewing a former housekeeper who had worked at the complex gave detectives an unexpected lead. When the woman saw CCTV footage of the suspect, she surprised law enforcement by stating that the figure's gait, attire, and hairstyle reminded her of a man she knew from the complex named Chino, although she was unable to confirm that it was him. Her identification was a clue worth following up on. Chino had been employed at Jennifer's complex as a maintenance worker only a week prior to Jennifer's disappearance. He had even resided in a different complex building. It was quickly discovered by investigators that Chino was well known within the complex and that some residents remembered him mistreating women. Although investigators had no hard proof to connect Chino to the crime, a tip from the early stages of the investigation raised the possibility that he was involved in Jennifer's disappearance. When it was revealed that Chino was already serving time in a Florida prison for the statutory rape of a teenage girl, a crime he committed 2 years after Jennifer vanished, the case took yet another unexpected turn. Chino cooperated when asked about Jennifer's case and denied any involvement. He even consented to and passed a polygraph exam. Still, the lead cooled off once more. Jennifer's family became more and more irate with the Orlando Police Department's OPD handling of the case as the days stretched into weeks, and those weeks into months. Police refused to label her case as cold, which would have prevented the allocation of more resources, despite her persistent efforts. The family felt that law enforcement could have done more, but this decision left them feeling abandoned. When the family filed a lawsuit against the OPD in 2018 to gain complete access to Jennifer's case files, their frustration reached a breaking point. The Kesse family was granted access to more than 600 pages of documents and hours of audio and video recordings following a grueling legal battle. They hoped the documents would shed light on Jennifer's disappearance and offer fresh leads. Michael Torretta, a private investigator, was hired by the Kesse family to go through the case files and return to the crime scene. Interviewing former complex residents was Torretta's first step, and he was shocked by what he learned. Jennifer's neighbor Colleen recalled that the complex used to be a secure neighborhood. She and other women, however, started to feel uneasy when workers started residing in empty apartments throughout the complex. Nothing had been done despite their complaints about the workers' inappropriate behavior to the leasing manager. Several other women who had resided in the complex were also interviewed by Torretta, and they all voiced similar worries regarding the construction workers. Tammy, a neighbor, reported that she had observed odd occurrences in her apartment, including footprints discovered in her closet, her underwear drawer being thrown, and the shower appearing damp as though someone had used it. Tammy even caught a man on her patio who she thought was one of the employees looking at her. Once more, the name Chino came up. Another woman remembered how uncomfortable it was when Chino would frequently approach her in the parking lot late at night. Suspicion was heightened when Chino moved out of the complex in the middle of the night, 9 months after Jennifer vanished. Eventually, Torretta found Chino, who had served time for statutory rape and was now at liberty. He once more denied any involvement in Jennifer's disappearance, despite his cooperation and insistence on his innocence. According to Torretta's main theory, one or more employees who had been residing in the apartment complex targeted Jennifer. Torretta said the workers, many of whom had been crammed into a single apartment, probably moved in after Jennifer locked her door early on January 23rd. They are thought to have pulled her into one of the empty apartments in the area. Unfortunately, since many of the workers were undocumented and had no long-term connections to the complex, there is no record of their identities. 10 months after Jennifer's disappearance, a person was observed throwing a rolled-up piece of carpet into a lake near her condo, according to additional investigation. Because workers had been installing carpet in the building across from Jennifer on the day of her disappearance, this discovery seemed especially intriguing. In 2019, a dive team searched the lake, but they were never able to find any carpet. In order to preserve Jennifer's memory in the public consciousness and media, Drew, Joyce, and Logan persisted in following up on every possible lead. To raise funds for the costs of a private investigation, they set up a GoFundMe page and urged anyone with information to contact a special tip line. CrimeCon appearances, social media appeals, and public awareness campaigns all helped to keep the case in the public eye, but none of them yielded the answers they so desperately needed. Jennifer's family persisted in seeking justice in spite of the obstacles. After years of advocacy, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, FDLE, took over Jennifer's case in 2022. This change was welcomed by the Kesey family, who thought that FDLE's resources and experience might finally provide the answers they were looking for. Joyce Kesey and Drew were cautiously optimistic, pointing out that the investigation entered a new phase with FDLE's involvement. There was hope that the case might make progress thanks to the agency's sophisticated forensic tools and investigative resources. The same period saw the publication of a book by Jennifer's uncle, Bill Gilmore, which described the family's search for her. He told tales about Jennifer's life and the unsolved mysteries surrounding her disappearance through public speaking engagements and appearances at events such as CrimeCon. His efforts strengthened Jennifer's case and brought attention to the family's dissatisfaction with the OPD's initial handling of leads and evidence. Jennifer Kesey's disappearance has had a profound impact on her family, particularly on her brother Logan and parents Drew and Joyce. The lack of answers has caused them to suffer emotionally for almost 20 years. There is a sense of lost time every year that goes unresolved, such as holidays and birthdays they never spent with Jennifer. They hope for closure in spite of the heartache. Their extended family and close friends also feel the pain, and they keep helping with the search and spreading the word. Despite the uncertainty, the family is steadfast in their conviction that the mystery will be unraveled. The youngest, Logan, shares his parents' desire for justice after seeing their suffering. The Keseys are steadfast in their pursuit of the truth and in preserving Jennifer's memory. No matter how long it takes, they are adamant about finding answers and won't give up until justice is done. Their strength is demonstrated by their tenacity in continuing to search for almost 20 years. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In May 2007, a suspect was formally identified by Portuguese police looking into the disappearance of 3-year-old Madeleine McCann, who vanished while on vacation in the Algarve 15 years ago. 3-year-old Madeleine McCann disappeared from her family's vacation rental in Praia da Luz, Portugal, on May 3, 2007. The investigation reached a number of dead ends, in spite of extensive worldwide media coverage and extensive searches conducted in several nations, including Portugal, the UK, Spain, Germany, and Morocco. Time and resources were wasted as a result of the deluge of misleading hints, unreliable reports, and unconfirmed tips. Every lead was followed by major media outlets like the BBC, Sky News, and The Guardian, but none of them produced the breakthrough that everyone had been hoping for. Did authorities discover her whereabouts years later? Why has this case remained one of the most perplexing disappearances in history? And what went wrong? Now, let's explore the narrative. Interest in the enigmatic disappearance of Madeleine McCann has been rekindled by a new search in a new location. When she was a toddler on a family vacation in Portugal in 2007, she vanished. Every family wished for a vacation like this one. Kate and Jerry McCann, both in their late 30s, had been putting in a lot of effort in their respective medical professions. They decided it was time for a break after years of juggling their family and work lives. They made travel arrangements to Portugal's Algarve, a well-liked vacation spot for British families. On May 3, 2007, they left for what was supposed to be a quiet week at the Ocean Club Resort in Praia da Luz with their 3 kids, twins Sean and Amelie, as well as their oldest daughter, Madeleine. At the time, Madeleine, their 3rd child, was 3 years old. The family stayed at the resort in a spacious, cozy apartment. Despite the basic lodging, the location was ideal for a restful vacation. The McCanns were a close-knit, loving, and well-educated family that was perfect in many respects. In addition to being doctors, Kate and Jerry were also loving parents who were very involved in their kids' lives. They chose a family-friendly resort with a kids' club and lots of activities because they had carefully planned their trip. They weren't the kind to take chances or neglect the security of their kids. Actually, the resort was known for being safe, so they were at ease knowing that their kids would be protected while they spent some peaceful time together. But everything would change on the night of May 3, 2007. A night that nobody could have foreseen. After spending the day at the resort, Kate and Jerry McCann made the decision to have a quiet dinner with friends at a nearby tapas restaurant on the evening of May 3, 2007. In their apartment, their 3 kids, Madeline, Amelie, and Sean, were fast asleep. The couple took turns checking on them and felt at ease leaving them alone for brief periods of time. Kate checked on the children at 9:30 p.m. She discovered that everything was in order. Madeline seemed to be sleeping soundly in her bed, and Sean and Amelie were both sleeping soundly. Their friend, who was staying next door, Matthew Oldfield, later offered to come see how the kids were doing. The door to the children's bedroom was open when he went to check on himself, but he didn't look any further and couldn't remember if the window or shutter was open. Kate returned to see how the kids were doing at around 10 o'clock at night. The patio doors were unlocked when she stepped inside. Due to an open window, the door of the children's bedroom slammed shut on its own as she attempted to close it. At that moment, she noticed that Madeline was gone and that the window and its shutter were open. Kate yelled, "Madeline's gone," as she hurried back to the restaurant in panic. "She's been taken." Approximately 10:10 p.m., Matthew Oldfield was asked by Jerry McCann to go to the resort's reception and call the police on May 3, 2007. At 10:30, hotel employees and visitors started the resort's missing child procedure by looking around for Madeline. After searching for hours, they still couldn't find her, although at first they thought she might have gone missing. Together with their friends, the McCanns broadened their search by calling Madeline's name and knocking on doors. Panic increased as the evening wore on. Their fear only grew as each minute seemed to drag on for an hour. Even though Kate and Jerry were desperate to find their daughter, it seemed to be getting harder as time went on. Despite their best efforts to remain strong for their other children, they were overcome with pain and anxiety, and the uncertainty was nearly unbearable. But the police's reaction wasn't the best. Around 11:10 p.m., 2 Guardia Nacional Republicana (GNR) officers showed up at the resort. Following a quick search, they called the criminal police, or Policia Judiciaria (PJ), who showed up at around 1 in the morning. Search dogs were brought in by 2 a.m., and by 8 a.m. the police had broadened their search to include nearby caves, wells, and waterways. But during what are referred to as the golden hours of a missing person case, errors were made. Roadblocks did not appear right away, and it took hours for Border and Marine Police to be notified. Numerous resort employees were never interviewed, and important surveillance footage was never requested. After samples were sent to 3 forensic labs, Madeline's bedroom was found to contain the DNA of an unidentified stranger. However, the evidence might have been compromised because by the time the apartment was sealed off, about 20 people had already entered the room. The investigation was further delayed when Interpol took 5 days to issue a global missing person alert. It was useless by the time the police put tape across the door at 3 in the morning. Crowds were reportedly assembling outside the apartment, including close to the window of the kid's bedroom, which is where the kidnapper may have entered. Even police officers contaminated the scene by handling the evidence improperly. One even dusted the window shutter for fingerprints without gloves. Robert Murat, a British-Portuguese property consultant, was the first suspect 12 days after Madeleine McCann vanished. Murat, who had been involved in the case and offered to assist with translations, lived close to the McCannans' apartment. He was questioned and his house and possessions were searched extensively, but no evidence connected him to Madeleine's disappearance was found. After his suspect status was revoked in July 2008, he was awarded hefty damages for defamation. Portuguese police did not take the McCann suggestion in June 2007 to use a former police officer's matter orientation system to help find their daughter seriously. The Portuguese police responded by writing to the British government to request more help. As a result, Keela and Eddie, 2 British sniffer dogs, arrived in July 2007. The investigation took a darker turn, despite the fact that there was no proof whatsoever that Madeleine was dead or that the McCannses were responsible for her disappearance. A number of witnesses reported seeing suspicious people in the vicinity of apartment 5A in the days preceding Madeleine's disappearance, including a man acting strangely close to the apartment and men collecting money for fictitious charities. A man with blonde hair was also frequently spotted observing the McCannans' block. In spite of this, the investigation did not immediately make any progress. However, what took place that evening? Was a random crime the cause of Madeleine's disappearance? Or was there a darker motive at work? The reasons behind her disappearance have been the subject of several theories, some of which we will discuss later. Let's examine the DNA analysis in more detail for the time being. Hair and fibers from apartment 5A and the McCann's vehicle were sent for DNA analysis in August 2007. The findings on August 8 moved the investigation from kidnapping to murder. The forensic lab employed a contentious, easily contaminated low-copy number DNA technique. A partial match to Madeleine's DNA was discovered in the car's boot on September 3, but the findings were not conclusive. This raised questions about the validity of the results by implying that the DNA might belong to several different people. The McCanns were formally designated as arguidos, suspects, by September 2007. Although DNA evidence from the apartment and their rental car was provided, the findings were ambiguous and complicated. In spite of this, the Portuguese police urged the McCanns to confess and speculated that Madeleine might have died in an accident. Due to a lack of evidence, the case was later archived in 2008 after receiving progressively negative media coverage. A thorough police investigation was warranted for Madeleine McCann. A dearth of evidence presented significant difficulties for the investigation in the days after Madeleine McCann vanished. No forensic evidence indicated a crime scene, no indications of forced entry into the apartment, and no definitive answers regarding Madeleine's fate were found. The following theories surfaced. 1. During an abduction by a sex offender, many initially thought that Madeleine had been kidnapped by a sex offender who had broken into the apartment while the McCanns were eating. The door to the children's bedroom was discovered ajar, and suspicious men were spotted all over the resort. But there were concerns about how the kidnapper could have gotten in undetected, or without leaving any evidence of forced entry. 2. Robbery wrong. According to a different theory, Madeleine was taken during a robbery that went awry. It's possible that thieves broke into the apartment to take valuables, but when they discovered the kids inside, they kidnapped Madeleine. Witnesses reported seeing suspicious men around the apartment, and there had been several reported burglaries in the area. 3. Accident and cover-up. According to this theory, Madeleine may have overdosed on medication or died in another accident while she was in the apartment. The McCanns may have attempted to conceal the death and make it seem like an abduction in a panic. Although some investigators noted discrepancies in the McCanns' account, this theory was not substantiated by any tangible evidence. 4. Suspicious woman. On the evening of May 3, 2007, a number of witnesses claimed to have seen an odd woman close to the McCanns' apartment. Although she was said to be acting strangely and wearing a purple top, there was no evidence linking her to Madeleine's disappearance. Though each theory had its proponents, none of them was able to provide a definitive explanation for Madeleine's disappearance. The mystery remained unsolved, despite the investigation's continued exploration of every potential lead. The disappearance of Madeleine McCann swiftly gained international media attention. What began as a missing child story quickly became a worldwide event. The media started to doubt the McCannans' involvement as the investigation was postponed, with some conjecturing that they might be concealing something. According to reports, a police dog picked up the smell of blood in the McCannans' rental car and apartment, which heightened suspicions that they might be behind Madeleine's disappearance. A media frenzy ensued, with the world waiting for answers that never materialized, from what began as sympathy for the McCanns. On September 9, 2007, the McCannans left the UK, even though they were named as suspects in their daughter's disappearance case. Chief Inspector Tavares de Almeida came to the conclusion in a report on September 10, 2007, that Madeleine had died inadvertently in the family's apartment, and that the McCannans had staged the kidnapping with the assistance of their friends. A leaked diplomatic cable from September 28, 2007, which showed that US and UK authorities were cooperating on the case, provided more evidence in support of this theory. Tensions with the McCanns grew when they declined to take part in a police reconstruction. Even though Portuguese police had broadened their investigation in October 2007, when the Portuguese Attorney General declared on July 21, 2008, that there was no evidence connecting the McCannans or Robert Murat to Madeleine's disappearance, the investigation was declared closed. But only a few weeks later, on August 4, 2008, the authorities acknowledged the lack of conclusive evidence and made thousands of pages of case files public. Following Madeleine McCann's disappearance, her parents established the Madeleine's Fund, which by March 2008 had amassed over PS 1.8 million. With assistance from individuals such as J.K., the fund provided a PS 2.5 million reward for leads, including Rowling and Simon Cowell. Control Risks and Mateto 3, two private investigators the McCanns hired, may have produced some results in Morocco. In 2008, tensions grew between the McCannans and the Portuguese police. They hired Oakley International, which produced e-fits of a suspect, 4 PS 500,000. When Scotland Yard released these e-fits in 2013, they caused a stir because they had been kept secret until then. The Sunday Times later paid the McCannans PS 55,000 in damages for publishing the story. The McCanns met with British Home Secretary Alan Johnson in 2009 to ask that Madeleine's case be reviewed. Jim Gamble's 2010 report, which criticized the British and Portuguese authorities' lack of coordination and suggested closer cooperation, was the result of this. The British government began Operation Grange, a thorough investigation of the case by Scotland Yard, in May 2011 under Home Secretary Theresa May. A petition from the Sun newspaper served as one of the catalysts for this. By July 2013, the investigation had grown from a team of 29 detectives to a full-scale operation. Over the years, the team looked into hundreds of potential sightings and sex offenders, translated documents, and published age-progressed photos. The investigation's scope was reduced by 2016, but in 2018, the Home Secretary authorized more funding, raising the overall cost to PS 11.6 million. In order to continue the investigation, there were additional extensions in 2018 and 2019. Calls made close to the Ocean Club around the time Madeleine vanished were tracked by police in 2014 using mobile phone tracking. After being questioned, the former bus driver and his associates denied any involvement. Euclid Monteiro, a former employee of the Ocean Club whose phone was found close to the scene, was another important person. No evidence connected him to Madeleine's case, despite the fact that he had previously been questioned about break-ins, and he passed away in 2009. During the same raid on Scotland Yard, believing Monteiro was responsible, issued a request for information in March 2014 regarding a man implicated in sexual assaults in vacation homes in the Algarve. Interviews with 4 Portuguese nationals produced no leads, and a thorough search in Praia da Luz in June 2014 produced no fresh evidence. 11 individuals, including Robert Murat's associates, were questioned later in December, but once more, no significant results were obtained. More than 8,600 sightings of Madeleine had been reported globally by 2016, but none of them were deemed credible. Scotland Yard kept investigating every lead, but she was nowhere to be found. Authorities were hopeful that the remaining pieces of the puzzle, including cell site data and leads about possible suspects, including local suspects offenders, would eventually come together as the investigation continued. 10 years after Madeleine vanished, in 2017, her parents continued to hold out hope. They felt that someone out there knew what had happened, so they vowed to keep looking for as long as it took. Meanwhile, authorities in Braunschweig, Germany, got a vital tip regarding Christian B., who allegedly admitted to a friend in 2017 that he was aware of Madeleine's fate. German police made a shocking announcement in June 2020. They had a new top suspect in Madeleine McCann's disappearance. Christian Bruckner, the suspect, was a 43-year-old convicted sexual offender with a history of unsettling offenses. This new lead gave the investigation new hope after years of dead ends. Bruckner had a troubling criminal history. He had a lengthy criminal history that included drug trafficking, sexual abuse, and burglaries during the previous 30 years. Authorities characterized him as an empathetic psychopath who preyed on defenseless girls. When Bruckner was found guilty of sexual abuse in Germany in 1994, his criminal career officially began. He carried on committing crimes after fleeing to Portugal, such as robbing hotels and vacation rentals close to the Praia da Luz resort. Bruckner's actions on the night of Madeleine's disappearance were connected by German police. 3 primary suspects, 2 men and a woman, who were spotted with a girl who looked like Madeleine, are the subject of the most recent development. Investigators found that Bruckner's cell phone had made a call close to the resort an hour prior to her disappearance. The day after Madeleine vanished, investigators discovered that Bruckner had left Portugal and registered his vehicle to someone else. Did he know more than he was revealing, or was this merely a coincidence? When investigators found troubling evidence connecting Bruckner to other crimes, it appeared that his involvement was even more likely. Bruckner was discovered to have posted about his fantasies of abusing children in a Skype pedophile chat room in 2013. It raised suspicions even though he didn't bring up Madeleine. Then, in 2016, investigators discovered images and videos of child abuse in an abandoned factory that had once belonged to Bruckner. Police took years to link Bruckner to Madeleine's case even though he was a known criminal, but when they looked further, they discovered that he had 68 videos and 391 pictures of child pornography. Christian Bruckner was given a 7-year prison sentence in December 2019 for the 2005 rape of a 72-year-old American woman in Portugal, close to Praia da Luz, where Madeleine McCann's family had been lodging. It is thought that Bruckner assaulted the woman, another woman, and a teenager during the assault, which was caught on camera. Portuguese authorities did not disclose the person's identity, but by 2022 they had named him an official suspect in Madeleine's case. Both German and British police had requested the announcement. Whether Bruckner was the suspect or if someone else had surfaced was unclear. Bruckner's criminal record also included drug trafficking sentences. The Barragem do Arade Reservoir, located approximately 30 miles from Praia da Luz, was searched for 3 days by Portuguese and German authorities in May 2023 after Madeleine vanished. In 2008, a lawyer said he had previously searched the area after receiving information from his criminal contacts that Madeleine's body might be there. Bruckner was also on trial in Germany for rape and sexual assault, with the attacks allegedly taking place in Portugal from 2002 to 2017. An email account connected to Madeleine's disappearance was discovered by authorities, according to a German investigator in June 2024. Bruckner was purportedly connected to the account. A second email account used to disseminate pictures of child abuse was also discovered by investigators. Remarkably, the emails associated with this account were erased soon after Madeleine vanished in early 2007. In a separate trial in October 2024, a German court cleared Christian Bruckner, although he has not been charged in Madeleine's case. Bruckner, 47, is currently serving a 7-year prison sentence in Germany for rape. According to the defense, there was not enough proof to find him guilty of the charges. Although no charges have been filed against him in relation to the case, Bruckner is still the main suspect in her disappearance, even though prosecutors had pushed for an additional 15-year sentence. Though they need more proof before they can charge him, German investigators continue to believe Christian Bruckner may have been involved in Madeleine McCann's disappearance. They cite his history of targeting young girls, cell phone records, and suspicious behavior as important connections to the case. "We will never give up hope of finding Madeleine alive," the McCanns wrote on their website, expressing their continued optimism. "But in order to find peace, we must know the truth regardless of the result." The investigation goes on while Bruckner remains silent in prison. Is there more to the story? Or is he the one at fault? We live with this doubt in our hearts, even though we don't know what happened. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We will examine 2 cases today that you are most likely unfamiliar with. Both cases occurred in the United States of America, one in Maine and the other in New York City. 2 19-year-old women encountered unanticipated events that ended their plans and aspirations and permanently altered their families' lives. Michaela Conley, 19, lived in Bar Harbor with her mother and stepfather. The town of Bar Harbor is located on Mount Desert Island in Frenchman Bay, Maine. It provides access to the nearby Acadia National Park's mountains and cliffs. When Michaela was 4 years old, her father passed away. On May 31, 2018, Michaela picked up her friend Jaliek Keene at Logan Airport in Boston and drove him back to Bar Harbor. Conley and Keene attended Mount Desert Island High School together. Before graduating in 2015, He played running back for the Mount Desert Island High School football team. According to a friend and coach, he had just finished playing football for the Krausevo Royal Crowns, an amateur team in Serbia. He is thought to have been returning from Europe when Michaela Conley met him at the airport. The same evening, she took him back to her Bar Harbor home on Eden Street, which is directly across from the Connors Emerson School. Michaela and Jaliek decided to go for a walk after leaving the house at around 2 in the morning. Michaela never came home. Later, Jaliek went back to Michaela's house the following morning and informed her mother that he had left his wallet and cell phone in Michaela's room and wanted to get them back. Danielle Timoney, Michaela's mother, was shocked to hear that her daughter had not spent the night at home. Jaliek claimed that after a fight with Michaela, he left her alone and walked away. According to Jaliek, he had not seen Michaela. Michaela's mother then reported her daughter's disappearance to the police. Court documents are the most trustworthy source of information. One such document that describes Michaela's fate will now be read to you. A detective who worked on the Michaela Conley investigation provided this testimony. Thomas Pickering, a detective in the Maine State Police Major Crimes Unit North, is your affiant. As of February 2012, your affiant has been a detective. Due to my own investigative efforts and the efforts of other Maine State Police detectives and other law enforcement personnel who shared their findings with me as part of the investigation, I have first-hand knowledge of the facts and circumstances that are described below. Although this affidavit does not contain all of the information we have learned during our investigation, I think it is enough to show that there is reasonable suspicion that Jaliek Keene committed murder. The Maine State Police contacted your affiant on June 1, 2018 in Bar Harbor, Maine. On June 2, 2018, around 11:32, Bangor RCC reported a missing person from Bar Harbor. After arriving at the Bar Harbor Police Department, your affiant was informed by Maine State Police Sergeant Jason Richards of the following facts: that on March 22, 1999, Michaela Conley was reported missing to the Bar Harbor Police Department, that she had left in the afternoon of May 31, 2018, to travel to South to pick up Jaliek Keene and a woman named Natasha, that her mother, Danielle Timoney, reported her missing on June 3, 18 at around 1:04 p.m., that Danielle reported that her cell phone was found this morning on the grounds of the Connors Emerson School, that a school official gave Danielle a cell phone which Danielle recognized as her own, that on June 2, 2018, an MSP canine search team discovered human remains in the wooded area between the Connors Emerson School and the intersection of Eden Avenue and West Street in Bar Harbor, Maine, that a video was uploaded to Snapchat from Michaela's phone on June 1, 2018 at 2:19 a.m., that a male named Jaliek Keene was identified in the video, and that the video showed what was thought to be the playground at the Connors Emerson School. The remains were hidden beneath branches, bamboo, and other vegetation. The body had been dragged from the vicinity of the school, as evidenced by the obvious drag marks found upon closer inspection of the scene. Later, it was determined that the remains belonged to Michaela Conley, who was born on March 22, 1999. On June 3, 2018, State Medical Examiner Dr. Margaret Greenwald performed Michaela Conley's autopsy. Dr. Greenwald called me to share her initial findings. She discovered evidence of strangulation and blunt force trauma to the head and face after the autopsy. In addition, there were numerous abrasions and contusions on the torso and extremities, which suggested both dragging and intentional harm. Additionally, there was evidence of anal penetration with injury, including rectum contusions, anus lacerations, and contusions. She believes that strangulation and blunt force trauma are the causes of death. Homicide is the manner of death. Before MSP detectives Jason Fowler and Paul White discovered the body, Jaliek Keene was interviewed on June 10. He acknowledged in that interview that Michaela had picked him up at Logan Airport and that they had driven back to Bar Harbor together. He claimed to have stayed with her until the wee hours of the morning at her house, and that while they were there, they both went onto the grounds of the nearby Connors Emerson School at around 2 in the morning. I was able to verify this claim by looking at surveillance footage that was obtained from the school. He claimed that they made out and had sex for approximately an hour while they were together on the school grounds, as will be covered in more detail below. Then she got angry. A physical altercation broke out. He displayed the scratches on his back to the detectives. "She had forced it upon me," he said. He claimed that he left at 3:30 a.m. and never came back. "I never saw her again," he said. Jalik and I had a walkthrough on June 3 before I interviewed him. He acknowledged that they had had vaginal sex at that point, and in response to my questions, he revealed that this was their first time having sex together, and that he had also had anal sex with Michaela. He went on to say that he never saw her again after leaving her on the school grounds at around 3:30 in the morning. He told me that he waited for her for 4 hours after walking down to the shoreline close to the Bar Harbor shore path. I was able to get the video surveillance footage from every camera at the school by collaborating with other detectives. By watching that video, I was able to see Michaela Conley and Jalik Kakeen strolling along the path that connects Eden Street to the Connors Emerson School at 2:17 in the morning. Jalik and Michaela walk off camera toward the school's Eden Street side, which is where the playground is. After that, I watched more video from a camera mounted on the building's Eden Street side. Low light levels and cobwebs in front of the lens, which partially obscured the view, resulted in poor video quality. It was like taking pictures with night vision. However, I managed to see someone who looked like Michaela enter the scene and sit on the ground in what must have been a very dimly lit space. Then, at 3:36 a.m., I saw a man who looked like Jalik approach her side. Following some sort of conversation, he picked her up over his shoulder and left with her while she was kicking her feet. I then looked at more footage from the same camera that was shot at around 7:05 a.m. the following day in full daylight. I saw someone operating a lawnmower, moving in and out of sight. Shortly afterward, I saw Jalik Keen emerge from behind a line of bushes into the open, carrying an apparently dead Michaela by her wrists, pulling her over his back with her body stretched out on it, and quickly dragging her across the screen in the direction of the location where her body was eventually discovered. Jalik had the same eye-catching tattoo on his left arm that I had previously noticed on the video, and I noticed that he was wearing the same black clothing that he had been wearing when they first arrived on school property. Additionally, when he is interviewed, the video footage blatantly disputes Jalik's assertion that he abandoned Michaela at the school grounds at 3:30 a.m. and never returned. I did not see any other male or female than those mentioned above at any time while I was watching the surveillance tape. Jalik Keen was taken into custody. Despite facing multiple charges, he entered a not guilty plea. About 50 of Conley's family members and friends packed the courtroom for the 2019 trial. A smaller group of Keen's relatives and friends were gathered on the opposite side of the courtroom, wearing black t-shirts featuring a picture of Keen and the words, "We all love you" in large letters. Meg Elam, the prosecutor, told the jury, which consisted of 6 men and 9 women, that on May 31, 2018, Michaela Conley drove Keen and 2 other people back to Bar Harbor after picking them up at Boston's Logan International Airport. Michaela was unaware that she would die within the next 18 hours, Elam reminded the jury. She also mentioned that Michaela Conley's genitalia and under her fingernails contained Keen's DNA. Since Keen was physically stronger than Michaela, she had very little chance of escaping after the police found and inspected her body. According to the website of the West Virginia University sports team, where Keen played collegiate soccer, Michaela was 5 feet 4 inches tall and weighed just 93 pounds. In 2015, he made a separate opening statement to the jury, stating that he weighed 180 pounds and stood 6 feet tall. Attorneys Don Corbett and Jeffrey Tutaker, who are Keen's representatives, stated that although prosecutors have circumstantial evidence against Keen, they are unable to prove that he killed Michaela Conley because there may have been another person on the school property who escaped being captured on camera. According to Corbett, police never tested objects discovered on the playground, such as cigarette butts and an empty alcohol bottle, in an effort to identify additional suspects. According to her, there is no evidence of Conley's cause of death or the identity of those present when she passed away. Circumstantial evidence, according to Corbett, does not prove anything beyond a reasonable doubt. It makes people guess. Before Corbett told the jury how Conley and Keen, who had known each other since elementary school, went to Conley's mother's home on Eden Street, which was right across the street from the elementary school, when they arrived in Bar Harbor at around 1 in the morning. Elam gave her opening statement. Her mother never saw or spoke to her again after Conley and Keene left. According to Elam, Keene returned to the house the following morning and claimed that he had left his cell phone there the previous evening. Conley's mother discovered that Conley was missing when she went up to her daughter's room to get it. Keene informed Conley's mother that he had last seen her on the school grounds at around 3:30 a.m. when she inquired about the whereabouts of her daughter. Conley's mother was notified later that morning by school personnel that they had located Conley's cell phone on the school's playground. Later that morning, after a thorough search involving Conley's friends and the police, they also discovered Conley's shoes outside the school. Keene persisted in telling people that he last saw her at the playground. Even the defendant took part in the search. Elam claimed that even though he already knew where Michaela Conley's body was, he feigned to search for her. Keene began as Conley's friend but ended up being a wolf in sheep's clothing. According to the victim's stepfather, "I am completely shattered. I am irreparably damaged. This is my life sentence without my girl. Keene has destroyed our family, Jalik." According to Danielle Timoney, Conley's mother, Keene made the decision to testify on his own behalf. A video that purportedly showed him carrying Conley's lifeless body and then washing himself in a water spigot was shown to him on the grounds of Connors Emerson School. Keene claimed he couldn't remember what was captured on camera. Prosecutors and defense lawyers questioned Keene. He claims that after an international flight from Serbia, where he played football, he had been up for about 36 hours that night. Keene claims he didn't remember anything from that morning until he left his wallet and phone at Conley's house. As he spoke for himself, Keene informed Judge Murray that he disagreed with one aspect of the case, stating that although he loved Michaela, he was never in love with her. After that, Keene read a written confession in which he acknowledged that he was responsible for Conley's death and stated that he wanted to exchange his life for hers. He appeared to request the death penalty rather than spend years in prison, saying he would never purposefully hurt any of his friends but would take a bullet for them. A jury found Keene guilty, but Keene added that no one knows what happened the night Michaela was killed in May 2019. During the sentencing on September 11, the verdict was declared. Despite the video evidence, Judge Murray said it was chilling that Keene refused to accept responsibility for Conley's death. Judge Murray also found it unsettling that Keene could appear to Conley's mother while pretending to care for her daughter, 22-year-old Jalik, only minutes after killing her. Keene received a sentence of 30 years and 58 years for murder. The two terms will be served simultaneously. The event covered in this video happened in January 2022, specifically in East Harlem, New York City. Cristal Bayron Neves, 19, was employed at Burger King on the night shift. As if sensing trouble, she was scheduled to work another shift on January 8, 2022. Even though Crystal didn't want to go to work, her sense of duty overcame her. The girl showed up for what turned out to be her final shift. North of the Upper East Side, East Harlem, also called Spanish Harlem or El Barrio, is a neighborhood in Upper Manhattan, New York City. It is bordered to the east and north by the East and Harlem Rivers, to the south by 96th Street, and to the west by 5th Avenue. Although it is one of the neighborhoods that are included in Greater Harlem, it is generally not regarded as being a part of Harlem proper, despite its name. The neighborhood is home to one of New York City's largest Hispanic communities, which is primarily made up of Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, Cubans, and Mexicans. In 2019, Crystal, her mother, and her 14-year-old brother relocated to New York City from Puerto Rico, where they gradually made their home. While their mother, Christy Nieves, found employment and tried her best to provide for her children, Crystal and her brother began attending school. Crystal received her high school diploma in 2021. She started looking for work, but since she lacked any skills, she was compelled to accept a position at East Harlem's Burger King in December 2021. Her home was only a few blocks away from her workplace on 116th Street. Her dreams were not limited to working behind the cash register at a fast food restaurant. Of course, she intended to attend college and pursue a career that would enable her to be eligible for a higher-paying job. But for now, Crystal's dream was a personal vehicle, and she set out to earn the money necessary to purchase it for herself. During her first few days at Burger King, Crystal encountered difficulties. She had to work the night shift because of the way the schedule was set up. Since East Harlem has a long history of social issues, including high crime rates, Crystal was understandably unhappy with the night shifts. She was afraid of the homeless people who would gather in front of the Burger King where she worked at night. Crystal asked her manager to adjust her work schedule after she started to worry about her safety. She requested to start working the day shift on January 14, 2022. As her final night shifts came to an end, Crystal was to start working during the day. She grew less and less excited to go to work. Before leaving the house on the evening of January 8, 2022, Crystal was heading to one of her final night shifts. She told her mother, Christy Nieves, that she was scared of the contingent that gathered there at night, and that was why she didn't want to go to work. But the mother insisted that her daughter must do the right thing. "You have to be responsible," Christy said. "You're already on the schedule, so you must leave." The last time Crystal's mother saw her alive, she left for work. Crystal changed her clothes when she got to work and started working. She worked at a Burger King location that was open 24 hours a day, but there was no security. A man wearing all black entered the building at around 1 in the morning. He had a gun in his hand and a black ski mask covering his face. The first person to obstruct the offender at this time was a patron who was seated at a table within the establishment. The handle of the gun struck him in the head. The 59-year-old female manager was struck in the face by the perpetrator after she was next in line. Then, the masked man threatened Crystal as he walked up behind the cash register. He insisted that she take the money out of the cash register and give it to him. Although there was only $100 in the cash register, Crystal opened it, took the money and gave it to the criminal in order to comply with the demands. The masked man pulled the trigger because he apparently didn't like receiving so little money. Crystal was struck in the chest by the bullet. The manager called 911 after the offender had left the property. Police and an ambulance showed up and took Crystal to the hospital, where the doctor tried her best to save her life but was unsuccessful. The location where everything occurred was cordoned off by police, but they were unable to track down and capture the criminal on the hot tracks. The female manager told the police everything they could recall after the customer was struck in the head by a gun handle. They claimed that Crystal followed the offender's instructions without question. However, he still shot her. Although the suspect's face was hidden by a mask, the New York Police Department released a picture of him in the hopes that someone would recognize him and report it for information that would result in the criminal's arrest. The $10,000 reward offered by the New York Police Department was quickly raised to $20,000. What took place? Additionally, Crystal's family suffered a severe blow. Funeral arrangements were now a burden for the family, even though her life had only just begun. Outside the Burger King building, a temporary memorial was set up, and worried citizens brought flowers and lit candles. According to Mayor Eric Adams, he met Nieves's mother and observed the anguish on her face. He expressed gratitude to the NYPD for their efforts in apprehending the suspect. "Even though I don't attend arrest press conferences, it was extremely personal for a cold-blooded murderer to shoot a 19-year-old girl after she cooperated. There are far too many firearms on our streets, as we have repeatedly stated." Adams said that when a fundraiser was set up for the Nieves family, hundreds of worried people answered the call for assistance. In her native Puerto Rico, Christy Nieves made the decision to bury her daughter. When contributions totaled $45,000, the fundraiser was shut down. Crystal's family members received complimentary tickets to Puerto Rico from JetBlue Airways, which has its headquarters in New York. Police were working to solve the case in the interim. Throughout the city, leaflets featuring the offender's picture were actively circulated. The incident was discussed on television news programs, and the picture was also circulated on social media. There was no justification for shooting this young woman, so it's likely that very few people in New York are still unaware of Crystal's incident. The money had been transferred. She was making an effort to follow the gunman's instructions. She was killed for no apparent reason, according to NYPD Chief of Department Kenneth Corey. 5 days after Crystal's death, police spoke tearfully about the teen's last moments. After the culprit fled the scene, they declared that they had arrested a suspect. Detectives used surveillance footage to follow his movements. On Friday, January 14, Winston Glynn, 30, was taken into custody. The clothes the murderer allegedly wore the night of the attack were discovered in nearby dumpsters when police arrested Glynn at a Bedford-Stuyvesant, Brooklyn address. According to law enforcement, they found a phone that he had taken from the manager of the restaurant and thrown into a subway tunnel. They also used security footage to follow the attacker to a nearby bodega where, an hour prior to the deadly altercation, he made an electronic transaction. Among other charges, he was accused of first-degree murder. Surprisingly, Glynn, a Jamaican native, worked at Burger King for a while in 2020 in the exact location he chose to rob. He also resided in a homeless shelter. Furthermore, he probably went in disguise as a customer the day before the attack to take a look around. Because Glynn was familiar with the facility and knew there was inadequate security, investigators came to the conclusion that he planned the attack. He left before Crystal began working there, so he didn't know her. As officers led Winston, Glynn, out of the police station in handcuffs and shackles, he screamed at the irate crowd of onlookers. "Our reparations for 400 years of slavery are nowhere to be found," Glynn inquired. Then he yelled, "America is going to burn," as loudly as he could. As the suspect was being led from the station, a crowd of bystanders gathered outside and threw profanities at him. Glynn repeatedly accused the judge of lying during the courtroom arraignment. "You didn't see the judge, liar," the suspect yelled. "Liar." At a subsequent court hearing, Glynn was accused of first-degree murder and robbery and was not granted bail. He likened himself to Jesus Christ and Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela. What happened to him? What became of Jesus? They weren't guilty. "I want to be a leader in all of that, Glynn. Many people are envious." He asked why he would use a traceable payment so soon before the crime and why it took days for a witness to identify him after the news had broadcast the robbery's video. "I used to work at a tip line, and I'm sure someone called it. That's all," he raged, alluding to the 8 months he worked at the East 116th Burger King in 2020, the location of Bayron Niev's murder. "This can only go in one direction. They let me go, and I sue the city for keeping me for so long," he continued. "The system treats the lower class as if we are unimportant," which infuriated Glynn, before asserting that the families of the wealthy and powerful truly profit from crime and chaos in the city. He also made strange references to Freemasons and the Illuminati. Glynn entered a not guilty plea in the death of Bayron Nies. Glynn's criminal history includes at least 4 prior arrests, including menacing with a weapon in November 2021 and criminal possession of a weapon in December 2020. Winston Glynn is currently awaiting sentencing. A conviction for first-degree murder carries a life sentence without the possibility of release. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. It can seem like everything around you is predetermined when the shadows of the past start to close in. Will anyone ever be able to fully avoid what fate has in store for them? The family that disappeared overnight, leaving a trail of unresolved questions and the eerie echoes of unfinished phone calls, is the subject of today's story. This is the tale of Melissa Wolfenbarger, whose abrupt and inexplicable disappearance sparked a true tragedy. On November 26, 1998, a peaceful Thanksgiving night at the Patton home was marred by a feeling of unease. Melissa called to wish her parents a happy Thanksgiving. Melissa is Norma and Carl's youngest daughter. It was a normal and familiar conversation, with topics including Christmas preparations, gift selection, and plans for the approaching holidays. As they did each year, Melissa wanted her kids to spend the holidays at her parents' house. She smiled and said, "Mom, don't forget that old picture of Grandma. I'd love to have it framed under the tree." However, there was neither a phone call nor a knock on the door on Christmas. Despite their concerns, Norma and Carl hoped that their daughter and her family would arrive at the last minute, which they occasionally did. No one showed up as the hours went by. There were gifts under the tree, sparkling with holiday lights, but the atmosphere was solemn, and the quiet became unbearable. It all began on a typical day, but after a few days passed with no communication from their daughter, Norma started to worry. This time it seemed different, but Melissa had always managed to get in touch, especially if plans had changed. When the parents tried to call, no one picked up. Additionally, fruitless were attempts to contact their son-in-law, Christopher. Melissa's parents continued to reside in their comfortable home in Last Grove, Georgia, while Melissa and her spouse and children lived in Atlanta. When the long period of silence became intolerable in January, Norma and Carl got into their car and drove to Atlanta. Their hearts sank when they arrived at the duplex on Brooklyn Avenue after following the well-known streets. Although the apartment doors were open, the interior felt eerily deserted and lifeless. It appeared as though their daughter and her family had never lived there because the rooms were immaculate and well-organized. It appeared as if someone had purposefully removed every indication of their presence. Asking neighbors if they had seen Melissa or her kids, Norma went door to door. No one knew where they were going or why they hadn't left a message or forwarding address, but one man remembered seeing them packing things into a moving truck just before New Year's. It appeared as though they had made the decision to depart suddenly, without warning, and with no intention of coming back. It was intolerable to Carl and Norma. They were aware that Melissa would have contacted them if something had gone wrong. If plans had changed, their daughter would not have concealed it. She had always been forthright and honest. Norma concluded that this could not be ignored. Someone had to know something if Melissa and her family had left. They located the glass manufacturing company where their son-in-law worked, and the management verified that Christopher had worked there as a truck driver, but had recently been fired. He was fired because he was involved in an accident involving one of the company's vehicles. They were unable to respond when questioned about Christopher's future plans. Like his family, he had just disappeared. January and February saw no updates, but time went by. Norma continued to make an effort, but every day only brought more disappointment. Her February birthday was particularly painful. Despite her busy schedule, Melissa had always called to wish her well, but this time the phone was silent. At last, Norma started to understand that her daughter's silence wasn't a coincidence. There had been a horrible incident. What might have caused Melissa to leave her former life behind? Carl and Norma had a hard time understanding it. Their youngest daughter was always happy and affectionate, they recalled. She distinguished herself from her peers early on by actively competing in school pageants and lending a hand with her older sister Tina's projects. Their dreams of starting a veterinary clinic and helping as many animals as they could were dashed when Melissa's adolescent misbehavior landed her in legal troubles, running away from home and falling in love with Christopher for the first time. During those tumultuous years, when she was caught between her desire to discover herself and her parents' expectations, he became her only source of stability. She was altered by marriage. Everything appeared to be coming together at last. She and Christopher seemed to have a happy life together after they moved to the city and had kids. However, her parents continued to feel a subtle, unnerving feeling, as though there was a deep crack beneath the surface, the calm. Those uneasy feelings had now become a terrifying reality as I stood in that empty apartment on Brooklyn Avenue in January 1999. The questions continued to mount. How had their daughter and her family fared? Why did their searches for answers only result in dead ends? And why did all the leads go nowhere? Where had Melissa's kids disappeared to? And why hadn't any of the neighbors seen her since New Year's? What did that picture she had requested for Christmas represent? These small, unimportant details assumed a sinister tone, giving the impression that something much more significant was going on. It would have felt like betrayal to leave everything unsolved, so Norma continued to look for any information, clinging to the tiniest hints to figure out what had happened to her cherished daughter. Nothing could have prepared her for the truth that lay ahead, a truth that would completely upend their lives, and a story that had started out as a straightforward family vacation had evolved into a grim, desperate search for light in the dark. Melissa's disappearance also perplexed Tina, her older sister, who worked alongside her at a small bakery. Their co-workers said Melissa just stopped showing up, as if she had disappeared into thin air, and the management at Denny's where they worked reported that she hadn't been there for more than a month. If she had found another job, no one knew. All they said was that she failed to report for work one day without providing any prior notice. Even some of her co-workers paid her a visit, but it didn't help. The family had moved out, but no one knew where they went, the neighbors said with a shrug. Time went by. As the year 1999 went on, Melissa had not been contacted. Praying for their daughter's safe return, Carl and Norma were inconsolable. Their hope dwindled with every month, but they held on to it as if it were a lifeline. Since Melissa had always remained close to them, despite her turbulent upbringing, they were unable to think of a good reason why she wouldn't call. They thought they would soon awaken from the nightmare. However, reality only became more grim, and the nightmare continued. The Patton family had run out of patience by January 2000. Norma reported a missing person to the authorities. After starting an investigation, detectives quickly located Christopher Wolfenbarger, Melissa's husband. He had also been out of touch for some time at the time of Melissa's disappearance, but he eventually made a comeback, but there was no sign of his wife or children. Melissa had gone out on her own, according to Christopher. He claimed that one day she simply made the decision to fulfill her dream of starting over and relocating to California. Carl and Norma, however, knew their daughter. They were positive that she would never simply vanish without a word, and that she would never do that. The parents were adamant that Christopher was concealing something, but the police could find no reason to take any further action. Melissa was an adult, and she had every right to travel to California if she so desired. Without any proof of a crime, the police had no reason to declare her missing because her husband had not filed a missing persons report. The inquiry came to a standstill. According to Christopher, Melissa had been preparing the move for some time. In order to save money, she worked double shifts at the bakery. After long, exhausting days, she occasionally even rented a hotel room to avoid the lengthy commute home. He claimed that this was how she was getting ready for the next phase of her life. When she simply disappeared one day, Christopher assumed she had finally carried out her plan and departed for California alone. He maintained that it was nothing out of the ordinary, citing Melissa's wish to make a new beginning. By bringing up Christopher's past, detectives attempted to exert pressure on him. Wolfenbarger had a very turbulent childhood. "Melissa and I were like Bonnie and Clyde, just on a smaller scale," he grinned while being questioned. They did encounter some minor issues. Even before they were married, their lives appeared to be a succession of snap judgments. However, it quickly became apparent that Christopher was lying. Melissa filed complaints, according to the records. She had repeatedly reported instances of domestic violence. It wasn't just him lifting his hand against her, she said. He allegedly gave her illegal drugs and, despite her protests, pulled her down the street by her hair on one occasion. Christopher filed a counterclaim after learning of these reports. The court case became increasingly complex. Christopher requested authorization to speak with Melissa alone during one of the hearings. Melissa backed off from her complaint and went home with him after a brief, private conversation. That was all she said. "We have kids, after all." Following Melissa's disappearance, Christopher took an unexpected action. He left the house they shared and went to live with family. Christopher rarely paid them a visit. The children lived with their paternal grandmother. He appeared to be making an effort to put his former life behind him. Joy and little Christina adapted to life without their mother very fast, and they only ever thought about their father when he would arrive at his mother's house. Christopher had never been liked by Norma Patton. She thought that shortly after graduating from high school, Melissa fled her home because of him. She saw this marriage as nothing more than a source of heartache and disappointment. "He was never who he pretended to be," she would frequently say while gazing at pictures of her daughter. It felt like a terrifying prophecy now that Melissa was gone. Her parents found it hard to believe that their daughter had just up and left her life behind. Why were people who might have known the answer keeping quiet? And what actually happened to Melissa? A darker and more unsettling image of the Wolfenbarger family, where happiness was merely an illusion, began to take shape as the haze of the past gradually cleared. During an interview with detectives, Tina Patton recalled a previous incident. She had seen a handprint-like bruise on Melissa's neck. Normally calm and collected, Melissa started crying and pleaded with Tina to keep it a secret. Following that, one of Tina's friends attempted to speak with Christopher directly, but it was never successful. Things appeared to have calmed down, but this was a facade. The thought that their daughter had just decided to disappear without saying anything was unacceptable to Carl and Norma Patton. Melissa would have found a way to get in touch with her parents even if she had felt the need to leave them. However, days and months stretched into years, and Melissa was nowhere to be found. It appeared as though a young mother of two had vanished into thin air. Melissa's husband, Christopher Wolfenbarger, was constantly rephrasing his claims. When questioned in the spring of 2000, he abruptly revealed that he had seen Melissa on the street close to their house in March or April of 1999, despite initially claiming that he had last seen her in December 1998. This discrepancy did not clarify the case. Rather, it only increased suspicions. The Patton family returned to the public eye in 2003, 5 years later. This time, Carl Patton himself was at issue, not Melissa. They had taken him into custody. As it happened, Carl had already had a run-in with the law in the middle of the 1980s. He was released on parole after serving a brief sentence for theft. He had made an effort to avoid trouble ever since, but over 20 years after the crime, his past finally caught up with him. His participation was verified by DNA analysis. Carl was taken into custody on February 23, 2003, in connection with the death of Liddy Mae Evans, age 31. Her body was discovered in a river in 1977, chained to a concrete block and wrapped in a sleeping bag. A gunshot wound to the head was the cause of death. However, Carl was linked to other crimes as well. Carl's wife, Norma, made the startling declaration that she would testify against her husband in exchange for immunity as soon as he was arrested. After the agreement was reached, Norma started providing in-depth testimony that astounded everyone. She claims that Carl and his friend Joe Quint were involved in several crimes between 1970 and 1977. The murder of Carl's uncle, Fred White, and his lover was the beginning of it all. Carl persuaded Norma to assist in removing any possible witnesses because he knew too much. Norma described how Carl used a shotgun to kill his uncle and his uncle's lover after luring them to their house on December 17, 1977. After that, he and Norma placed weights on the bodies, wrapped them in sleeping bags, and disposed of them in the river. Carl burned the blood-stained couch in the backyard, while Norma cleaned the house and cleaned up the blood. However, their van's blood-stained trunk was not cleaned. Investigators questioned Carl and Norma after discovering blood traces in the trunk that matched the victim's blood type, but there wasn't enough proof to file charges at the time. Carl's involvement was not confirmed by DNA testing until 25 years later, and Melissa's father was arrested on February 23, 2003. Rumors about Carl's potential involvement in Melissa's disappearance started to circulate after his arrest. Her own father, who couldn't risk anyone in the family talking, may have been her victim, according to some theories. However, there was no concrete proof to back up this theory. "I would never harm my daughter. I only dealt with those who threatened my family." Carl denied any involvement, but everyone knew that there was a harsh reality behind those words. Carl was suspected of more than just Melissa's disappearance. Rumor had it that he was connected to criminal groups in the southern United States. He was known as a cold-blooded shooter as early as the 1960s, but he consistently denied any involvement. Carl acted out of greed, according to Norma, who made this revelation in 2003 during the investigation into the deaths of Fred White and his lover. In addition to hiring Carl to look after her unfaithful husband, Fred White's official marriage entitled his wife to an insurance payout. Detective Bruce Jordan handled these old cases. He managed to apprehend and convict Carl Patton after 25 years, but it was insufficient. Now, while incarcerated, Carl pleaded with Jordan, "Find my daughter, find Melissa." This was a surprising statement from a man who seemed to have no remorse. All of a sudden, his daughter's disappearance caused concern. This gave Norma and Tina hope, but it also sparked a wave of new anxieties. They were concerned that Melissa's disappearance was not an accident, and that the mystery that had been hidden for so long might become even more horrific. Detective Bruce Jordan became interested as soon as the reopened Wolfenbarger case made the news. The story appeared to be set in stone for years, but everything changed when a sudden lead came from the Atlanta morgue. Jordan was contacted by a forensic specialist who told him that they had been storing unidentified remains in their facility for 4 years. These remains were body parts discovered in various months of 1999 in the neighborhood where Melissa's family resided. A severed head had been found close to the Wolfenbargers' residence back in April of that same year. Legs and arms were discovered in a nearby wooded area 2 months later, wrapped in garbage bags. The remains were initially identified as belonging to a male because they could not be properly identified, and the torso was never recovered. These graphic findings were unrelated to Melissa's disappearance because she had not yet been reported missing at the time. Only later did the terrible truth come to light. Those were her remains. Bruce Jordan noticed important details when he got the information. Near the glass company where Christopher Wolfenbarger used to work, the head and limbs were discovered. Back then, experts had assured everyone that the remains were male, but Norma Patton remembered hearing about the unsettling findings on the news. Only years later, following DNA testing, was it determined that the mutilated body belonged to Melissa Carl Patton. While incarcerated, Melissa's father was informed. When he heard that her mutilated remains had been discovered soon after she vanished, but had not been identified, he was overcome with emotion. He was deeply saddened by the fact that the DNA test, which would have provided insight into his daughter's fate, was not carried out until almost 4 years after his arrest. Melissa's remains weren't identified until 2003, when Norma first reported her missing in early 2000. Important evidence that could have resolved the case much sooner was lost, along with crucial time. Experts initially thought the remains were male because Melissa's neck had been cut with a saw and her skull had been bleached. According to forensic analysis, it was impossible to tell if the injuries were caused before or after death because of the same chemical. It was almost impossible to find the perpetrator's car because her head and limbs were strewn along busy roads in trash bags. Her torso was never located, so it was impossible to determine the precise time or cause of death. Christopher was taken in for additional interrogation. He told investigators that he had always been cooperative and had given them all the information he could years before his wife was finally identified. He said he had no reason to hurt Melissa. There were no assets, no debts, and no insurance policy. He made it clear that, knowing that it would raise suspicions, he would never have disposed of the remains close to his place of employment. Even in interviews with reporters, Christopher insisted that he sincerely thought Melissa had changed her name and moved to a new place in the hopes that she would eventually come back, if only for their kids. He never submitted a missing persons report because of this. Melissa's older sister Tina was particularly affected by the loss. She saw it as a persistent, eerie pain, rather than merely an unsolved case. She even experienced nightmares in which Tina was unable to reach Melissa when she called out for assistance. Carl also changed while he was incarcerated. He couldn't help but want justice for his daughter. Losing Melissa appeared to be the first time he had ever experienced the depth of the suffering his own victims' families had gone through. The story's most startling element was that Carl, a convicted criminal, devoted his last years to pursuing justice for Melissa. Even though he seemed to love his daughter, her death was still unknown. Although her remains had been located, no one had been charged or arrested. Norma Patton made contact with Cheryl McCollum, a cold case investigator, once more in 2017. Norma and Cheryl first met at an official dinner. Cheryl is well known for her true crime podcasts and shows. A new investigation started when Norma came up to her that night and said, "My daughter was decapitated and I need your help." Cheryl McCollum immediately recommended to Norma that they re-examine all of the evidence, because she knew the case would not be simple. In an attempt to put the pieces of the puzzle together and uncover even one new clue, she planned a fresh search of the forested area where the bags containing remains had been discovered years prior. However, thus far, the endeavors had failed. Norma was determined to persevere. She had faith that eventually the truth about her daughter's death would be revealed. Cheryl kept looking into Melissa Wolfenbarger's case in an effort to find the final piece that would complete the picture. Cheryl McCollum, the investigator, could scarcely have predicted how many shadowy corners she would have to light when she started her work. She was able to get in touch with Melissa's father, Carl Patton, right away. Carl wrote about his personal experiences and his ideas about who he thought was to blame for his daughter's disappearance. Her husband, Christopher Wolfenbarger, was the one name he kept bringing up repeatedly. In regards to his son-in-law, Carl had no illusions. From the first time they met, he thought Christopher had destroyed his daughter's life. Melissa used to be a bright, upbeat person, but after Christopher came into her life, everything changed. Carl claims that Christopher taught her how to steal, persuaded her to sneak out of the house at night to meet him, and twice attempted to take Carl's car so that she and Melissa could flee to California. He gained complete control over her after she became pregnant and gave birth to their daughter. Norma and Carl only ever saw their granddaughter Christina when Christopher was at work, because he made an effort to keep her away from her parents. In a terrified whisper, Melissa said that if her husband discovered that her parents had come to visit, she would be in serious trouble. Carl remembered how Melissa refused to heed Christopher's warnings. Even though he had repeatedly bruised her arms and neck, she thought she could turn her life around, but Carl realized something had gone horribly wrong when she failed to show up for Christmas. Although he was certain Christopher had something to do with her disappearance, proving it was a different story. Knowing that his grandchildren didn't comprehend that their mother had truly left to start a new life, but had instead gone forever, was the thing that tormented Carl the most. Carl wrote about how, despite being incarcerated, he attempted to help with the investigation. He suggested that whoever tied the knots might have left evidence, and he asked the experts to check the trash bags containing the remains for any DNA traces. Although he wrote, "There's no such thing as a perfect crime," the police were never able to find any evidence that connected Christopher to the case. Carl clung to the hope that the inquiry would eventually produce something. Norma detailed her suspicions to Cheryl McCollum during multiple meetings. Norma believed Christopher was responsible for the death of her daughter. Carl's desire to learn the truth was evident in his letters. Despite his reputation as a convicted criminal, he was prepared to assist. Detectives were still unable to link Christopher to Melissa's disappearance, though. Carl thanked Cheryl for her efforts at the end of one of his letters, stating that he had only realized the seriousness of his own crimes after losing his daughter. To understand the feelings of his victims' families, he had to go through that kind of loss himself. One day, he hoped, his grandchildren would discover the truth about their mom. In order to determine whether any family members might have had a reason for seeking retribution, Cheryl McCollum also looked into the possibility of enlisting the help of Liddy Evans' children, one of Carl's victims. The idea that someone involved in Carl's previous crimes might have sought revenge was entertained by the police, but it was soon disproved. Years passed after Melissa vanished before Carl's crimes were discovered. Despite the fact that her father was a criminal, Liddy's children felt Melissa also deserved justice and consented to be interviewed for a podcast about her story. Joseph Morgan, one of the forensic specialists, discussed the results of the autopsy. He surmised that Melissa might have been dismembered at the glass company where Christopher worked, rather than at home. All the equipment needed to carry out such an act was on hand, and the remains were discovered at a landfill close to the building. The police were unable to verify this theory, though, because they did not discover any blood or DNA traces at the facility where the crime had occurred, and more crucially, who was behind it were still unknown. Cheryl was careful to pay attention to every little detail. She reviewed all the case materials, brought in experts, and communicated with Carl on a regular basis. One thing appeared to be universally accepted by the experts: Christopher was still the most likely suspect. McCollum declared that she was prepared to risk her reputation in order to bring the offender to justice. When Melissa's podcast debuted in February 2023, her story was the first one she discussed. Then, in April 2024, she received a call from a listener who said she had seen Melissa and Christopher fight at a party. The case gained new life and momentum as a result of this information. With newfound vigor, investigators resumed their work. After over 20 years of uncertainty, Christopher Wolfenbarger was taken into custody on suspicion of a serious crime in early August. To piece everything together, detectives re-interviewed witnesses, followed up on old leads, and employed new technology. He attempted to hide behind a dryer when the police arrived at his house, which one of the officers remarked was not the conduct of an innocent man. Although Christopher insisted he was innocent, the charges had already been filed. Tina and Norma attended the press conference. When Norma heard the news of the arrest, she clasped her hands together and prayed in private. "Now he's behind bars," she said, in front of the cameras, "and I hope he stays there." Christopher's motivations remained unclear, and the police did not reveal all the evidence that led to the arrest. However, one thing was for sure. 25 years after Melissa vanished, her family was at last hopeful that justice would be served. I told you this story because the truth always finds a way to come to light, even after years have gone by and everything seems lost. Despite all the difficulties and public scrutiny, the Patton family persisted in fighting for their daughter, and their efforts were rewarded. This case demonstrates that misconduct cannot be disregarded. Families that experience abuse frequently find themselves in dire circumstances, but keeping quiet and concealing the truth won't help. Don't let yourself be broken. Seek justice. Melissa would advise you if she could talk to you right now. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, Don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Investigators' work is a true art that calls for in-depth knowledge, intuition, and frequently extraordinary perseverance. It goes beyond simply carrying out official responsibilities. Investigations instantly conjure images of dramatic plots with swift resolutions and striking revelations. However, the reality of daily life is very different from this illusion. Investigators deal with a variety of difficulties, each of which calls for a unique strategy. By gathering evidence and reconstructing events, they attempt to paint a full picture of the incident. However, some crimes go unsolved even after many hours of case file research. This could be because there is insufficient evidence, there aren't enough witnesses, or there is conflicting and unclear evidence. The intricacy of the investigator's job is further compounded by the fact that many incidents appear clear-cut at first, but upon closer examination, they become considerably more complex. In some cases, the original versions prove to be totally unworkable. For instance, a crime that seemed to be motivated by jealousy may actually be the consequence of a series of events. Because of this variability, the investigator needs to be especially adaptive and flexible. The instances when a little-known piece of evidence that was previously dismissed as irrelevant turns out to be a clue are especially impressive. Sometimes a fingerprint, an object thrown at the crime scene, or even a word that was dropped by accident can alter the entire investigation and force a fresh perspective on details that appear familiar. These kinds of surprises call for a true investigator to be able to see the invisible and cut through the most complex web of falsehoods and misinformation. In the video for today, we examine one instance that was not initially what it appeared to be. This story, which was set in Canada, caught the public's attention right away because of its peculiar plot. The 34-year-old Nicole Porciello, also known by her last name Hasselman, was a patient and kind person, a true mentor to many children who were occasionally lost in the complicated maze of adolescence. She worked in student support services at Templeton Secondary School. For Nicole, the workplace at this school was more than just a place of employment. It was a second family, a place of friendship, and a place of sincere support. Nicole was viewed as an inspiration by her coworkers because she was always helpful and responsive. Teachers, administrators, and other school employees became friends with her. The miracle of pedagogy was manifested in her ability to relate to the most challenging teenagers. In addition to her professionalism, Nicole's colleagues adored her for her genuine warmth and kindness outside of work. In 2018, Nicole was a mother raising her 10-year-old son. Like her son was a kind and sensitive boy. By investing in both with sincere passion and concern, Nicole was able to balance her career and raising her child. She tried to set an example for him by always opening her heart to the outside world and improving it slightly. Regretfully, Nicole's family and friends' lives were irrevocably altered on January 16, 2018. A 2017 charcoal gray Kia Sorento SUV was involved in a collision in the 8000 block of Barnett Highway on November 16 at around 10 p.m., according to Burnaby Police. Emergency personnel showed up on the scene. The car's mangled body appeared even more menacing after colliding with a lamppost. A man was trapped inside the car, his life now hanging in the balance. Their sirens broke the evening silence in the glare of the warning lights. In coordination with law enforcement and medical personnel, rescuers promptly surrounded the area. They came to see that time had turned into an unseen foe. Every delay has the potential to become tragic. They moved swiftly and accurately. It was a mastery refined by years of practice and training, not merely a skill. As this was going on, another team of rescuers activated specialized equipment. Hydraulic cutters seized the metal and violently tore it apart with a menacing crack, but the operators stayed composed and focused. It was astounding how much hope and faith in the team's professionalism could be sparked by this procedure, which at first glance seemed frightening and noisy. There was no movement from the man in the car. Physicians fumbled around him, prepared to give him medical care. After several minutes of arduous labor, the rescuer's commander finally signaled that the victim could be pulled out of the steel embrace. The man was then carefully removed from the damaged car and placed in the compassionate care of the medics. Emergency services functioned as a well-oiled machine, with each component fulfilling its essential function. Immediately, medical professionals started administering first aid while closely observing the man's condition. They carefully moved the victim to a stretcher and transported him to the ambulance after ensuring that his condition was stable. Preparations for the man's transfer to the closest hospital, where he can obtain more specialized care, have already begun. Jan Popel was the victim. As soon as he was brought to the hospital, the medical staff performed a thorough examination and diagnostics to rule out any potential hidden injuries. Thankfully, no severe injuries were discovered, although they did note a few bruises and a minor concussion. Jan's life was not in danger, and the patient's condition was stable. After receiving the required medical attention, the man was monitored for a while to make sure he fully recovered. According to reports, Jan, a real estate agent, battled an addiction to illegal substances. With romance, intense affection, and mutual understanding, John and Nicole's relationship got off to the typical start of great love. Together, they discussed ideas, made plans, and dreamed about the future. Arguments seemed to avoid them at first, and the pleasure of spending time together grew every day. But as time went on, Jan started exhibiting qualities that Nicole was unable to overlook. His need for control was initially seen as compassionate, but it eventually devolved into an obsessive mania. He asserted that by shielding Nicole from harmful external influences, he was causing her to become estranged from her friends and family. She even checked her social media and cell phones. His jealousy was unrestrained, and he now found it difficult to conceal his aggression. His desire to dominate only grew with each new conflict, and Nicole was caught in a psychological trap that was difficult to escape. He once pushed her chest so hard that it caused her physical pain for weeks. After 7 years of dating, Nicole continued to have faith in Jan's charming assurances that everything would improve, even though their lives were gradually filled with pain and fear. He promised to find the strength to get better and return to the devoted and reliable partner he had been at first. Even though Nicole secretly knew that Jan's behavior would probably never change, those vows prevented them from ending their relationship. They had split up multiple times, but each time Jan asked for another chance, Nicole would give it another go. Their most recent breakup, which Nicole believed to be final, occurred 9 days prior to the car accident, but Jan wasn't going to tolerate the split. He was reluctant to part with Nicole. He was deeply envious. In addition to publishing compromising images of her, he parked his car in front of her home. Following Jan's removal from the vehicle, the police got to work documenting eyewitness accounts and investigating the accident scene. In an effort to piece together the sequence of events leading up to the collision with the lamppost, they meticulously documented every detail. The purpose of the questions was to ascertain the accident's actual causes. For the sake of safety and justice, it was their responsibility to discover the truth. After finishing their portion of the work, the firefighters were packing up their gear and getting ready to head back to base when one of the officers made an unexpected discovery. A woman who was unconscious but still breathing was found in a ditch 30 feet away from the vehicle. Nicole was the one. After being brought to the hospital, the doctors did everything they could to save her, but sadly it was not enough. A few days later, police released a statement stating that the mother and 34-year-old educational assistant who died last week after an SUV crash in Burnaby had injuries suggestive of foul play. The woman had injuries that suggested foul play, but the man is expected to fully recover. Nicole was taken to a forensic laboratory a few hours after her death, where a skilled medical examiner with years of experience performed the autopsy on her body. Using professional tools, he carefully and methodically examined and repaired all of the wounds he saw covering her body. While some wounds were more superficial and might have been caused by a struggle, others were deeper and clearly directed with force. The examiner counted 47 stab wounds in total. 2 separate knives were used to inflict Nicole's wounds. In addition to documenting physical injuries, the expert searched for any marks that could provide insight into Nicole's death circumstances. Missing defensive wounds on the hands, for instance, might have suggested that the victim was immobilized or that the attack came suddenly. The expert understood that his conclusions were what would enable law enforcement to apprehend the offender and secure justice. All of the experts' observations and findings were combined into an official report after the autopsy was finished. In addition to being a document, this report served as a crucial link in the murder investigation's chain, giving the investigators the knowledge they needed to carry out their investigation. Following Nichols' passing, her friends, family, and co-workers were swept up in a sea of grief that struck them with an unanticipated and uncontrollable force. It seemed as though everything had stopped for everyone who knew Nicole, leaving behind only the memories of her smile, the happiness in her eyes, and unmet expectations for the future. Realizing that they would never again be able to embrace their cherished mother, daughter, and sister, hear her voice, or share the memories that were to be so many more, was an unbearable burden for the family. Nicole lost a like-minded friend with whom she shared her most intimate hopes and experiences. They were consumed by the thought of how hard she had worked to rebuild her life, start over, and pursue her happiness. Nicole's co-workers recognized the significant impact she had had on their lives and team. The emptiness left by her passing was nearly tangible, and every day served as a reminder of everything they had lost. Many of them were inspired by Nicole's joy and dedication to excellence, and this unexpected loss helped them to understand how fleeting human life is and how crucial it is to treat one another with more consideration. For Nicole Porcello's family, the holidays have been the most difficult time. Carmine Porcello believes that he will never adjust to the loss of his younger sister. It's difficult to overlook her seat being empty when you're all seated for a family meal. She isn't where he said she would have been. Jan Porcello was taken into custody on November 29, 2018, 13 days after Nicole's passing. The public has been urged by police to provide any information that could help with the investigation. In relation to Nicole Hasselman's death, Jan Popel, 31, was taken into custody on November 29 and subsequently charged with second-degree murder. At some point today, Mr. Popel will appear before a judge. There was no threat to public safety because this was a singular occurrence, and the individuals involved knew one another. Without the tireless efforts of our detectives, today's outcome would not have been possible. They worked extremely hard to gather and secure all the evidence for charge approval. We understand that Nicole Hasselman's friends, family, and everyone else who was impacted by her while she was alive are going through a very trying time. We only hope that we were able to address some of Nicole's family's inquiries. There's always a chance that one or more people have information that they haven't yet shared with me. We live up to that. And once more, one of the reasons I'm standing here today is to address those who may have information that they haven't disclosed for whatever reason. They may only now be becoming aware of it. Come forward now, please. Anyone with information about any of our investigations is welcome to contact us. One of the most important aspects of Nicole's death investigation was reconstructing the timeline. It made it possible for the investigators to put together all of the information they could see, view the sequence of events and the time they took place. This informational organization made it easier to spot contradictions in Jan's testimony and examine his actions. After all, every minute could have an impact on our comprehension of the precise circumstances surrounding Nicole's untimely demise. Investigators examined phone logs, text messages between Nicole and Jan, and surveillance footage. The most accurate picture of Nicole's location at any given time, her contacts, and the specific events surrounding her was given by this data. The chronology was also crucial to the prosecution's case against Jan because, as was previously stated, it would have been challenging to persuade the court of his guilt in the absence of hard proof of his involvement in the incident gathered in a precise order. The events leading up to Nicole's death started 9 days prior to the fatal car accident, but the relationship between Nicole and Jan lasted 7 years, with breaks and reunions. According to reports, Jan's jealousy reached previously unheard-of levels after Nicole informed him that their relationship was over by beginning to speak with another man. He picked Nicole up in a rental car on the evening of November 16 while her son was at hockey practice, and they got into a fight. After that, Jan took out 2 kitchen knives and started repeatedly stab Nicole, who was seated in the passenger seat, throughout her body. Then, in a last-ditch effort to save her life, Jan took out his cell phone and began filming video instead of phoning for help. She was heard declaring her love for Jan. Without expressing regret, Jan told her that he stabbed her because he could not bear the thought of her dating someone else. After that, he left Nicole in the car outside and drove home, going inside to send a few emails, including one in which he resigned from his position. While Jan sent emails, paid some bills, and even went online to buy a new TV and dishwasher, Nicole spent 2 hours in the car. Nicole was still alive when he returned to the rental car. He allegedly planned to stage a car accident to give the impression that Nicole had perished in the collision. Nicole, who was not wearing a seatbelt, flew out of the car when Jan Poupel slammed his foot on the accelerator and crashed into a streetlight at high speed. Jan Poupel was accused of second-degree murder based on the evidence that was gathered. For Nicole's family and friends, the trial, which started in 2020 and lasted for several months, was yet another ordeal. The video that Jan Poupel took with his cell phone after repeatedly injuring Nicole was shown in front of the crowd during the trial. The judge asked those in the gallery to leave if they felt uncomfortable and warned the courtroom that it would be graphic. The injured victim was seen having trouble breathing in the 1-minute video. People sitting next to her can be heard accusing her of disrespecting him rather than phoning for assistance. Jan Poupel, who was envious and vindictive, told Nicole that she was solely to blame. In a video he recorded after he attacked Nicole with 2 knives, Poupel said, "You just took from me, disrespected me for months and years." The victim's father, Joe Porciello, left the courtroom as the video was playing, clearly upset, and Poupel sat with his head lowered in the prisoner's dock. Watch the video. The victim's brother, Carmine Porciello, yelled at him. "Raise your head," the brother said. The judge ordered a 15-minute morning break after the video, acknowledging that the footage was distressing. 4 witnesses, including the father and brother, gave moving victim impact statements in court. The father characterized his daughter as the cornerstone of their family and a lovely soul. Speaking directly to Poupel, he declared, "You have destroyed our family." The brother claimed that the crime had turned him into a zombie and that he was furious with the accused, saying, "We cannot forgive you for what you have done." Several other victim impact statements, including one from the victim's young son, were summarized by Crown Counsel Jacqueline Madden. The boy said he had lost a piece of his heart when his mother passed away because she was his best friend. Madden stated in the decision that although Poupel had shown remorse, the judge characterized his actions as self-centered, callous, and cruel. Joe Porciello, Nicole's father, disagreed. "I felt sick to my stomach because he should have had a tear in his eye if he had been sorry." He claimed that he would display any emotion outside of court. He appeared to be out to lunch when he last appeared in the courtroom, where guilty pleas to second-degree murder were made. The penalty for second-degree murder is automatically life in prison. The how many years it would be before he could apply for parole was the only question that followed. Poupel's lawyer requested a minimum of 10 years, but the prosecutor was urging a minimum of 15 years. Given Poupel's past of acting abusively and jealously toward Nicole, neither of these choices was well received by Nicole's family. According to her cousin Gina Giuliano, he ought to have been charged with and found guilty of first-degree murder, which carries a 25-year prison sentence without the possibility of parole. No number is sufficient in my opinion, but if 25 is the upper limit, then I believe that's what he ought to receive. We have someone who is not even 40 years old, and in the worst situation, he might be out when he's 50 or 55, she said, according to Giuliano. That is not acceptable. Nicole's friends and family have started a social media campaign in the week before the sentencing, pointing out the gaps left by Nicole's passing and posing the question of whether the penalty is appropriate for the crime. Giuliano asserts that we cannot tolerate such individuals on our streets. Such a precedent that a vicious crime carries a sentence so light that it is easy for anyone to commit it is unacceptable. Popo conveyed regret and remorse in a statement to the court and Nicole's family. "I have long been waiting for this opportunity to express my apologies to you," he said. Jan Popo received a life sentence in April 2021 and then, in a panic, received prison time. He will be eligible to apply for parole after 15 years. Nicole's family told a group of reporters outside the courthouse that justice doesn't exist in this country and that Poupel's sentence was not harsh enough. Gina Giuliano, Nicole's cousin, expressed her disappointment with the decision. "He will truly be able to walk the streets in 15 years? Is that what we want to tell our community?" she asked. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This apparently calm woman was 23-year-old Omaima Aray Nelson, who had recently learned of the death of her 56-year-old husband, William Edwin Nelson, also called Bill. She didn't seem to be able to take it all in. But everyone was in for something much darker than they had anticipated. She chose to go far beyond what a human could imagine on Thanksgiving Day, November 28, 1991, when the day, if only she had stopped at killing her husband, investigators would soon discover a much darker truth than anyone had dared to think. In the back of everyone's mind at the time was the fact that it was one of the most horrific crime scenes they had ever seen. Did they think they would find another Jeffrey Dahmer? An unsettling investigation into a murder that would forever haunt Orange County began on December 1, 1991, when a desperate call to U.S. Emergency Services was placed. According to Omaima Nelson's friend Jose Escovel, his friend killed her husband after he allegedly mistreated her, and he was now offering him $75,000 to assist with the body's disposal. The police sprang into action, eager to learn the truth about this heinous accusation. Officers discovered suspicious trash bags in Omaima's red 1975 Corvette when they found her driving her husband Bill's car. After Thanksgiving weekend, Bill Nelson, as he was known, had not shown up for work and had been reported missing. As Omaima silently watched, they pulled over and went through the things she had in her car. They discovered something disturbing in the car, which they later discovered to be human flesh. Omaima was taken into custody right away for questioning after this startling discovery, and she appeared to be completely cooperative. She denied right away all of the information that Mr. Esquivel had given to the police. She admitted to officers that she hadn't lived with him for very long and that she didn't know how to contact him. Although she appeared helpful, her responses to questions were a little odd. Following that, the investigation took police to their Costa Mesa, California apartment, where they discovered a scene that would go down in true crime history as infamous. Bill was there when they walked into the apartment, but not in the way they had expected. They appeared to be entering a slaughterhouse. Beneath stacks of cardboard boxes were suitcases containing Bill's remains. On the floor, the police found a broken table lamp, a heavy clothing iron covered in blood and human hair, and human flesh and organs wrapped in bags. Officers discovered Bill's bedroom in complete chaos as they carried out their somber search. The mattress was covered in blood, and the bedpost was splintered and torn off. The freezer held the most startling discovery: Bill's head, wrapped in tinfoil, with stab wounds visible and evidence of deep frying. Two of the bedposts were also found to be blood-soaked and broken, suggesting that Bill had been brutally murdered and bound. It is by far the most gory crime scene I have ever seen. The horror increased in the bathroom. Skinned and carved, Bill's torso and chest hung over the bathtub, allowing the blood to seep into it like it was in a butcher shop. They had castrated his body. Police entered the kitchen and discovered pans and pots with what looked to be stew left on the stove. Bill Nelson's hands, soaked in the mixture and covered in bruises, were among the turkey meat and vegetables. He had apparently been bound tightly prior to his murder. Bits of his hips, a grim take on Thanksgiving leftovers, were mingled with cranberry sauce in the trash can. Unfathomable horror was depicted in this horrific scene as investigators sought to understand how such a tragedy could occur within what was supposed to be a loving marriage. The case's terrifying details would later be compared to fictional horror stories. The condition of Bill's dismembered body prevented the police from determining the cause of death right away. Although the officers were positive it was Bill, they dug deep into Omaima's past to be absolutely certain and to solve the mystery of this heartbreaking murder. They were about to make one of the most unsettling discoveries of their professional lives. In 1968, Omaima Aray Nelson was born in a small, destitute farming village in southern Egypt, close to the Sudanese border. She was one of 16 children born into a traditional Arabic family, and her early years were difficult and traumatic. From an early age, she experienced physical and sexual abuse at the hands of her violent and irascible father. At the age of 7, she was subjected to the horrifying custom of female circumcision, which further exacerbated the wounds from her early years. She was in excruciating pain all the time after this procedure, which turned intimacy into a terrifying experience. As she grew older, her mother made the painful choice to leave her father and relocate to Cairo, the city of the dead, an Egyptian city notorious for its houses erected around cemeteries. Umayma had to deal with more difficulties in this depressing setting. In addition to impairing her capacity to build close relationships, the suffering she went through left her feeling extremely vulnerable and afraid. Notwithstanding all of the difficulties, Umayma developed into a young woman of remarkable beauty and vitality. By 1986, when Umayma turned 18, her life had taken yet another unexpected turn. Roger Stainbrook, an American oil worker on contract in Egypt, was introduced to her. She fell in love with him because she was drawn to him in the prospect of starting over. Despite her initial reluctance, her mother ultimately agreed to the cross-cultural relationship, perhaps out of concern that no Egyptian man would take her in. Umayma accompanied him to Texas, USA, in search of freedom and better prospects. There, however, she would only face yet another difficult chapter. Their marriage ended soon after the fissures in their relationship became apparent. Umayma, still a teenager, was left stranded and alone in a foreign city, with no one to turn to and only a rudimentary understanding of English. Umayma took on odd jobs like waitressing and nannying because she was desperate to make ends meet. But these weren't enough. At one point, she attacked 2 security guards who caught her stealing in a department store, and she even ended up getting briefly arrested for robbing a pharmacy. She also worked as a model part-time before realizing that her beauty could help her survive. She played a dangerous game to survive by luring men in and captivating them with her attractive appearance, only to rob them when they were most exposed. Umayma would place men in precarious situations, restrain them, use force, and take their belongings. She used this strategy to rob several men, but no one reported her because the officers thought it would embarrass them. She lived off of these items until meeting 56-year-old Bill in October 1991, who seemed like a kind and giving man. He was a former pilot and Marine who now worked part-time at Cannon Mortgage in Tustin as a messenger and computer programmer. Despite the fact that Bill was 33 years Umayma's senior, their relationship developed rapidly, and 2 days after they first met, he proposed to her. Even though Bill was still legally married to his first wife, the two clicked and were married in less than a month. They climbed into his red Corvette and drove directly to Phoenix, where they were married and found a justice of the peace. During their brief honeymoon, she and Bill traveled to Texas and Arkansas to see his family. Bill's family had serious concerns about the marriage despite the tense beginning. They found it difficult to accept the relationship because Umayma was younger than some of Bill's own children, and he was twice her age. Nevertheless, Umayma's kind yet astute manner won over everyone she encountered, creating an impression that, at least initially, seemed to allay some reservations. The cracks appeared after the honeymoon was over and they moved into Bill's apartment in Costa Mesa, California. They gave off the impression of being a normal couple, but there was something profound and unnerving about their seemingly normal existence. Regarding her marriage, Umayma claimed that Bill attempted to mistreat her even on Thanksgiving Day, to which Umayma retaliated using a strategy for which she was famous. She had tied up other men before him. She gained confidence from her past crimes of robbing and tying up men. She felt compelled to destroy him this time because of something about him. Umayma killed her husband without hesitation. She claims that that night Bill sexually assaulted her, and because it was already a controversial act for her, she was unable to control her anger. After repeatedly stabbing Bill with a knife, Umayma used a clothing iron to beat him to death. She did something far more horrifying than murdering her own husband after committing this horrible crime. It is extremely uncommon for a woman to intentionally kill someone. It is even more uncommon for her to mutilate a murder victim. She was completely corrupted. She used coat hangers and other items to hang up his torso piece by piece in the shower so that the blood could drain out. On November 28, 1991, Thanksgiving Day, Umayma had murdered her husband. She mutilated his body over the next few days, a gruesome task she carried out until December 2, 1991, when she was finally too tired to continue by herself. She went to her friend Jose to ask for help, saying her husband had abused her and she needed his support. Instead, Jose went straight to the police out of horror, which paved the way for a terrifying investigation. The officers now had no doubt that Bill's wife was the murderer and that the body they had discovered was in fact his. However, her statements suggested otherwise. Given the marks on her body, Omaima's claims of assault also appeared to be accurate. However, she also did something that raised suspicions. It was clear that Omaima was upset. She appeared to have been crying because she was so upset. Her arms, breasts, and face were all clearly injured. The officers sent Omaima for a medical examination to ascertain the true cause of her injuries, despite her denial of any assistance. She was admitted to the hospital to be examined for sexual assault and to have all of these injuries recorded. Her body was covered in numerous cuts, bruises, and contusions. In order to find out about any oddities they might have observed, the investigators also got in touch with Bill's stepdaughter. As it happened, he did get in touch with her prior to his own wife killing him. Detectives looked to Bill's neighbors as the investigation progressed, in the hopes that someone might have seen something out of the ordinary. They did remember hearing a strange noise that night, a noise that had seemed normal at the time, but had taken on a terrifying new meaning in the context of what had happened. Cutting a body into several pieces and packaging them all to make them appear non-human requires a lot of work. Thanksgiving was supposed to be a time for celebration, but for Bill Nelson, it turned into a day of horror when his young bride brutally murdered him. In the days that followed, what started with his murder only intensified into barbarism. Omaima went to work, systematically and unsettlingly mutilating his body. She crossed boundaries of cruelty, tearing his remains apart piece by piece. Authorities suspected that this degree of savagery wasn't the work of a first-time criminal when they eventually found the evidence. A very violent death was indicated by 25 or more skull wounds. In actuality, the body was dissected in a fairly professional manner, with such accuracy that the coroner's office was quite alarmed. Was this something she had done before? The investigators would be haunted for years by what transpired next. The medical examiners discovered something terrible when they weighed all of the remains discovered in Omaima's apartment and contrasted them with Bill's records. Almost 180 pounds of his body were missing. The officers realized what might have happened in light of the sobering findings already made. The weight that was missing indicated that Omaima had disposed of a significant amount of his body, and the implications were unimaginable. On the same day that her friend reported her, Omaima was taken into custody by the police and questioned. Even though these discoveries about Bill were unsettling, nobody could have foreseen the terrible truth that was concealed in a secret room. Omaima immediately tried to change the case's entire focus when they inquired about the murder, leading the investigation in an unanticipated and unsettling direction. She denied killing her husband when the officers questioned her about Bill's murder and her motivation for doing so. Officers were stunned by Omaima's response when they confronted her about the human flesh they found in the vehicle she was operating. They realized they were dealing with something much darker than they had expected, when the full extent of her cruelty and detachment became horrifyingly evident. In fact, Bill had run afoul of the law while working as a pilot to smuggle electronics and drugs into Mexico from a Texas airport. He had been apprehended and sentenced to 4 years in prison. Here, however, that was not the case. Omaima revealed the possible motivation behind her murder of her husband when the officers called her in for a second round of interrogation. She claimed that after they were married, Bill began to act violently, abusing her both physically and sexually during their brief marriage. She denied killing him, though. Omaima eventually confessed to killing her husband after being pressed further, but she left them with yet another unsolved mystery. The officers were starting to realize that Omaima was mentally ill, perhaps as a result of her traumatic past. Then she made a statement that confirmed the suspicion even more. The officers could tell from her demand that Omaima either had real mental health problems or was feigning them in order to get her sentence lowered. The fact that this was not the first time she had done this further confirmed their suspicion that she was merely making up her psychotic condition to get out of paying the penalty. When her medical report was received, these conjectures took on even more tangible form. Between Omaima and Bill, it was evident from the report who was the aggressor and who was the victim. Her hands, legs, and feet all had cuts that were typical of someone who had mutilated a human body. Additionally, the report disclosed that Omaima was not coerced into having sex. Everyone was horrified by her psychiatrist's startling assertion, which made them all question their loved ones. Omaima was accused of killing Bill for money, first-degree murder, cannibalism, and evidence of premeditation. Nothing short of a media circus was the trial that ensued. The public's morbid fascination was captivated by the graphic details of the crime. On December 1, 1992, nearly a year after Bill Nelson was killed, the trial got underway. She even stated in court that the hallucinations were what caused her to do this and that it was her mind playing tricks on her. She stated that she was unable to remember anything about the murder, including the exact moment it occurred. But a different story about her was told by Robert Hansen, her ex-boyfriend, whom she had also contacted on the day of the murder. In addition, Omaima's psychologist provided testimony supporting her mental health. She described how her delusions were getting worse. The defense never claimed that Omaima was not the murderer. Rather, they emphasized that she committed the crime as a result of her abuse at the hands of Bill and her hallucinations. Omaima claims that, in an effort to get away from Bill permanently, the voices in her head told her to dismember her husband's body, in addition to urging her to kill him. According to the ancient Egyptians, you will not enter the afterlife if your body is dispersed. She then sliced him. She was making sure he wouldn't be there if she made it to the afterlife. She wouldn't, however, say why she cooked him. She boasted to her psychiatrist that nothing was sweeter than her husband's taste, and that the ribs were the best part. Instead of him, she wanted his money. She didn't have to eat him, though. Omaima insisted repeatedly that she had no intention of killing Bill. However, the prosecution pressed for murder charges, and on January 12, 1993, the jury found her guilty of second-degree murder. Following consideration, she was also found guilty of attempting to rob Robert and assault with a deadly weapon. In Chowchilla, California, Omaima, who was 24 at the time, received a sentence of 25 years to life in the Central California Women's Facility. A true crime story that remains one of the most unsettling cases in California history, Omaima R.A. Nelson's story is one of tragedy entwined with horror. She was even likened to the well-known serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer, with approximately 130 pounds of Bill's body still missing. The officers speculated about what might have gone wrong on that fateful day, even though Omaima never admitted to the main details of the story. They hypothesized that he and Omaima engaged in a voluntary bondage session. She most likely wanted money or access to his wealth, which is why she tied him to the headboard. Californians were relieved to see Omaima R.E. Nelson safely imprisoned, as it meant that one less dangerous person was no longer on the streets. Omaima, however, fought to be released from prison. When she applied for parole for the first time in 2006, it was firmly denied. Unfazed, she tried again in 2011, but this time her request was quickly denied, much to the relief of investigators, who thought her release would only increase the risk. She shouldn't be released on parole. She poses a serious threat to society because, since her incarceration, she has been engaging in the same behaviors that she did before. At the time of Mr. Nelson's passing, she married a man she knew. At the time, he was in his 80s. He passed away a few years ago, leaving her a sizable fortune. Omaima is currently unable to access any money she might want to claim outside of her prison, but if she is given parole, her access to money and freedom could completely transform her life. She may be able to rebuild a life outside of prison once her freedom and financial resources are restored, something that has long plagued the victim's family and those who remember her horrific crime. She will be eligible for a parole hearing once more in 2026, and the outcome will ultimately decide her future. This case demonstrated how childhood trauma can result in mental health problems later in life. In light of this, we would like to know your thoughts on this case. Do you believe Omaima killed her husband because she wanted his money, or did she have a mental illness and kill him in a fit of rage? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Nobody could have guessed that the couple had sinister secrets. She was an accomplished judge, and he was a successful lawyer. But a terrible thing happened. What began as a tale of love turned into an unimaginable tragedy. The Circuit House colony was quiet on a typical Kanpur evening. However, a mystery that would soon upend the life of Pratibha Gautam, a respected judge who had only moved to the neighborhood a few months earlier, was hidden behind the walls of one apartment in a government-provided residence. Pratibha, a civil judge at the local court, was renowned for her honesty and equity. She had gained the respect of her neighbors and the confidence of her co-workers by being modest but resolute. Before one fateful evening altered everything, it appeared that nothing could disrupt the rhythm of her life. Manu Abhishek Rajan, her husband and a lawyer, started a lengthy journey from Delhi to Kanpur on October 8, 2016. Despite their undeniable love, the couple's relationship was strained by the demands of their careers, and they had only been married for less than a year. While working at the Tis Hazari court in Delhi, Abhishek often stayed behind to spend as much time as possible with his wife. As he drove this evening, he thought about their reunion and looked forward to the weekend they would spend together. Despite the long drive, Abhishek, who was used to such trips, made every effort to communicate with his wife. He tried calling her several times, but no one picked up. He initially thought she was working or enjoying some well-earned relaxation, but he became more uneasy as he approached Kanpur. Why didn't she answer? Why is there no sound? When the first light filled Kanpur's streets on the morning of October 9, Abhishek finally made it to the Circuit House colony and parked outside their apartment. He tried calling her again, but the silence on the other end made him even more worried. As he caught his breath, he hurried to the door after getting out of his car and pressed the doorbell. However, there was only a spooky silence within. Again and again he rang, then knocked, softly at first, then more urgently as panic set in. Since the door was locked from the inside, Pratibha ought to be at home. Abhishek became aware that something was seriously amiss. He made the tough choice to break in with a heavy heart. The door flew open after a series of hard blows. The lock gave way, and Abhishek stepped inside while holding his breath. He was paralyzed by what he saw in the living room. His wife was hanging from the ceiling fan. The air was heavy with an unpleasant smell. Her skin was darkened with dried blood, and her wrists were cut. Abhishek's entire world fell apart in that moment. Everything else became inconsequential. He walked cautiously toward her. The rope gave way when he touched her, and Pratibha's body dropped to the ground. Fear and sadness tightened his chest. He stood over her, finding it difficult to believe what he was seeing. Then, as if in a daze, he knew he had to do something. Ignoring the neighbors' shocked looks, Abhishek ran out of the apartment. He got into his vehicle and drove quickly in the direction of Kanpur Kant, the closest police station. With a trembling voice, he reported that his wife had probably committed suicide. The officer sent a team to the scene right away after listening carefully without interjecting. This signaled the start of an inquiry aimed at answering the numerous mysteries surrounding Pratibha Gautam's last hours. What had become of this powerful woman? Why had her life ended in such a terrible way? There was a spooky silence in the Circuit House colony as officers pushed their way into the apartment. They were shocked by the scene at once. The body on the ground was different from what Abhishek had first said. He claimed to have discovered his wife hanging from the ceiling fan. He clarified that he had taken her down in an attempt to assist in his panic. However, the bloodstains on the furniture and floor only strengthened their suspicions, and this particular detail raised more questions. Senior officers and forensic specialists soon showed up to start gathering evidence. While Abhishek watched, his hands shaking and his face displaying a mixture of shock and fear, they took pictures and collected tangible evidence. Neighbors were beginning to congregate outside, whispering and glancing nervously at each other about what might have happened in the judge's house. The small Uttar Pradeshi town of Orai is where Pratibha Gautam was born. Her mother taught her and her younger sister to be independent and persistent, and she grew up in a middle-class family with a father who worked at a bank. Early on, Pratibha showed an interest in law, and she relocated to Lucknow to attend university after high school. There, she not only graduated with honors, but also made the decision to become a lawyer. Her desire to become a judge eventually led her to Delhi, where she enrolled in graduate school. The pivotal moment in her life occurred in Delhi. She met Manu Abhishek Rajan, a young, ambitious lawyer who shared her desire for career advancement. Abhishek was born into a powerful family. His father, Judge Suresh Chandra Rajan, had a long career that included positions at the CBI and NGT, among other prestigious organizations. What started out as straightforward discussions between Pratibha and Abhishek regarding exam stress and career obstacles quickly developed into something more. Through long walks around the city, study sessions, and library visits, their friendship developed into a romantic partnership, and they soon made the decision to get married. But not everything went as planned. When Pratibha informed her parents that she intended to wed Abhishek, they reacted negatively. Since Abhishek was only an attorney, they felt that he was unfit to be their daughter's partner and that their daughter should have a higher status. Their objections were exacerbated by the caste differences. Nevertheless, the couple decided to fight for their future together because their love was stronger than what society expected. They both made the decision to apply for the junior judge exam in 2013. Pratibha gave her all to the preparation, attending specialized classes, studying at night, and taking practice exams. Her diligence paid off. She started training after passing the competitive exam. Sadly, Abhishek failed the test. Although it was a major setback, he decided to keep going and pursue a career in law, concentrating on criminal cases. They continued to have a solid relationship in spite of the disappointment. Pratibha Gautam began working as an associate civil judge in Kanpur in 2015. She soon proved she was capable of handling the responsibilities and demands of the position, which called for complete dedication. She quickly gained the respect of her peers in the local court due to her fairness and strong work ethic. Abhishek Rajan, meanwhile, pursued his legal career at Delhi's Tis Hazari Court, where his professionalism and tenacity won praise from peers. On January 29, 2016, they took a risky move. They got married in secret at Delhi's Arya Samaj temple. This was a planned move to take charge of their future rather than an act of impulsive behavior. They chose not to tell them since they were aware that neither family would be happy about their union. Only a few close friends who assisted in planning the event attended the low-key ceremony. They kept their marriage a secret from their families until shortly after it was formally registered. The couple made an effort to patch things up with their family after the wedding. Pratibha was eventually accepted as a daughter-in-law by Abhishek's family, who also showed interest in her life. Pratibha's family, however, was adamant in their disapproval. They were unable to forgive her for selecting a partner whose background and status they considered inappropriate. 2 months after the wedding, on April 23rd, Pratibha and Abhishek announced their union with a reception in Delhi. The celebration was lively and joyful, but it was clouded by Pratibha's parents' absence. It wasn't until after the wedding that her parents learned about it. They refused to accept Pratibha's decision and remained aloof, despite her repeated attempts to make amends. Pratibha found this difficult and hoped that their feelings would eventually soften, but that time never arrived. Abhishek and Pratibha ultimately made the decision to relocate to Kanpur. In the respectable Circuit House colony, Pratibha was given government housing. They made this their new home, a peaceful and safe haven where they could put their careers first and avoid family conflicts. After a few months in Kanpur, Abhishek went back to Delhi to carry on with his work. It was 6 months into their marriage. They continued to support one another, stay in close communication, and get together whenever they could in spite of the obstacles, distance, family strife, and the pressure of their demanding careers. Pratibha and Abhishek treasured every second they had together, planning, dreaming, and having faith that their love would triumph over all challenges. When Abhishek got to Kanpur early on October 9 to see Pratibha, he discovered her dead in their apartment. Given that Pratibha was a judge and the police unit arrived quickly, her death was not only a personal tragedy, but also a challenge to the system as a whole. Officers started going through the apartment very carefully and recording any possible evidence. Beside Pratibha's body was the scarf that had been around her neck. Investigators had a lot of questions about the cuts on her arms. Why did the scene seem so strange? And what had actually happened in that room? Shaking from shock and sorrow, Abhishek gave his first statement, explaining how he had discovered Pratibha. She was suspended when he walked in, he said, and he pulled her down until her body hit the floor. Even a preliminary review seemed extremely suspicious, but the police in this case ordered a forensic examination to ascertain the precise cause and time of death. Suspension and wrist cuts, together as a means of self-harm. didn't seem likely. Details that weren't consistent with typical cases were observed by investigators. 3 separate marks in a linear pattern indicated intentional force, and the neck injuries were deep. An O-shaped mark left by the scarf was a noticeable detail in most suspension cases. Although the neck mark typically takes the shape of a V or U, a circular mark might suggest that the patient was compressed while they were in a supine position. The idea that the scene was staged to imply self-harm was raised by this discovery. The 14 deep cuts on Pratibha's arms, 6 on the right and 8 on the left, told a different tale. The cuts were parallel and exact, as if they had been made carefully and without hurry. The police had reason to question the situation's simplicity because this did not fit the typical profile. But the tragedy's news spread swiftly. Camera crews and reporters started congregating outside Pratibha's house. When he heard of her death, her father was devastated. He was so distraught and perplexed by what might have happened to their daughter that he and his wife left right away for Kanpur. A local hospital took Pratibha's body for an autopsy, but there were problems with the procedure. Colleagues and community members criticized the temporary transportation of a judge's body. Her body was left in a corner of the hallway until the examination could start, which sparked criticism from the public and raised concerns about how the police handled the case. Late at night, medical professionals conducted the autopsy and attempted to solve the tragic and intricate puzzle. Abhishek frequently described how he discovered his wife in that depressing condition, but it became evident that something was amiss when the forensic team showed up. He brought up the ceiling fan, which was questioned. He claimed that even though Pratibha had been suspended from it, the mystery was only made more complex by the bloodstains on the fan blade. The smudges were long, as though her arms had simply touched the blades, devoid of the typical patterns of spatter that accompany physical injury. The scene looked too neat, too perfect. There were questions about the ceiling fan itself. It was obviously not strong enough to bear an adult's weight. There were no indications of bending or damage, which would have been expected from a real attempt to use it. Investigators were beginning to suspect a problem. Abhishek claimed that in order to enter the apartment, he had broken down the door. "I have to force it open," he insisted. Investigators soon discovered, though, that the lock was merely minor damage and was still operational. He claimed a forced entry, but the door opened and closed without any problems. It wouldn't have worked so well if it had been disassembled. The police's suspicions of Abhishek were strengthened by this detail. The physical evidence didn't seem to support his version of events. The lead officer concentrated on getting all the details straight during the interrogation. Abhishek meticulously detailed his journey from Delhi, including every stop and piece of evidence, including his call logs, toll receipts, and surveillance footage. He said that during his journey, he made several calls to Pratibha. It seemed suspicious that he provided so much information without much prodding, as if he had foreseen the questions and had prepared his responses beforehand. The police demanded that Abhishek stay for additional interrogation, despite his repeated requests to be released, claiming that he had done everything in his power to aid the investigation. Being an accomplished attorney, he was aware that there might be many details at the crime scene that could be important, and his in-depth familiarity with these details made his story seem too polished and well-rehearsed. But when investigators learned that Abhishek did not call the police right away after finding Pratibha, the real questions started to come to light. The police station was a mile or two from the apartment, so he got in his car and drove there instead. Most people would automatically contact emergency services right away in such a circumstance, but Abhishek would not. He clarified that he wasn't sure what to do and was in shock and confusion. Although he only went to the station once, he said he had attempted to get help twice. Investigators thought they were dealing with something much more complicated than it initially seemed because of the contradictions, strange details, and disparities in his story. Even with his assured answers, Abhishek was beginning to come across as someone who knew the answers to every question, but the reality of what actually transpired on that fateful day was still unknown. Investigators understood that Abhishek might hold the secret to solving the case, and that the solution was still a ways off. Security kept a close eye on everything that took place in this residential colony. It had security posts and guarded entrances, and was inhabited by senior government officials. But Abhishek didn't ask the guards for assistance when he realized the apartment door wouldn't open. Why not? Investigators were immediately drawn to this question. because anyone else in a similar circumstance would probably turn to those around them for help. In addition to the increasing number of troubling details regarding his behavior, this lack of action seemed suspicious. When he drove to the police station after locating Pratibha, another odd detail surfaced, according to Abhishek. When he left, he didn't tell the guards at the colony's entrance what had happened. He could have gone up to them, which probably would have sped up the police call. Rather, he just climbed into his vehicle and left. His account was further called into question by investigators, who saw this as yet another warning sign. Pratibha's parents were horrified by what they saw when they got to the scene. Their sorrow soon gave way to rage. They publicly charged Abhishek and his family with being behind her death. They said Abhishek had made her living conditions intolerable, put her under continual pressure, and limited her ability to communicate with her family. In order to substantiate their allegations, Pratibha's father submitted a report to the police, asking that Abhishek be charged with coercion and causing harm. Either Abhishek was directly responsible for her death, he claimed, or his actions had caused her to die this way. As a judge, Pratibha was a successful and self-reliant woman who was used to running her own affairs. For 6 years, she had been independent. Her family found it hard to accept that she would voluntarily hurt herself. She had never displayed any signs of distress or malice, they remembered. This made one wonder, what might have motivated her to do this? 4 seasoned medical professionals performed the autopsy on the evening of October 9 and came up with startling results. Asphyxiation was the cause of death, which suggests foul play. Her body had marks that suggested she had been struck by a metal object. In addition, she had 3 deep cuts on her neck and 14 cuts on her arms and wrists. Everything pointed to a struggle, a last-ditch effort to resist. The most unexpected discovery made about Pratibha before her death was that she was 3.5 months pregnant. The investigation was further complicated by this detail. How could a pregnant woman who was in a responsible role at work choose to hurt herself? The presence of bruises and other marks didn't fit the scenario where she may have caused the injuries and suffocated herself. Why did her body show so many signs of damage? Abhishek started to exhibit signs of discomfort as the questioning went on. His answers, which had been confident, became uncertain. Investigators took notice of his hesitation and self-contradiction. He might be concealing something, and these were obvious clues. He was eventually arrested for additional interrogation. The police were aware that this case needed to be handled carefully. Abhishek practiced law. His brother-in-law was a prominent figure in the judiciary, as was his father, a retired judge. Any mistake could have dire consequences. Public pressure and his family's influence were major factors when Abhishek appeared in court to set bail terms. The judge restricted his confinement to 7 hours rather than the usual amount of time. Investigators and Pratibha's family members were not happy with this decision, because they thought Abhishek was treated too lightly, considering the seriousness of the charges. Pratibha's body was given to her family after the autopsy was finished. Her parents, siblings, and other family members were devastated. They remembered how Pratibha had sounded quiet when she called home in recent months. She avoided talking about her personal life and shared few details, and now all those little clues seemed like warning signs they might have missed. The case became more complicated every day, and the solutions appeared farther off. After seizing Abhishek's phone, the police started going through all of his emails, calls, and messages. They found that during the past few months their relationship had becoming more tense. Nearly every message from Abhishek was tinged with annoyance, and they frequently argued about their plans for the family and the future of their child. Although no one was yet certain of the extent to which these sinister undertones would spread, this increased the investigators' suspicions. Abhishek had to endure hours of interrogation while the investigators watched him. With every new question and piece of evidence, the pressure increased and his burden grew heavier. Abhishek finally broke down and said the words that changed everything one day. When he was so tired and on the verge of an emotional collapse, he admitted it. The words were a painful, unwilling admission that came reluctantly, as if drawn from deep within. It was shocking and horrifying to hear him admit his part in Pratibha's demise. Abhishek disclosed that his thoughts and feelings were distorted by years of internalized jealousy and resentment. It all began when he failed the exam and continued to practice law. while Pratibha earned her place as a judge. This status difference turned into a major source of internal conflict. He found it hard to believe that his wife had accomplished more than he had, and that her family publicly disapproved of him. His emotions became more destructive with every day that went by. Then she found out she was pregnant. It represented their love and their hope for the future for Pratibha. She thought the baby would improve her relationship with her parents and strengthen their marriage. Pratibha's mother was ecstatic and intended to help her daughter, even meeting to talk about their future together. However, this news felt like yet another setback for Abhishek. He experienced fear and a greater sense of alienation in place of happiness. He saw the pregnancy as a further erosion of his independence, an increase in his responsibilities, and a widening of the gap between him and Pratibha. Abhishek's friends knew him as someone who liked to live a carefree life. He was known for his parties, independence, and lack of responsibility. Now, he was overcome with fear at the thought of becoming a father. He started to coerce Pratibha into thinking about getting an abortion, but she adamantly refused. The tension between them only grew as a result of her unwavering desire to keep the child. He became increasingly frustrated with her every time she smiled and tried to show him that their future might be promising. He was stuck. The situation only got worse. Abhishek began to have even more influence over Pratibha's life. He cut off her communication with her parents and grew more and more envious of her achievements and career. At home, Pratibha's world was dominated by control and anxiety, despite her independence and success at work. The turning point came when Pratibha's mother said she wanted to see her in early October. Abhishek's response was furious. The fact that Pratibha had disregarded him and contacted her family was too much for him to handle. He insisted that she cease all correspondence, but Pratibha refused to back down. She vowed to stand up for her rights, keep her child, and refuse to compromise. For Abhishek, those words were the last straw. His fear of losing control, his sense of failure, and his jealousy all came to a head. Her strength and independence were too much for him to handle anymore. On that fateful day, things got out of hand. Now that he was seated across from the investigators, Abhishek talked about his anxieties, his overwhelming jealousy, and how he couldn't tolerate her independence and success. The investigators, however, believed there was more to the story even after his admission. The deeper secrets of their relationship had not yet been revealed, and it appeared likely that Abhishek had only told a portion of the truth. Things started out quickly and unexpectedly when Pratibha told Abhishek she was going to Delhi, in spite of his strong protests. On October 7, Abhishek was at a resort unwinding with friends. He was startled by the news. He made the decision to go back to Delhi right away. He left his friends behind, gave up his break, and went home. Pratibha reached Delhi by train on October 8th. In the hopes that a face-to-face discussion would improve their relationship, she was met by an irate and agitated Abhishek. He loaded her into the car, and as they drove, the tension increased and turned into a furious dispute. Shouting broke out during the exchange, and Pratibha finally had enough. Declaring she was going back to Kanpur, she got out of the car in the middle of the road and started to walk away. Abhishek's eyes were burning with rage as he watched her. "Do as you please," he yelled after her. However, his feelings overcame him after a short while, and he chose to follow her. It took Abhishek about 9 hours to drive to Kanpur during the night and arrive at Pratibha's apartment in the posh Circuit House colony. On the morning of October 9, it was around 5 or 5:30 in the morning. Since most neighbors kept to themselves and the colony was known for its security, he had some leeway to act undetected. The tension that had grown over the previous few months exploded when Abhishek walked into the apartment. He started slapping a stick at Pratibha. She tried to stop him, but he persisted. As the blows did not satisfy his rage, he cut her arms, body, and neck with a blade. Despite her best efforts, Pratibha lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Abhishek intensified his actions upon realizing she was still alive. He reached for a scarf, pulled it tight around her neck, and held it there until she exhaled. Breathless, standing over her, he started to realize the seriousness of his actions. He needed to hide his tracks now. He tried to hang Pratibha from the ceiling fan to make it appear as though she had committed suicide, but the fan was not strong enough to support the weight. It looked like it might shatter. Abhishek left her body on the ground after realizing that this plan would fail. Knowing that it might expose his intentions and motivations, he swiftly looked around the apartment for anything that might implicate him and took Pratibha's phone. Trying not to draw attention, he left the apartment at around 6 in the morning and made his way to his car before leaving the Circuit House neighborhood. However, he did not immediately call the police. Rather, Abhishek paused on a calm Kanpur street to collect his thoughts and prepare his statement to the authorities. Every detail would be important, he knew. He didn't visit the Kanpur Cant police station until 3 hours later. At approximately 9 in the morning, he claimed to have discovered Pratibha dead in the apartment when he reported her death there. Inconsistencies in his behavior were immediately observed by the police. Why hadn't he reported the incident sooner? Why hadn't he gotten help right away, rather than taking some time to think about what to do next? The investigators were particularly interested in these questions. Abhishek was taken into custody for additional interrogation after making his initial statement. The police started a thorough investigation of the crime scene in the meantime. The scarf that was used to kill Pratibha was discovered, but the blade that was used to injure her was gone. Suspicions increased as a result. Abhishek had obviously tried to conceal evidence and mislead the investigation, indicating that a comprehensive and intricate investigation would be necessary to find the truth. Abhishek put Pratibha's driver and housekeeper on leave the day before the incident, which at first glance appeared to be a random coincidence, but turned out to be a component of his scheme. Following Abhishek's arrest, his parents promptly fled, evading all police requests. After taking notice, the court ordered the seizure of their assets and issued an arrest warrant for them, pending their appearance for interrogation. Abhishek's parents appealed to the Supreme Court in an effort to defend themselves. They were successful in getting the warrant temporarily stayed, but on October 18, the court in Kanpur ordered their voluntary surrender. To cooperate with the current investigation, Abhishek's parents showed up at the Chief Magistrate's court. Abhishek, meanwhile, tried several times to get bail. He filed petitions with the Supreme Court, the High Court, and the Session Court, among other courts. But every request was turned down. He could not be released due to the seriousness of the charges and the possible danger to the investigation. After several years, Abhishek had been incarcerated for almost 5 years by 2022. After a protracted legal battle and multiple appeals and counter-motions, the High Court finally granted him bail in April 2022, but this was only a short-term solution. The case was still being reviewed, and a verdict has not yet been rendered. Despite all of their efforts, Abhishek's family persisted in demanding his exoneration, while the police and prosecutors persisted in their attempts to establish his guilt. Both parties are still engaged in a fight for justice, while the investigation continues, and the final ruling is still pending. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. I'll see you in the morning, Mom. Misty Morse never spoke to her mother again after making that unfulfilled promise. What would motivate someone to take such action? How will Misty Morse never spoke to her mother again? Now is the time to start looking for answers. On April 10, 1978, Misty April Morse was born in Springfield, Ohio. When her family finally relocated to Indian Harbor Beach, Florida, it was a significant turning point in her life and gave her the opportunity to develop and discover new interests. Misty had an exciting and adventurous childhood in the Sunshine State, but when her parents divorced in 1996, her life took a dramatic turn. Misty and her mother, Linda, moved to a new house in Brevard County following the divorce. She stayed close to her father in spite of the change. Misty found work at a number of local bars and clubs during her late teens and early 20s, working a variety of jobs to make ends meet. After some time, she made the decision to continue her education and enrolled in a nearby college. Misty was characterized by friends as an adventurous, carefree young lady who never took life too seriously. When Misty got home from work early on July 22, 2000, she started preparing for a night out with a friend. Linda, her mother, was also up, getting ready for her 3 a.m. shift. Misty got a few brief phone calls while she was chatting with her mother. Misty promised to see her in the morning, as she said goodbye after the call. She had no idea that this would be her final farewell. Misty wasn't home the following morning when her mother got home. At first, she didn't give it much thought, assuming Misty must have spent the night at a friend's house. Misty had not returned or gotten in touch after another day. Her mother started calling Misty a lot out of concern. Misty rarely checked in, especially if she was going to be gone for a day or two. Fearing that no one had seen or spoken to her, her mother contacted Misty's friends and then her father. The more days went by, the more she worried. A retired judge went for a peaceful walk on July 24, 2000, to see how his boat, which was moored in the lagoon behind his house, was doing. He had no idea that a somber discovery would soon upend this serene moment. He was walking along the wooden dock when he noticed an odd object floating in the water below. His eyes widened in surprise as he leaned in to get a better look. When he followed the strong odor to the edge of his property, he initially believed he had discovered a dead manatee that had washed up in his backyard. Then, to his surprise, he soon discovered that it was a young woman's body. The man, appalled, hurried back to his home, picked up his phone and dialed 911 telephone. Upon their prompt arrival, Brevard County Sheriff's Office officers immediately began their investigation. They observed that the body was in a highly decomposed state, indicating that the woman had been dead for a number of days. Her death was clearly not a coincidence. A marine rope was used to tie her hands and feet, with elaborate knots holding her wrists to her ankles, and white duct tape was used to firmly bind her mouth, eyes, and neck. Rolls of spline, a rubbery black substance, held the Publix plastic grocery bags strapped around her body. To sink the body, investigators thought these bags might have been weighted with sand or rocks. Due to the body's decomposition, detectives were unable to find any clues along the shoreline, including a wallet, phone, or purse that could be used to identify her. Medical examiners suspected asphyxiation but were unable to determine the cause of death. After that, investigators looked for any recent missing persons reports that might be related to the unnamed woman, but they were unable to find anything. The police had not yet been notified of Misty's disappearance. Finally, they attempted fingerprinting. She was eventually identified through the database, after forensic specialists used a technique known as degloving to lift fingerprints despite the skin's deterioration. Officers called Misty's mother, Linda, to break the terrible news after verifying the identity of the body. The harsh reality of her daughter's fate completely broke Linda's heart. Her voice trembled and broke into screams of anguish as she called a family friend, her grief echoing in every word. Investigators later showed up at Linda's house to conduct an interview. She tried her best to relive those last moments, now permanently altered by loss, as she described the events of the last night she saw Misty, her voice laden with grief. Although Misty had not disclosed her intended date for the evening, Linda saw her daughter's casual attire and deduced that Misty was probably meeting someone with whom she was totally at ease and with whom she didn't feel the need to impress. Linda remembered that early on July 20, Misty got 2 calls. Investigators quickly subpoenaed Misty's phone records just before she left, but in 2000, it could take weeks to get such information back. They continued interviewing Misty's closest friends and co-workers in the interim. Brought up the possibility that Misty was pregnant, which investigators couldn't ignore as a possible lead. Was her pregnancy a contributing factor? Linda also provided some names to the authorities, including Teddy Underwood, Misty's boyfriend. Investigators questioned whether Teddy might have reacted negatively to the news of Misty's potential pregnancy, given that they had only been dating for 2 months at the time. When Teddy was brought in for interrogation, it soon became clear that he didn't think their relationship was serious. Additionally, he stated that he was unsure if Misty was pregnant. He gave an alibi for the early hours of July 20 by claiming to be at work, which investigators subsequently verified, exonerating him from suspicion. The intricate knots that bound Misty's body caught the attention of detectives as they combed through the crime scene's evidence. This degree of specificity implied that the murderer may have had knot-tying experience, which made them think about careers as a Coast Guard member, a boat captain, or a person with Navy training. They hoped that this clue would bring them one step closer to the truth. Misty's hands and legs were tied with a rope that featured a cow-hitched knot, which isn't something that most people are familiar with. Investigators focused on the numerous layers of tape that were wrapped around the victim's hands, limbs, and face. She had a hat on. Her freedom of movement was limited. The head had tape wrapped around it. She was under control. She was tied up and bound. Despite having the appearance of duct tape, this tape was unique because it was white instead of the usual metallic gray. Because white duct tape was so uncommon at the time, the authorities were more interested. Their hopes were dashed when no trace evidence, such as DNA or fingerprints, turned up on the tape's adhesive. Another dead end, it seemed. They then discovered a few short black hairs adhered to the tape, almost by accident. Given that the victim's hair was a distinctive shade of brown with a hint of red, the detectives knew these couldn't be hers. This finding raised the possibility that the hairs belonged to the murderer. All of the evidence was sent for testing after the crime scene was carefully examined. Unfortunately, this lead could not be fully pursued in 2000 due to the lack of precise DNA analysis technology. As they met with the medical examiner the following day to discuss the autopsy results, their frustration increased. The body had been submerged for less than 72 hours, according to the examiner's report. However, it was impossible to determine the precise cause of death due to exposure to the weather. There were no visible signs of trauma, no broken bones, and no gunshot wounds. Detectives were left with two terrifying options. Either the victim had been thrown into the water while still alive, or the tape covering her mouth and nose had strangled or suffocated her. In an effort to reduce the number of suspects on their list, investigators continued to interview people. Linda recommended that they investigate Bobby Cooper, whom Misty had recently met at a house party. Given that Bobby had visited their house only a few days prior to Misty's passing, Linda was especially wary of him. Bobby, though, was promptly disqualified as a suspect. He didn't match the murderer's description. He didn't own a boat, he hadn't been in the military, and he had no criminal history. Bobby's interview, however, proved to be a pivotal moment in the investigation. Brent Huck, Misty's ex-boyfriend, gave the detectives a name that appeared to fit the profile they were looking for, even though he wasn't the murderer. Investigators tracked down Brent Huck, who resided on South Merritt Island, just south of the location where Misty's body was found. After receiving a tip from Bobby Cooper, Brent accepted their invitation to participate in an interview. Brent disclosed in the interview that he was a charter boat captain and that he was from a wealthy family. He also acknowledged having been a member of the Navy SEALs. Brent acknowledged that he had kept up his relationship with Misty after their breakup, even though he was now in a new one. Brent admitted that he was the likely father of Misty and that he had spoken to her the night before she vanished in the early hours of July 20, 2000. He also acknowledged that he knew she was pregnant. Brent was a prime suspect because of his background as a former Navy SEAL and charter boat captain, his relationship with Misty, and his contemptuous demeanor during the interview. After that, Brent gave the authorities permission to search his house. When investigators arrived, they saw a Rottweiler with short black hair that matched the duct tape that was used to bind Misty. According to Brent, Misty gave him the dog as a gift. A roll of rubber spline, which is usually used to weatherproof windows, was found during their search, an odd item for a home. Red flags were raised by this and other items discovered in Brent's bedroom and kitchen that matched evidence from the crime scene, such as white duct tape and Publix bags. Outside, Brent gave officers permission to search a boat he claimed was his, which was anchored in the nearby waterway. They discovered matted hair next to a fishing rod holder and 2 hair strands on the floor. The boat's ropes were identical to the kind that were used to restrain Misty. When investigators questioned Brent after gathering the evidence, he said something startling. There couldn't be an explanation for a woman tied up and thrown in the river. He was further implicated by this statement, which disclosed knowledge of information that had not yet been made public. The state attorney was reluctant to file charges because, in his opinion, the circumstantial evidence was not strong enough. He maintained that commonplace supplies like rubber spline, rope, and duct tape could be found anywhere, and that Misty's hair on the boat might just indicate that she had paid Brent a visit. Both the investigators and Misty's family were extremely frustrated by this setback. Authorities persisted in their investigation in the hopes of a break, unfazed. Pet DNA became admissible in court in 2002 after a landmark decision in a California case. The black dog hair discovered on the duct tape was compared to Brent's dog's DNA by investigators, and the results verified that they were a match. The state attorney's office decided to move forward with the prosecution after receiving this crucial piece of evidence along with the mounting circumstantial evidence. Brent Huck was taken into custody and accused of killing Misty Morse on October 23, 2002. Prosecutors claimed during the trial that Brent killed Misty because he was afraid her pregnancy would jeopardize his new relationship. They described in graphic detail how he used the pretense of reconciliation to entice Misty to her demise. The crucial DNA match from the dog hair discovered at the crime scene was among the strong circumstantial evidence gathered by detectives and presented by the prosecution. It was time to decide Brent's fate after all the arguments and supporting documentation had been presented. Brent Huck was found guilty of first-degree felony murder and felony kidnapping in May 2003. He received 2 consecutive life sentences without the chance of release. He is presently incarcerated at the Apalachicola Correctional Institution in Florida. This decision ensured that Misty's terrible death was not unanswered and gave her family a sense of justice and closure. This case emphasizes how crucial it is to persevere in pursuing justice despite obstacles. It also reminds us how important it is for communities and committed investigators to hold people responsible for their actions. Even though Misty's life was tragically cut short, her story would live on thanks to the pursuit of justice. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The community was rocked in 2010 when several women's bodies were found along Gilgo Beach. While some victims were found that year, others were found in 2011, all of whom had evidence of ruthless murder. Despite conducting a thorough investigation, police were unable to find any leads or suspects, and the bodies were left in appalling conditions. The identity of the murderer and the full scope of the crimes were left a mystery for years. When a sample from a pizza crust that the suspect had thrown away was discovered to match hair on one of the victims, it was a breakthrough. Who was responsible for these horrifying killings, and how many victims remain unaccounted for? Let's investigate this matter. The hunt for Shannon Gilbert was the first step in the investigation into the terrible deaths of multiple women close to Gilgo Beach, Long Island. She was a 24-year-old woman who escaped from a client's house and disappeared in May 2010. Following the discovery of human remains along Oak Beach's Ocean Parkway on December 11, 2010, her disappearance became a crucial component of a more extensive and ongoing mystery. In a heartbreaking 23-minute 911 call, Gilbert said, "They are trying to kill me." After she vanished, Suffolk County Police Officer John Malia searched the gated community where Gilbert was last seen with his cadaver dog, Blue. But even after a rigorous search during the summer of 2010, they were unable to locate any leads. Malia carried out a fresh search on December 11 with an emphasis on the area around Ocean Parkway. They forced their way through a thin layer of snow and dense vegetation. The team discovered Melissa Barthelomy's remains, wrapped in rotting burlap, after the dog detected a scent. 3 more bodies were discovered by the police as they searched further. These victims were later identified as Amber Costello, Megan Waterman, and Maureen Brainerd Barnes. All of them were discovered within 500 feet of one another. Suffolk County Police stayed committed to cracking the case and increased their search and resources as the bodies were found along Ocean Parkway. Patrols along Ocean Parkway were stepped up after the discovery of the first set of remains in December 2010. To comb through the dense brush and marshy areas, police deployed cadaver dogs, forensic teams, and cutting-edge equipment. Police stepped up their search along the same highway in March 2011 after finding additional remains, including those of Valerie Mack and Jessica Taylor. They broadened their scope to include Nassau County and even inspected neighboring beaches. In pursuit of hints that might help them find the murderer, officers endured long hours, inclement weather, and challenging terrain. State police, the FBI, and local authorities were among the law enforcement agencies that collaborated on the investigation. They investigated all of the information that could be used to identify the murderer, investigated forensic evidence, and followed up on tips. Police provided the public with updates as the case became more complicated and even offered a $25,000 reward for information that might result in an arrest. Despite these tenacious efforts, the case continued to garner attention for reasons other than the discovery of new bodies. Unexpected developments in the investigation included the December 2011 discovery of Shannon Gilbert's remains, which sparked further inquiries about whether her passing was connected to the others. Some thought Gilbert's death was an accident, while others suspected foul play. Every lead was taken seriously by the police, who kept looking for answers. Gilbert's disappearance went unsolved for more than a year. However, a breakthrough happened on December 13, 2011. About half a mile from her last known location, her remains were discovered in a marsh. Her clothes and other possessions were also found close by. Gilbert's death was initially feared to be connected to the Long Island serial killer. Authorities concluded after a thorough investigation, however, that her death had nothing to do with the other killings. Mary Gilbert, Shannon's mother, publicly insisted that her daughter was a victim of the same murderer who left the bodies along Ocean Parkway. In spite of this conclusion, the pressure increased as more bodies were discovered, but these were only dead ends. The police remained committed to providing the victims and their families with justice, in spite of the difficulties. Internal conflicts within the Suffolk County Police Department were one of the many difficulties the investigation into the Gilgo Beach murders faced. The department struggled for years with leadership, especially under James Burke, the former chief of police. As investigators ran into one dead end after another, these issues slowed down progress and caused frustration. With so few leads, how were they going to proceed? Only on December 10, 2015, did the FBI formally intervene to assist. Although they had helped with searches in the past, they hadn't taken over the case completely until now. How come the FBI didn't get more involved sooner? The investigation was difficult, even with the FBI's recent involvement. Police continued to encounter dead ends after years of frustration and little progress. When it seemed like there was no way to solve the case, how could they? Clearly something needed to change. Geraldine Hart, the Suffolk County Police Commissioner, took the risky decision to reopen the investigation in 2020. She released important evidence to the public on January 16 in an attempt to spark fresh leads. An image of a belt discovered close to the crime scene along Ocean Parkway was one of the items made public. Initials, either HM or WHF, were stamped on the belt, but none of the victims were identified by them. To whom did it belong? Is this the hint that ultimately reveals the truth about the case? In addition to releasing the evidence, the police department declared that they were analyzing current leads using new scientific techniques. They started the website gilgonews.com to keep the public informed, allowing anyone with information to come forward. Would the same mysteries that had plagued the investigation for years continue to stall it? Or could this fresh push finally result in an arrest? The need to find answers appeared to be greater than before. Researchers used genetic genealogy, a novel tool, in June 2019. Everyone was curious as to whether this novel approach would ultimately solve the case. The investigation had been at a standstill for years, with few leads and innumerable unsolved questions. However, genetic genealogy provided a novel strategy that proved effective. Authorities recognized Jane Doe number 6 as Valerie Mack in May 2020. Her remains had been found in fragments for years, but using this new technique, they were able to match her DNA to her family and finally give her a name. The identification of Jane Doe number 7 as Karen Vergata in August 2023 marked yet another breakthrough. Her identity had been a mystery for almost 30 years, but the case advanced further because of genetic genealogy. These developments provided fresh impetus for the inquiry. The puzzle was gradually beginning to fit together, but there was still a long way to go. The bodies of the Gilgo Beach murder victims, found in 2010, were quickly linked to a horrific series of killings that had plagued Long Island for many years. However, how did investigators make the breakthrough when they were confronted with so many dead ends and unclear leads? Melissa Bartholomew was the first casualty. In July 2009, Melissa, a 24-year-old Bronx resident, disappeared. Before going missing for weeks, she had tried to call an ex-boyfriend and made a deposit into her bank account. Someone using Melissa's phone made threatening calls to Amanda, her 15-year-old sister. The caller made fun of Amanda and even disclosed Melissa's death. Police were unable to identify the caller even after tracking the calls to multiple locations, such as Madison Square Garden and Massapequa. In December 2010, Melissa's body, the first of the Gilgo Four to be found, was discovered close to Marines. It was Maureen Brainerd Barnes who was the second victim. After telling a friend she was heading to New York City, 25-year-old Maureen from Connecticut was last seen on July 9, 2007. She became a mother of two and used sex work to help support her family, but she later went back to it after experiencing financial difficulties. Maureen never came back after setting up a meeting with a client. In December 2010, more than 3 years later, her remains were discovered. One of the leather belts used to bind her body was found to contain DNA that would later be connected to the murderer's wife. Megan Waterman was the third casualty. Megan, a 22-year-old Maine woman, posted escort ads on Craigslist and vanished in 2010. She was under her boyfriend's control and had fallen victim to sex trafficking. When Megan neglected to check in with her daughter, who was 3 years old, her family filed a missing persons report. In December 2010, her body was discovered close to the other victims. Investigators were unable to establish a direct connection between her death and her boyfriend, even though he was arrested on trafficking charges. Amber Lynn Costello was the fourth casualty. After meeting a client who offered her $1,500 in exchange for her services, Amber, 27, of West Babylon, New York, vanished on September 2, 2010. Through the Chevrolet Avalanche he drove, the client, a man who had called her multiple times, would subsequently be connected to the murderer. At first, Amber's family didn't know she was involved in sex work and thought she had entered treatment. Her heartbreaking tale brought to light the precariousness of those caught in the sex trade and addiction. 2011 saw the discovery of additional remains as the search for victims went on. The bodies of Jessica Taylor, Valerie Mack, and an unnamed toddler named Baby Doe were among 4 additional sets of remains found close to Oak Beach and Gilgo Beach. The mystery was only made more complex by the discovery of these extra victims. What other numbers were there? More unsettling remains were discovered when investigators extended their search into Nassau County to the east. Remains of Peaches and her child, Baby Doe, were among the most eerie finds. In 1997, the dismembered torso of an African-American woman named Peaches was discovered. She was later identified by investigators as the mother of Baby Doe after DNA testing linked her to the remains discovered in 2011. Both victims' identities are still unknown, and there are still unanswered questions regarding how they died. Then, in 2010, the remains of a young Asian person named Asian Doe were discovered close to the first 4 bodies. Although the victim's identity is still unknown, it was thought to be a transgender woman. Even with all of the technological advances, it was not easy to identify these victims. The case appeared unsolvable due to the lack of leads and persistent dead ends. How could detectives, who were already having a hard time identifying so many victims, ever hope to catch the murderer? The Gilgo Beach murder investigation took a dark and complicated turn with the discovery of new remains, leaving the public and police with more questions than answers. With no leads and numerous dead ends, the Gilgo Beach murder investigation seemed to be going in circles for years. Would the murderer ever be apprehended? John Bittroff, a suspect, was briefly regarded as a person of interest in 2017, but Bittroff had a history of killing sex workers and was a convicted murderer. His profile was suspicious because of the parallels between his crimes and the Gilgo Beach case. He hunted and was proficient with tools like hacksaws, which matched the way some victims' bodies were dismembered. Bittroff was never charged, in spite of these unsettling ties, because there was no concrete proof connecting him to the Gilgo Beach killings. However, everything changed in July 2023. Massapequa Park architect Rex Heumann, 59, was taken into custody and accused of killing Melissa Barthelemy, Megan Waterman, and Amber Costello. Investigators searched for Heumann for almost 15 years. However, that wasn't all. In January 2024, Human was officially charged with Maureen Brainerd Barnes's murder after being identified as the main suspect in her death. The murders of Sandra Costilla and Jessica Taylor, two additional victims who had not previously been linked to the case, were then charged in June 2020 for. After all these years of uncertainty, how did police manage to identify Huerman? The breakthrough occurred when investigators used multiple crucial pieces of evidence to connect Huerman to the case. In 2022, they located a Chevrolet Avalanche registered to Huerman close to one of the crime scenes. Then, it was discovered through cell phone records that Huerman had communicated with 3 of the victims prior to their passing. However, mitochondrial DNA testing produced what may have been the most damning evidence. The hair on one of the victims was discovered to match a sample taken from a pizza crust that Huerman had thrown away. The fact that Huerman's wife's hair also matched samples taken from multiple victims only served to heighten the unease. Crucially, though, she and their kids were out of state at the time of the killings. Is it possible that Huerman was concealing his darkest secret from his closest friends and family members by leading a double life? Although Huerman's arrest was a positive development, the investigation had been complicated. Although the case was a labyrinth of false starts and dead ends, Huerman's arrest ultimately represented a breakthrough. Is he the secret to unlocking the whole mystery? Finally, the eagerly anticipated answers were at hand. Rex Huerman was charged with 2 additional murders, which was a significant development in the ongoing investigation. After months of diligent work, investigators spent a significant amount of time searching a wooded area in Manorville, Long Island, and going through the evidence gathered from Huerman's family home. The new charges are related to the 1993 murder of Sandra Costilla, whose remains were found in North Sea, Long Island in 1993, and the 2003 murder of Jessica Taylor, whose remains were found in March 2011 close to Gilgo Beach. According to court records, Huerman is currently facing charges for both offenses. Prosecutors claim that DNA evidence, including a hair discovered beneath Jessica Taylor's body, connected Huerman to the killings. Huerman's link to the victim was established by this DNA match, which turned out to be a significant discovery. At first, it was thought that John Bittroff, a different suspect who had been connected to other killings in the neighborhood, was responsible for Sandra Costilla's death. Recent developments in DNA technology, however, have shed new light on the case and identified Huerman as the real murderer. DNA evidence discovered at the crime scene has now been verified by prosecutors as linking Huerman to Costilla's murder. The case has advanced significantly with these new charges, which broaden the scope of Huerman's alleged crimes and raise the possibility that his murders may have taken place over several decades. The number of additional victims Huerman may have been linked to is still unknown in light of this new information. Even more unsettling information is being revealed by the ongoing investigation. Since Rex Huerman's criminal charges were revealed, his family is going through a very difficult time. In addition to fighting cancer, his wife is also dealing with the fallout from her husband's scandal. Due to their father's criminal history, employers are reluctant to hire Huerman's children, who are consequently having difficulty finding employment. However, the relatives of Huerman's victims are still in pain. The pain of losing a loved one never goes away, even though they might feel some relief when justice is done. As they look for closure for the lives lost, they find little solace in the ongoing legal process. The ramifications of this case are extensive and continue to cause great emotional suffering for the families of Huerman and the victims. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.